test of the emergency broadcasting system. The broadcaster to your area, monitor and cooperate. Nothing will go in unnoticed.
Good afternoon, or morning, or evening, or night. Probably not night. Good afternoon. Oh, my stream. I was testing the audio again. Dude, it happens every time. And I keep forgetting to mute my own stream, so there's always an echo. But at least I know that my audio is working correctly, so we're chilling. Hello. What's going on? Ooh. You would not believe my eyes when I wake up and I see, oh goody, Limbus Company Discord hung me twice for new notifications. No way. I look, there's today at 4:40 a.m. 7 section Falston Heathcliff. Sure. And then at 6:54 a.m. I heard some people talking about lack of railway info. PM heard you too. Project Moon official. Line 2 Mobius. Uh-oh. Oh shit. It's like, dude, it's like they were listening. It's night for me. My condolences, bro. 3 p.m. here, that's good to hear, you know. 3 p.m., that's a nice time slot. Glasses Faust. Dude, we'll take a look. All right, we'll look at. Obviously, we're gonna look at a lot of stuff, but we're gonna be looking at you know, clearly the railway trailer, and then I suppose we'll look at this as well because it's here. So we'll just get right into it, bro. Seems like we're doing pretty okay for ourselves overall. Let's get this show on the road. Make it all cinematic and stuff. Okay, I can't do that because otherwise it screws with the resolution. So we're gonna be on windowed. Because I think the capture is like super screwed. Dude, you would not believe how long it took me to get the capture resolution for my browser correct. Because there's always like black bars and shit when I was testing it. I was testing it for like 15 minutes before stream. There were like black bars everywhere, bro. I had to get like 2 external programs to like set the resolution correctly and everything so that it would not be ugly as balls. So we're just not gonna be full screen gaming, but it doesn't really matter. All right, let's have a little watch, shall we? Maybe turn it down. Oh my god, maybe turn it down a little more. Jesus. Mobius. Noted. Low. This machine is like a colossal factory, given free will, is it not? Forsooth, 'tis quite the fetching specimen. Indeed. I'd be inclined to agree. One may extrapolate from the color and style of the clothing that this entity holds a certain connection to W Corp. I mean, given the setting, seems so. So, like, what is going on here? They were not even remotely subtle with these ones. the other ones, they were, like, kind of subtle with. But these ones are, like, super obvious, like, obviously. This is the Nixie Divergence robot guy. This is Wayward Passenger, and this is the, what is it? Fey Lantern, I think it's called. I don't remember exactly the name of the Abno. I know it's a Lantern Abno. It's like Fey Lantern or something, right? So, you know, pretty obvious on this one. Kind of disappointed. I'm kind of disappointed they did not use different Abnos for this. I thought it was like, cause like the first time around, it was like, you know, Blubbering Toad, which we had not seen before. Besides, like, you know, Blubbering Toad we didn't see before, except in Mirror Dungeon event. My Form Empties we had an ego for, and what's it called? KQE we only had an event for. These we have Lantern and we have Wayward Passenger, so like we already kind of know what the theme is probably gonna be for the fights. I like it when it's more mysterious, bro. They should have brought like they should have brought like some new Abnos, like the like from Mirror Dungeon 2, bro. Like that's what I was looking forward to. I was like, dude, what if we get like Mirror Dungeon 2 Abnos? You know what I'm saying? Hello, you nasty gamer, bro. Rumia, why you always gotta like it? Why is your entrance always gotta be so mean, bro? Why are you so mean to me? But like, I was looking forward to like what is a like maybe we get a stage with like there's like the trifecta of like nurses like in the hospital setting. There's like the nymph which gives you the phlebotomy bag, and then there's the centaur. I don't remember what the centaur gives you, but it's the freaky looking one on the like attached to the hospital bed. And then there's also the doctor, like the Hydra, which is like the bunch of heads of doctors, bro. Imagine if they gave us like those. Or like the Heavenly Executor trio. Those are kind of fire too, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? We'll see. So we got Fey Lantern. We have the big ass robot. He is huge. What the hell? I was not expecting this guy to be so big. Bro, he's like Optimus Prime. He is huge. What the hell? Not another robot? PTSD from Kanto 4 robots? Dude, actually, bro. Like, literally, so true. I just realized the golem is a backward clock aberration. I feel dumb now. Dude, even I knew that, and I have not even played Lobotomy Corporation, and I knew that. So, yeah, you're stupid and dumb for not knowing that. It's so obvious. I don't remember the backwards clock being this big, though, bro. Like, I thought it was, like, normal, like... Wasn't it, like, normal clerk size? Like, a normal person could operate it, bro? This guy is gigantic. Okay, wayward passenger, teleports behind you. Interesting. Okay, I mean, this is like, you're just dead, I guess? I guess you're just locked, or something. Okay. Such deceptive traps were often used in numerous battles I have participated in. Install something to draw the attention of your enemies and ambush them where they least expect. It's a rather rudimentary trap. Interesting. Rudimentary indeed. It's all sunshine and rainbows with you in it. Okay, dude, you lost me. Wait, so this is where is this? Where is this setting? It's just a tunnel, bro. I don't know where the tunnel is. This is the other one is like the stone, or this is like the crown of roses or whatever, isn't it? Or like some similar setting to this. Piece of art, what is wrong with you? It's a monster that skewers people. So this is like Heathcliff or something talking to Ryoshu. It's someone talking to Ryoshu. The text makes me think that it's Roja or something, but who the fuck says in it? Who the fuck is saying in it, bro? GG. Okay, so there is another Abno. It's the rose crown thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. What was this guy? For those of you who don't know, you can press period and comma to go frame by frame on YouTube videos. I don't know if you knew that. Some sort of, like, fella. So it's, like, mass attack abuser. Could never be me, bro. You will not catch me abusing mass attacks. It is the Crown of Thorns guy. This guy's like a crucified corpse with a Crown of Thorns on him. So it is the Crown of Thorns. I was so right. Very interesting. He's a mass attack abuser. Go figure. And then this is like Hong Lu, but he's like dead. I guess, I mean, sometimes the enemies have like special kill sprites, right? So either this is like a status effect that will stun you, like the full blooming in the Donbeck fight, like you get fully bloomed or whatever. So either it's that and he's stunned, or it's like it's a special death animation, I guess. It could be either one. Obviously we don't know. Someone had a really fucked up idea that if we lose our first group, we have to do the entire railway again with another group, and that's why it's a loop. Just don't lose, bro. Simple. Hey. Don't lose. Mobius. I see you. Okay. So interesting, very interesting. I wonder why they call it Mobius. It's strange. Because Mobius does not necessarily mean cyclical or anything. It just refers to the Mobius strip. There's like no deeper meaning to the word than that. I know that. Uh, Interesting. They added the Lemnis gate. I'm interested. You have me. You have me interested. All right. I mean, seems pretty decent. What are people saying? The grind begins again. This time with a Payday soundtrack. Interesting. Still waiting for the day we face an Aleph. Gonna be as hard as a brick being thrown at your face by a machine designed to throw bricks. What is this guy on about? What is this guy on about? And then a bunch of Koreans. I hate the fact that I thought we were gonna get Morbius Ego. What do you mean get more? Dude, this guy might be. Who are you? What is he? What is he talking about, bro? What is he talking about? I'm also wondering if Wayward Passenger will be able to steal charge. I think that would probably be fire. I think it would be awesome if he was able to steal charge. Uh, every time I tab out, the video goes pitch black. So I guess you can tell when I'm tabbing out because on the screen capture, the video the video leaves. Okay, whatever. But yeah, like I don't know. Nosferatu ego. Interesting. He's lost it. uh, I'm excited. It does look like it's going to be a loop of some sort, obviously. I don't know if it's gonna... Dude, I could not imagine if it's like... If it's... the way that I imagine them measuring it is like... How many turns will it... Like, either how many stages can you clear? I don't think it would be that, though, because, like... Just the way the game is balanced right now... Like, if it is, like, infinitely looping in some way... In the way that the game is balanced now, you could probably easily get infinite loops. Like, probably. Just because the sustain options that the players have right now are just so overpowered, like, literally, that it would genuinely probably just be feasible to get, like, infinite loops. Unless it scales up per loop, like in Mirror Dungeon. Like if it scales up per loop in Mirror Dungeon, then that would be interesting. So it's either going to be that, or like there's only two ways it could go. It's either that, where you go as long as possible, or it's like, okay, do like 2 or 3 loops, like do 2 or 3 go arounds, and then like you have to do 2 or 3 full loops under a certain term count or something. Right? Which would be like 2 ways to approach it. The first way is like endurance. So it's like an endurance run, and the second way would be another speed challenge where it's like you have to clear the same thing, but it gets progressively harder, and you have to do it in lower turns. You have like 3 loops, you have to do it as fast as possible under like let's say 300 turns or something. I don't know how they would really go about it. Probably the first one, because I don't think they want to do another. I don't think they want to do another speed run, like a low turn challenge. I think they probably want to change it up and do like an endurance challenge, which would be interesting. It's gonna be a loop that goes like not reading the passives, dying, coming back, repeat. I mean, is that not what happened in line 1 anyway? Also, it's second time we see 7 banner, then new railway. Next 7 banner and railway 3. Yeah, true actually. 7 section Otis did release like right before railway launched. That's true. I'm guessing after a certain amount of loops you get all the rewards and you can just go higher for the flex. I want something that limits what sinners and ego we can use. I was thinking about that actually. I really was. I was thinking about like what if they implemented a similar system to like the Mirror Dungeon cost system, right? Where like it limits your the amount of IDs you can take in. Like it limits which high tier IDs you can take in. I thought that would be very interesting. I don't know if initially I would be a fan of it, because I think that like there's two ways that I feel about that. Like if they limit the IDs you can bring in. One of them is it's a positive change. My first instinct is like, man, I'm not super into it. Because I like having a lot of options. I like being able to like have a ton of different options to mess around with. Uh, and being like getting limited like that is not something that I'm super into. At first glance, but like in like overall, I'm I would be for it because limitation breeds creativity. Like limitations breed innovation. So if you were to limit what like 3 stars you could take, uh like let's say you can enter railway, you can only bring like 5 3 stars or something, right? You can only bring like 5 3 stars. You know, that limitation would breed creativity because then there would be a bunch of different people bringing a bunch of different setups. Uh, that would be pretty interesting. So my gut reaction would be negative, but in the long term, like it would be, I think it would be a very interesting change, probably leaning towards positive for the health of the game. Because then it would be a lot harder to find the optimal strategy too. Not like impossible, because most of the IDs are pretty obviously overpowered. Like, you like for example, if you're only allowed to bring 5 3 stars, one of them is going to be Rabbit, pretty much, like almost guaranteed. So if you're only allowed to bring 5 IDs and one of them is always going to be Rabbit, then you only have really 4 options, right? And then it just like you kind of progress that way, where it's like, well, one of them's going to be Rabbit, one of them's going to be W Don, one of them's going to be W Ryoshu. So like then you only really have like 2 options, right? So it's like it is what it is. And then it's like, okay, well, you also have to bring N-Corp Sinclair, so you only have like 1 option. And then it's like, okay, well then what's the point after, right? Like but I think it would be positive if they limited it. I think, but I don't really know. I mean, obviously, it's just speculation, so it's not my strong suit. And then we can do a little reaction to these. One day we will probably get a nothing there fight where the abnormality can steal or copy what we do. I mean, we kind of already did, bro. The nothing there, like Inquisitors, in line 1, their mimicry counter skill kind of did that. It kind of did the same thing. I mean, it wasn't like Pinocchio, where like they literally just like they literally just carbon copy your skills or anything. It's not like Pinocchio or whatever, or that other Abno where it's like, dude, it's like on Netsatch floor, like the last Abno, bro, that like actually just steals your deck. Like it wasn't like that, but it would steal your coins, you know. So yeah, it's kind of similar to that. I would not be too thrilled about my entire like my Rabbit Heathcliff getting stolen, like literally, like the entire ID just getting fucking robbed. I would not be too jazzed about that. But I mean, it would be pretty interesting. Anyways, we got 7 section IDs. Let's take a peek, shall we? One of the only dude, I feel like one of the last people I would have thought of for 7 section is Heathcliff. Heathcliff and Ryoshu are like the only like the 2 people that I would have thought of least for 7 section, to be honest. And lo and behold, here they are. I think like Heathcliff, Ryoshu, and Don are like the last 3 that I would probably think of to put into 7 section. So I think the irony is certainly there. Seems like they're kind of leaning into it. I also had a really fucked up idea for a boss rush. What if there was nothing there variant that could copy what's inside someone's mind? Dude, I don't know. They could probably do that. It would be edgy as hell, probably. Psychological torture or whatever. I don't know. Bro, he is reading. His ass is reading. Dude, you think Heathcliff is like a bonehead? Bro, he's like He's more dedicated than 75% of the players in the player base. Look at him. He's reading the enemy's passives. Look at that. Oh my god. Taking care of these idiots is a much easier job. I don't even have to use my brain. So true. Hold on. How many coins are his skills? 2 coin skill 1. Is that like a 2 coin skill 2? It's like 1 or 2. I can't really tell. I think it's a 2 coin skill 2. 1. I'll say 4, but I'm not entirely sure. It looks like 4. It looks like a 4 coin skill 3, but I can't tell. Heathcliff is kind of the guy who would figure out if someone committed a crime by just looking at them, but unable to do an investigation. Well, yeah, obviously. That's kind of the joke, I think. Crazy splash art, by the way, as per usual. Always, dude, S-tier splash arts. I like it. Dude, the splash arts for, like, most of the IDs tend to depict their skill 3s. I don't know if anyone else noticed. But usually the splash arts for Uptide 3 IDs, almost always depict their skill 3s. There's a few exceptions, but like usually it depicts them using their skill 3. So, you know, I do enjoy that. That's pretty cool. I will take your orders here. That is a red tea. It is Barista Faust. I love his uptight art and skill 3 animations. The fact he literally pulls out documents. Yeah, that's funny, bro. For Ensign Claire and Ed Faust, it's their skill 2s. Yeah, obviously. But I mean, there's some that, like, you know, that are different, but usually it is. Who do we got here? Is that, like, Mersault? It's like a patron of some sort. S. Heathcliff or Otis, I can't tell. No, that's Otis, obviously. So that's like, who the hell is that, bro? I can't tell who that is. It looks like Heathcliff by skin tone and hair color, but like, their face is too round looking, bro. Their face looks too round. I can't tell. And then that's Otis and Isong, obviously. Mint. I don't know what. I don't get the joke here. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't get the joke. Why is she pissed at Mint, bro? I have no idea. Alright, so Barista Faust. Pretty neat. Otis doesn't like Mint. Is that the whole joke? The entire joke is that she doesn't like Mint? Mint tea. Well, yeah, mint tea, but, like, I don't get it. She just doesn't like mint tea? Is he asking for mint tea? Is he asking her to get a mint tea? I'm so lost, bro. Limbus company art is always amazing. And it's the most unique out of all the gacha games I've played. Nah, the splash arts go hard, bro. You don't know the deep mint lore? Dude, I don't, obviously. Does Isong like mint tea? Is that, like, explained? 2 coin skill 1. That's like a 2 coin skill 2, I think. 3 coins skill 3? What is this little... Dude, what is the little flare, bro? Okay, that's pretty good. I like the little flares, like, on the attacks, bro. Like, 7 section Isong, skill 3, Molinet, he has, like, the little, like, thinking face at the end, bro. He has the thinking face at the end. I love that one. I also like Mutilate. Mutilate animation is so good, bro. He's just, like, he's just so happy. I love that. The glasses readjustment is the 4th coin. So true! Yes, my skill 3 have impaired their abilities. Dude, this Nerd Faust goes so hard, bro. Bro, she actually is nerd emoji. She actually is such a nerd. What the hell? Did they give her another buff in the chest area? Again. Avoiding controversy this time, PM. Avoiding controversy, are we? Awesome. For all the like 100 people who care, I guess. New artist just dropped. I guess they fired the artist that did not give Ishmael a buff. GG. they fired the artist that didn't give Ishmael a buff. So now they're like, okay, dude, we'll get a new artist, and now we need to be extra safe. It gets bigger every 3-star. So 7 Foul Sin is the only sinner without a 3-star this season. Yeah, I guess Sinclair. I mean, Sinclair is the only one without a 3. He has 2 2-stars though, which is interesting. That's interesting. I'll never get tired of Heathcliff trying his best to do things he's not tailored to. Heathcliff remaining the best character in the game, as per usual. I love how the associations have unique themes, and 7 Association is just swords and Starbucks. I don't even remember what 7 Section does, bro. I don't even remember if they're in LOR. If they are, they're just completely irrelevant. Or I just haven't gotten there yet. Yeah. Yeah, people just simping over Faust. GG, bro. They're forgetting that she's a dogshit character. It is what it is, say. Can't help them there. Artist who gave Ishmael the art is a different male artist. Oh, yeah. I mean, former artist. How to make a nerdy female character in fiction. Draw an extremely hot girl and put glasses on her. Classic. True. And he doesn't get a hey ego here? Yeah, true, bro. I want Sinclair to, like, actually get some egos that are relevant. I mean, okay, if you're, like, I could see it if you're looping on Railway 2 on Mobius. Like, if you're looping on Mobius over and over again, Impending Day has the opportunity to go really hard, genuinely. So, I mean, like, Impending Day has a place, but, like, dude, give him a hate tier ego. Please give Heathcliff a hate tier ego too. Like, can you give Heathcliff, like, good egos too? Like, his 2 egos are so niche, bro. I don't remember, like, the last time I used either of them. Genuinely. Like, I don't remember the last time I used either of them. The only ego he has, like, that's worth anything is Body Sack. Like, literally, Heathcliff, overall, like, is solo carried by Rabbit. Like, genuinely, bro. Like, Heathcliff overall is solo carried by Rabbit. Because all of his IDs beyond Rabbit are just, like, good, but not, like, fantastic. And all of his egos are super mid. So it's like, he is, like, it's just a testament to how broken Rabbit is that he can remain, like, top of the meta constantly, even though the rest of everything that he has is, like, not that good. That's insane. Remember Dante from 7 Association, which need like 5 Fragile to change resistance to Fatal? Oh, that was 7 Section? Dude, I don't remember. I literally forgot, bro. Like, 7 Section in Library of Ruin is so irrelevant. I literally forgot, bro. I don't think I ever used them. We could look it up, maybe. Seven Association? What did they actually do, bro? Like, did they have cards? Drops? Combat pages? Combat pages? This is it? This is all they have? 4 things? I remember these! No, I remember these cards. They're just terrible. I remember. Engagement is awful. I remember Riposte is, like, barely usable, but, like, you would never use it. I remember Fleisch I saw and then immediately dismissed. I remember that. And then Molinet is, like, decent, but not fantastic. I remember all of these, bro. They're just terrible. Give Give Gergor something. I don't remember last time I didn't choose other ego than Legerdemain. Also true. Nah, Gregor's also, like, in a bad spot right now. Genuinely. He is not relevant either. Like, they need to give them something. AUDD becomes AoE at up type 4, so that's pretty good. Yeah, but so does, like, a third of the egos in the game, so, like, that doesn't count. Like, that doesn't matter, bro. And there's, like, so many better AoE options than AEDD. Like, actually, so, I don't know. You don't remember because Dante only worked, versus enemies with weaknesses, and you got her page right before enemies stopped having them. So true, actually, yeah. Actually true. When attacking a target with a damage type they're weak or fatal to... Yeah, dude, nah, I remember these now. Yeah. Nah, dude, yeah, he's super unfortunate. You don't remember because Dante, yeah. Damn, you're a fast typer? Not really. I feel like I'm average. I'm not that fast. I used to be faster, but I just woke up, so I'm a little sluggish. I literally just woke up, ate breakfast, and then started stream. I'm a little sluggish. My typing is not that good. Zvi Gregor's pretty good. He is pretty good, but he's just outclassed. Like, there's just better options. So, it's like... I mean, in a vacuum, he's pretty good, but he just ends up kind of being outclassed. He's not bad, though. But he's nothing like... I'm not jumping out of my socks for Zvi Gregor. Why does Dante look like she would belong in Sonk Association more? Even the cards are French? Dude, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't really know. I couldn't tell you. And hey, Zvi Greg Legerdemain is actually used for its paralyzed now? Kinda. Kind of. But, like, I still don't know if I would use it for the paralyze explicitly. It's, like, fine. But I'm not like, yes, dude! Legerdemain! Like, bro, Legerdemain kind of fell off, not gonna lie. It's all fluid sack now, bro. Get with the times, old man. It's all fluid sack now. Like, we need to evaluate how hard Legerdemain could possibly carry Gregor. Like, there's only so far that Legerdemain alone takes him. Especially with Uptie 4, a ton of the egos, again, become AoE. So there's just a ton of other AoE blunt egos now that could contest Legerdemain. I mean, Legerdemain is still, like, a premier blunt spam ego. But, like, there do exist actual, like, competition now. There does exist legit actual competition now. So it's not like he's insanely good or anything anymore. He's just, like, an option, which is not good for him because just being an option is, like, not really good enough to see consistent usage. I'm not sure if PM has fully figured out same turn paralyze is worthless on slow IDs. Well, true. But I mean, Zvi Gregor's, like, pretty fast. He's, like, decently brisk, so it's not bad. It's not bad, you know. Zvi Gregor's decently fast, right? Isn't he, like, 5 to 7 or something? Here, we can go, We're gonna do reacting to Preed1 tier list anyway, so I'll just open it up. Usually their stuff is mostly correct besides, like, the info, like, the statistics are mostly correct, usually. Again, I would always use Kusage. If you do not, like, if you do not know what wiki to use, you should always use Kusage database. Right? Like, you should always use... This is the premier website for this game. Always use this. If you're looking up something, always use this. Faction Mariachi. That's awesome. But, yeah. Where's our pal? He's got 4 to 8 speed. So he's, like, decent. He's pretty decent. That's not bad. Fun fact, 80% of Gergor users wants to peg him. Call me the 20%. What can I say? Legendamine main value was due to the cheap AoE. Now everyone and their mother has AoE. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's my point. That's my point, bro. My boy Travis. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, Fluid Sac is just Legendamine, except it hits more people and also is super OP. And it's cheap, right? So, like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, I love your Uptype 4 tier list video and ID rating. Less than 3. You know what, Nick Fire 6? I thank you so much for your valuable feedback. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate you tuning into the stream too. You're a real one. Preed who? Not the Preed 1 tier list. I can't wait. This is much anticipated, bro. I've had people ask me like, "Hey, you know, if you could change the pre-win tier list, like, what would you do?" I have not thought about the pre-win tier list very much, but I know a lot of people meme on the pre-win tier list, so I want to see like how bad it actually is. I need something like Sunshower on Isong to break the game so much. Okay, I don't know if we need that. That's like an insane amount of power creep. We don't need to go there, all right? We don't need to go that far. But yeah, it would be pretty good, you know. I think the Paralyze will be useful on Railway 2. Maybe. How much Paralyze is it? I don't remember. Because again, I haven't used Legendamine in so long. It's like 4 Paralyze. That's a decent amount. That's a decent amount, actually. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. A good amount of Paralyze. I thought it was like 2 or something, bro. I literally forgot, like, genuinely. What is it at Uptype? Oh, it's 4 on heads hit at Uptype 3. Okay. Okay, you're not... Okay, let's be real, you're not Uptype 4ing this. Like, I don't know why you ever would. It doesn't actually, like, do anything. So, it's like heads hit 4 paralyzed, right? It's like, eh. You know, it's like, eh. I think Sunshower Otis Ego will be good. I remember trying out Sunshower Otis. I don't remember actually, like, finding that much success with it. The passive is, like, mostly what you use it for, because I remember the rest is, like, not good. Like, usually, like, most of it's, like, not stellar. I'm not, like, pogging out of my gourd for this. Bind next turn is pretty decent, but, like, there's better options. Like, Crow's Eye View is just cheaper and gives your entire party haste, which is functionally the same thing. Unless you're thinking about, like, unless you take into consideration, like, other synergies, like Red Eyes Open capitalizes off of giving Bind, which is, like, fine, I guess. But then you can spin it the other way, too, where it's, like, if you give your entire party haste, then stuff like Rabbit, you know, stuff like Rabbit goes hard, goes harder with haste. Rhino Mersault goes harder with haste. My phone just fell onto my desk, so it is what it is. But what else? Like, there's another thing. I mean, Red Eyes Ryoshu, like, if you're outspeeding the target, it also gives you extra damage. So it's like, you know, even if you just give haste. So it's like, just worse. It's like, just worse. I think it's mostly just for the passive, but Otis is not really a great damage dealer. So the passive, like, I don't really care about the poise. It's just like after Clash gain 2 poise. So it's not like stellar, bro. I don't think it'll be that good, you know. Poggies just got employee card at Hard MD, and I'm a W Chad. Today is a good day. Bro, employee card is so good. All of the charge like, dude, you know it's a good run when you get employee card and the wrist guard or whatever. The wrist guard goes so hard. There's another one. It's like the Nocto Vision goggles or something, like the night vision goggles. Those ones I just, like, avoid usually, even if I'm on charge, because, like, it doesn't really do much. Is there... Dude, does this wiki have, like... What... Event? No. Status effect, Dante Battle Pass. Like, I don't think they have ego gifts here. It is what it is, but I think the night vision goggles like suck your charge away a little bit, which is like not optimal. So I don't fuck with those personally. Which is better, Pursuance or Brazen Bull? I run Pursuance usually. They're both good. I usually run Pursuance, but Capote is also good. It's just like Wrath power up and Blunt power. Like, okay, what I usually use is Rhino. What you should be usually using is Rhino, right? Rhino does not benefit off of Wrath power up or Blunt power up, like pretty much at all. So this like kind of goes to waste. The haste is like pretty good, and the roll is extremely high, especially at Uptie 4, Thread Spin 4. The roll is like probably like I think is highest in the game or something. Like 45 is like at least a contender for highest in the game. Off the top of my head, it's the highest, but I don't exactly remember, like specifically. But Capote's main purpose is just rolling super high, because none of the actual stuff is like super valuable. You're just using it to roll super high, and it's cheap. But like Pursuance rolls high enough because like anything above like 30 is like you're approaching like you're pretty much winning like 95% of clashes anyway. Like above 30 you're pretty safe. Like the difference between 32 and 45 is pretty small, except for a select few situations that are like very rare. Like I'm talking like Brazen Bull, like Hard Mirror Dungeon Brazen Bull, like the one skill that he uses every turn, like the infamous big one. I think that one rolls for like 32-ish. So you do need like mid 30s to like low 40s to outclash that consistently. But even then, like you could just play the odds. Like I just play the odds with Mutilate for that. Like if that happens, and it usually works. So like I think Pursuance overall is just pretty much better in like 90% of situations. So I'd say Pursuance. But they're both good. Like don't get me wrong, they're both good. It's personal preference, but I like the utility on Pursuance more. And also it does good damage. It does like fine damage if you need it. So it's okay. Fun fact, Fourth Match Flame does the same amount of damage as Red Eyes Open with the bonus buff. Yeah, true. But the thing is, Red Eyes Open is cheaper. Like I said that in the Uptie 4 like definitive guide or whatever. I think that Red Eyes Open is better because it's cheaper. Fourth Match Flame you can't really spam. That's the difference. Because it's pretty intense on resources. Compared to Red Eyes Open. Like when you're trying to spam egos, you want the resource cost to be as balanced as possible. You don't want it to be like super heavy on one specific resource. So like Fourth Match Flame is pretty heavy on Wrath, and then it's also like it dips into Pride. I think that the Pride meta, like the Pride drought problem, has finally been solved now that W Ryoshu is like in the game and she has a Pride skill too. So it does super help this ego's viability, genuinely. But like, you know, it's like I still think that Red Eyes Open is better, just because it has more synergy with other stuff as well. But I think they're both pretty good. I'd just rather use Red Eyes Open because it's still a little cheaper. I would rather, put it this way, I'd rather spend 2 Lust and 2 Wrath rather than 4 Wrath, right? To accomplish like mostly the same thing, essentially. I'm so greedy with my crates that I was saving them for Railway in case I happen to pull something good. I might have spent some in Shard, R, Heathcliff, Fluid Sack, and maybe Arbor Blossom. That's a good sign, David. Weren't you, I remember, like, a month ago or something, weren't you the one who started, like, in Season 2 or something? Like, you started late, so that's actually pretty big. Rabbit and Fluid Sack especially are big pickups. Ardor Blossom Star is a staple, but it's not like super necessary usually. Ardor is like, as weird as it sounds, Ardor is like kind of niche. Ardor is like kind of niche, even though it's an insane nuke. Like, usually you don't really need it for anything besides the clashing and general content. Like, you know, because again, it's like not the most spammable thing in the world. It is pretty spammable because the resources are like pretty easy to get. Like, Wrath, Lust, Envy are super common resources, but again, it's heavy on Wrath, so it's not something that I really am enjoying spamming, right? So, you know. I feel like Capote will be good in Railway too. We'll see. I mean, Pursuance might be better, to be honest. Like, I think, maybe. I think 45 is the highest. 45 is the average K-Core blunt enemy in floor 5. Second highest, Heathcliff Telepole rolls 54. Does it? Sheesh. Does it? Overclocked, probably, right? Spend all charge to gain 15 power. Yeah, that shit does roll for 54, huh? That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, again, like, I'm not using that shit. Like, nothing is rolling, like, above a 45 anyway, so it, like, doesn't matter. I don't have any Ryoshu egos. Rumia, hey, Ryoshu's base ego goes hard anyway, so it's not a big deal. If you don't have any. I feel like I overrate Ryoshu's base ego personally, but like this ego goes hard. It rolls really well. For a base ego, it rolls extremely well. 28 is like a nutty number for how cheap it is. It wins like 90% of clashes you're really going to come across. And then 2 fragile on a base ego, 2 next turn fragile is kind of crazy. So, you know. Red Eye's Open also acts as an emergency heal. That's true. I just like forgot that it heals, to be honest, because like it's mostly irrelevant. Let's be honest with ourselves. Like the heal is mostly irrelevant. That shit like hardly comes up. It will probably come up more often now, but like I'm not using it to heal. Like I'm not using it to heal usually. Because we have other options for healing. But it is a nice bonus. Like, it's a nice bonus. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's not usually, like, a major factor. It's just a nice bonus. I started right at the beginning of Season 2. Yeah, I remember. I remember, bro. Season 3 will be very good for new players. We have a much better Season 0 and Season 1 pool. Yeah, true. True. Once the new players are able to pick up, like, N-Corp Sinclair and stuff, and Gripper Faust, like, they'll probably be rolling. Probably. Like, the Season 2 stuff has been mostly pretty, like, compared to Season 1, and then, like, Season 0, I guess, like, the base pool, Season 2 stuff has not been, like, extraordinarily broken. So, like, oh, what the hell, man? Why can't... I guess it's broken, the filter. It is what it is. Oh, well. But, does it work for egos, maybe? But, like, yeah, like, most of the stuff, like, in Season 2 has not been, like, super broken. Anything that's, like, locked to Season 2 anyway. Like, I'm struggling to remember anything that's specific to Season 2 that's, like, really good that you'd really be missing out on. I'm just looking, bro. Like, dude, you'd be missing, like, sloshing Ishmael. Like, Molar Ishmael is, like, the only thing I would really be a little bummed about missing out on, I think. Everything else is, like, mostly... Yeah. It's, like, it's literally just Molar Ishmael. It's, like, the only thing that's locked to Season 0, or Season 2, I mean, that, like, I would actually care about missing. Everything else is, like, pretty mid. Yeah, it's like Molar Ishmael, and then like maybe Rose Spanner, and then maybe Sunshower Heathcliff. Oh, and Spice Bush. This guy, I forgot. For some reason I missed him, but like it's like Molar Ishmael and Spice Bush, and then the rest is like whatever. Main attraction of Season 2 is Spice Bush and Sunshower. True, the Sunshower ego kind of goes hard. But again, it's super niche. Again, like, it's pretty niche because it's expensive. It's not necessarily expensive on resources, because the resources are mostly common. It's just expensive on sanity. Uh, it's just super expensive on the sanity cost. 35 is like kind of nuts. So it's like expensive there, more so than the actual resources. Obviously, Fluid Sac, like especially at Upside 4, helps remedy it in a big way, but it's still like, it's still noticeable for sure. I rerolled until I had an account with N Claire and N Faust. Didn't know their power level or availability. I just like the edgy look. Turned out to be pretty good decisions. Yeah, pretty decent decisions, bro. I did not reroll on this game. Usually I do, but I just was too lazy. But my starter account had Pursuance. Like, my starter account, even though I didn't reroll, I had Pursuance, I had Rabbit, and I had W Don. At, like, literally, like, day one. And again, I'm a day one player, so I got those all day one. And I was, like, pretty stoked. Obviously. Could be Farm Watch Sinclair now that we're getting a 3-star Faust and Otis. Maybe. Maybe. Like 2 uses on Sunshower from 45 and you're eating Corrosion? Yeah, true. I mean, I'm not complaining about corroding Sunshower, but hitting my own teammates, that hurts, bro. That hurts. Capote is much better to use for Ishmael since R Corp skill 3 is Wrath, which Capote buffs. Yeah, for sure. Nah, Capote is super good, bro. I went over it in a past stream. I don't remember which stream it was, but it was the last time I played Limbus, I think. Like, the last Limbus stream. Capote, you just uptide us to tier 2 for the passive, because Mind Whip goes hard on it, and Ardor goes hard on it. That's, like, the only usage it really has, right? It's, like, the only thing it really has. When I started, I got R-Corp, Heathcliff, and Ting Tang. Ting Tang, I think, was the last Season 1 ID I got. I think Ting Tang was the very last Season 1 ID I ever got. He just would not come home, so I had to spark him, like, last week of Season 1. Or something like that. Like, I always borrowed him. I always used the friend system to borrow him. Because I just could never get him, like, for Railway and stuff. I also, for some reason, Reindeer was super hard for me to get to. I had to dispense her as well with boxes, but I mean, whatever. I got everything else that I could possibly want, so. I only have Stones and Isong Blade Lineage from day 1 and didn't reroll. Only got my first 3 stars W Mersault and N Mersault on the same 10 rolls. It is what it is. It's funny how Ting Tang remains Honglu's best ID overall. I mean, he hasn't gotten, like, any IDs, so I understand. These are egos. Whoopsies. Whoopsie, please. These, Sinner? Honglu? He's gotten, like, nothing anyway. He got K-Corp Honglu. People like using K-Corp, so, it's fine. Maybe K-Corp will be better once we get a content that really needs a tank. I mean, it's debatable that Hard Mirror Dungeon needs a tank. Like, I use a tank. It makes everything so much more consistent. It's just that K-Corp is not my tank of choice. It's like, it's just that K-Corp is not my tank of choice. It's, there's just a better tank in the game. So, and it's a more consistent tank, too. Like, that's the main difference. Like, K-Corp Honglu is a good tank. Like, he has a higher ceiling, right? Like, he has a higher ceiling as a tank. But, like, I don't really care about the ceiling on a tank because you're only going to need so much from a tank anyway, right? Like, as long as your tank can take hits without dying, it's fine. Obviously, K-Corp can take hits without dying, but so can Rhino, right? Like, it's a binary scale. Like, I don't care how many health bars K-Corp Honglu has, because you're never going to go through all of them anyway, usually. So, Rhino just gets the job done the same way, except he also is just, like, way more consistent. Because Rhino has perma-aggro, he has good speed, he has decent clashing. For a tank, he has, like, fair clashing and fair damage. And his egos are just way better. for both utility on himself and team play. So, you know, it's just like overall he's just so much better as a utility tank. Like I would always just rather bring Rhino than K-Corp Hong Lu. You know, besides the fact that you're missing out on Ting Tang, but that's like, you know, it's a whole other thing, right? Welcome Fibonacci Cats. It's good to have you in the stream, bro. I feel like it's been a while since you've been on a stream. It's so disappointing when you get 2 guaranteed tickets when you have 1 3-star duplicate of him in a row. Yeah, true. True, but hey, whatever, bro. Versalt enjoyers, what can I say? They should make a K-Corp support in the future, like N-Corp. If 5+ members get bonus, it is, like, okay. I don't know, like, it... Because, personally, like, I'm not super into... Like, I like just mixing and matching my units. It would be good for, like, a meme team, though. Like, I recognize that, like, a lot of people do value, like, thematically consistent teams. Like, a lot of people have fun with, like, full Liu team and, like, full N-Corp team. So, full K-Corp team I would not be opposed to, but it just, like, would not impact me at all, pretty much. Plus, R-Corp looks cooler. I mean, debatable. It's true. Debatable. Imagine K-Corp Mersault. I don't even know if K-Corp Mersault would be better than R-Corp Mersault. Even if he did get infinite health bars. Because, again, like, K-Corp Hong Lu has some pretty glaring issues. The first is his speed is just awful. So he can't, like, consistently redirect attacks to himself. Because his speed kind of sucks, right? So, like, he can't redirect attacks to himself, which is, like, kind of a minus for a tank. And his aggro is inconsistent. Like, usually you'll have aggro, but, like, if you ever use his skill 3, you know, if you ever use his skill 3, you'll be dropping aggro, right? And I'd rather have aggro, like, 100% of the time than, like, 80% of the time, right? So, it's, like, it sounds like it's not a big difference, but consistency on a tank is, like, their only job. It's, like, their only job is to be consistently able to redirect attacks, because if there's, like, a single turn that happens where it's, like, you know, my tank rolled bad speed and the enemy decided not to target them for whatever reason, you know, then they're just, like, that's their only job, is to, like, fix those bad turns, right? Where you just, like, oh, well, my speed just didn't line up on my team. Thankfully, I can have this tank to, like, absorb 2 or 3 of the hits and shrug them off so I don't get completely screwed, right? So, that's, like, their only job. So I heavily value the consistency that Mersault has, right? Like, I heavily value the consistency. Where, you know, he just gets, if at 5+ charge, gain 3 aggro on this unit's rightmost slot every single turn is, like, so broken for consistency. And, I mean, like, his speed range is a little better because his min is higher. His max of 1 is a little bit sad, but he can increase his max anyway, so it's not, like, completely unplayable. He is subject to RNG, obviously, because it's max speed and not haste. But it's way better than constantly being locked at 2 to 6, which is just below average, right? It's just permanently below average. So, like, I will always say Mersault's a better tank. Now that I think about it, isn't N-Corp the only seasonal faction that is a complete team and gimmick? Well, yeah, it is. It is. Not much to say there. It is. Although, the other factions are slowly crawling up. But seasonal faction, yeah, they're the only one. The other factions don't have enough members yet outside of W Corp. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Aggro every turn is so good. True. Very true. Personally, I'm hoping for Shi Ryoshu. Shi Ryoshu would go hard, bro. Honestly, I think Shi section Ryoshu would be pretty crazy. That's like her whole thing, bro. You just she just like slices and dices people. That would be nuts. Once Rhino Mersault's charges up, I think he'll usually go first or second consistently. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's crazy. Zwei Gergor has the benefit of just starting at a high speed. Yeah, that's true. But, like, he offers less utility. because again, I'm also considering like egos, dude. Chains of Others and Pursuance especially are like super good. And then again, he just feasts even harder in the meta team because he also synergizes off of charge, right? So like it just goes like so hard, bro. Like there's just so many things going for him compared to Zwei Gregor, which is still good, but again, the aggro on this guy is inconsistent. He only has what? One skill that gives him aggro, right? And guard skill. But like obviously I'd rather, if possible, whenever possible, not use guard skill, right? So it's like, I don't really count guard skill that much, but he only gets aggro on his skill 2, which is a good skill 2, to be fair, but like you're not going to have it every turn, right? So it's like not the greatest thing in the world. He's good and he supports Liger domain, but like that's kind of it. Like he is a solid tank, but there's like just better tanks. So I think what's it called? I think Zwei Gregor is definitely worse than Rhino for sure, right? Boundary of Death, Shi Ryoshu. Bro, that would be crazy. If we got a Yujin Ryoshu with Boundary of Death, that'd be so sick. I mean, like, I don't know how Boundary of Death would work in this game, though. Like, how would Boundary of Death work? I guess it would be like, what would it be? You just like, dude, okay, hear me out. Boundary of Death would set your sanity, on you, set your sanity to 0, and then it would be a 2-coin skill. And then if both coins hit heads, it would do 1,000,000 damage, right? Think about it. Like, that's how it would work, because in Boundary of Death is a 25% chance in LOR. So you would be like, set your sanity to 0, and then it would be a 2-coin skill, and both would have to hit heads in order for it to do, like, the 50 damage or whatever. That would be crazy. Chains of Others pretty much gives a free turn when you find the coin, Ego Gift, and Hard Dungeon. I mean, even if you don't have it, Chains of Others is so good that it basically stun locks the enemy anyway. Like, you don't even need the Rusty Coin in order for it to be that good. Like, it's already good. Like, you don't need it that much. It just, like, makes the enemy completely wheelchair bound. I really wish we get more ego next season since some character lack it. Yeah, true. Coins unaffected by sanity? Yeah, that would work too. That would work too. Zwei Gregor is the jack of all trades. He has some damage, some aggro, and some buffs. He doesn't really stay in one role. Yeah, like that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. He has like fair damage, and he has good tankiness and good speed, but he doesn't have anything that like, he doesn't have a niche that really like pops out. And that's kind of the problem, is he doesn't really have like a solid niche where he can say like, I am the best at the game explicitly at this thing, right? He's not really the best at anything, and that's why he's not meta, because he doesn't really have like an actual solid niche for himself. He's just a decent generalist, and I don't really value generalists super highly, unless they're super like turbo broken. Obviously, like the turbo broken ones, that's an exception. If both kits tails, you commit Sudoku. I mean, like, okay, it's just like in Boundary of Death, bro. It's like, if Boundary of Death doesn't hit the 4, then you just lose, like, the clash and your Yujin just dies, bro. Like, it's the same thing. Set SP to 0 is too harsh. Yeah, true. Man, I get sad every time I look at Rogia's 4-match flame. Where's her negative ID Sinner? Dude, they're like trying to do stuff with her base ID where it's like, yeah, I play with sanity a little bit, at lower than 0 sanity I get skill power, and then it's like, what is her base ego? Doesn't that have a passive that like makes her sanity more swingy? Yeah, like heal and loss efficiency and stuff, like, but like, dude, it's just such a travesty. Like, it's just such a travesty. I think Boundary of Death should be high coin and damage if Ryoshu health is less than 25%, or her damage and coin power go higher based on percentage of lost health. I mean, that would be a lot more viable. That would be a shit ton more viable, because it would be consistent, right? It would make it a lot more viable meta-wise because it would be way more consistent. But it's a lot less fun. It's a lot less fun to see, if your Boundary of Death consistently rolls highly versus like, dude, the only way I get out is I hit a 4. Boundary of Death a meta reroll fight until you hit coins. I mean, like, dude, that's the only problem. Like, if it ends up being meta, which I doubt, because now that W Ryoshu's in the game, I don't think that She section Ryoshu would ever be better than W Ryoshu. It would be really hard to make her better than W Ryoshu, no matter how they slice it. So thankfully, I don't think she would be meta if she got added with Boundary of Death. But, if she was, that would be fucking hellish, bro. Boundary of Death seems awkward with Limbus clashing system because you need to win it multiple times in a clash and another time for damage. True. That would be super weird, actually. Yeah, no, that would be weird. I don't know how they would make it work. I don't know how they would make it work. They would that's their job to figure out, not mine. The true horror of messing with sanity mechanics. Foxcliff. Experiment gone wrong, that guy. Experiment gone wrong. Honest to God, I think Suncliff has a chance in Railway 2 because it's all focus fights, so he can just never clash. I mean, like, he's usable. He would be usable. I'm not, again, I never say that he's not usable. I just say he's just not worth the trouble because there's better options. That's the main problem. Like, he takes a lot of effort in the team building and in the gameplay. He takes a lot of accommodation from both your teammates and the player input itself in order to make work, like, semi-optimally. And even then, the payoff is not that good. That's, like, the main problem. Like, he takes a lot of... He kind of warps your play around him, and then your reward for it is not that much. So it's, like, kind of a no-no. So, whatever. Do you think we can forget about Chef? I don't think so. In battles with 1 or 2 turns, people will choose Chef. It depends on the enemies. Like, if if we're talking about mostly Abnos, it depends on the enemies. Because if it's a 1 or 2 turn fight, I think that W Corp will be better than Chef, usually. Because W Corp has the advantage of, like, you just go, the main brain dead setup for the fight would be, like, turn 1, let's say just you have W, like, we'll just isolate W Ryoshu and W Don, right? Turn 1, you W Don telepole overclock to charge your whole team, obviously. And then you would use, like, either Red Eyes Closed or Forest for the Flames or whatever as the setup tool for the next turn. And then the next turn, you would give W Ryoshu 2 slots. You would go like W Ryoshu Leap to give Slash Fragility into Rip Space. Or not Rip Space, like DDEDR into Don Rip Space after, right? So it would just be like an absurd amount of damage, and that's like a 2-turn setup. So it would be like really good, So it is like whatever. I don't know, like, Chef does more, like, is more consistent, but it depends on if we value the consistency over, like, the volatility and super high damage potential burst that W Corp has, right? And it also kind of depends on, like, if, like, also we're also not even considering that Chef Ryoshu depends on the enemy being on low HP in order to do her best damage, right? So, like, if we're talking about Chef, like, we're talking about her main nuke skill is, like, the only real highlight of this ID. This skill only does damage if the target is, like, 0 HP, right? So it's like, if you're fighting an abnormality, right, and the part is just not, like, if you're fighting an abnormality and their only target is, like, a part that is super hard to break, like, I Can Cook Anything doesn't do that much damage, right? Like, if it's an Abno and their only part, let's say their main part is, like, body, right? And it's like a 1200 HP Abno. It's like a 1200 HP Abno, and it's just, their only part is, like, body. And the body has, like, 10, like, has, like, 1200 health. Like, I Can Cook Anything is just not going to get good damage on there, because it's just, the body part is never going to be low HP. Right? So, like, it's also kind of a consideration on the enemy you're fighting, too. Because it heavily depends on how easy it is to burst the body part down. So, there's just too much going against her, I think. It's not like she's not meta, because the one advantage she does have is the healing. But in damage-wise, like, in combat, actually, I think she's just worse in, like, pretty much every way. Pretty much. The only niche she really has is, like, the healing. I was so sad when Limbus released that block became practically useless. In LOR, block decreased SP, so it would be cool to see something like that in Limbus. Increased stagger threshold or decreased sanity. Yeah, nah, I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like, it also, like, the main problem is that in Limbus you can't block and attack on the same skill. That's what made it, that's what really killed it, right? Because you don't have, like, skills that can block and attack, right? On this at the same time. So if you had to choose between either blocking or doing damage, you'd pretty much always rather do damage, right? Like, like, you'd pretty much always rather do damage than block. Except for, like, very specific situations. So, you know, it's just a consequence of simplifying the game. That block kind of fell off. Streamers doing whatever he can to avoid playing Ruina, afraid of upcoming hardcore fights that will finally expose his fake and weak gamer skills. I mean, dude, like, coming out of Star of the City, it was not that bad, bro. Dude, I saw, like, I was checking in on, like, a Discord server, non-specific Discord server. The first thing that I saw, it was like 2 days ago or something. The first thing that I saw when I was just, like, peeping in on the conversation, there was a dude who was, like, hard stuck on Zhao, bro. I don't even know, like, how do you get hard stuck on Zhao? That's crazy. I literally could not imagine, bro. I did not find that. I literally, obviously, like, first timed it. But, like, I did not think that fight was that hard, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how people get, like, hard stuck in that game. Like, genuinely. I don't know how people actually get hard stuck in that game at all. Like, you'd think that after the first couple times, they would, like, maybe think, you know, maybe it's time to do a little reading. Like, you know, maybe it's time to do a little bit of reading, perhaps. Like, you would think, after getting stuck on it for, like, more than an hour, you'd think, like, okay, maybe it's time to reassess my approach. But I guess not. I mean, the problem is that you could rather have a chance at winning rather than losing. If you had to lose, you'd rather evade. Yeah, I guess. We might be using 7 Sinners for Railway, since that's been the theme so far. I would believe that we would have 7, mostly, right? Like, I would imagine that we have 7 for most fights. I feel like that's going to be the standard. So, assuming that we have 7 for every fight, I'm assuming that I'm probably going to be bringing 5 people. Like, usually I only bring 5 or 6 people. I would probably bring 5 people, give 2 slots to Ryoshu, and give 2 slots to Dawn. Or 2 slots to Ryoshu and 2 slots to Ninclair, depending on the stage. Is my guess on what I would do. I mean, it depends again, because it's not out yet, but we'll see. If you can't read, you'll be stuck in Zhao. A lot of streamers got stuck on her reverse scale. Hey, not this guy. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe they just don't have good deck building knowledge. No, that's fair, actually. No, that's fair. I mean, if you're not good at deck building, I could see you actually getting stuck, to be honest. So, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Like, if you're reading, but you just don't really know deck building fundamentals, like, in a broad sense, like, outside of that game specifically, too. Like, mana curve and whatever, like, you know, mana curve, tempo, action economy, like, all that stuff. If you don't really, like, have a fundamental understanding of all of that, it would probably be hard, right? Uh, even Heathcliff is reading. What's to stop you from doing so? True. Actually true, bro. Why bother learning the game when you can instead throw a tantrum on Reddit after quitting your MD2H run due to MFE or bull? That happens so often, bro. That's the reason I stopped, like, interacting with the general player base. Because, like, every time I would look, it's like, no, dude, literally, like, dude, okay, I don't want to call out anyone in specific by name. Like, that's kind of rude, so I'm not going to do that. But, like, there are specific people in specific social media mediums, uh, you know, that, like, literally, they're just, like, bad at the game, and they also just only complain, bro. And it's so annoying because every time I look in, like, a specific in that, like, specific place, it's always just them complaining about, like, well, I'm sick of resetting my hard mirror dungeon because I don't get ego generation gift. Like, it's like every week, bro, this guy is complaining about, like, dude, this is so bullshit, bro. When are they going to make it, like, when are they going to make it easier to reroll for ego generation gifts so that I can actually clear the dungeon? I'm like, dude, there's just, like, no way this is a real take, bro. And this is, like, we're, like, a month out of this guy, like, just constantly complaining, bro. And I can't. It's so annoying. Like, they literally don't even try. Like, they don't even try, bro, to, like, play the game remotely, like, sentiently. They just literally let RNG take the wheel and go, like, hey, it's out of my hands. I'm playing optimally. It's just, like, it is what it is. Like, I don't know. Bull was actually so easy in MD2H for me. I don't understand how people get filtered so hard by it. People get filtered by it because it's very punishing. Like, it's not actually hard. It's a short fight. Like, Bull is, like, probably top 3 fights I want to see because it's short, right? Like, like, again, I said it last stream too, like, Centipede is annoying. Like, Centipede is, like, pretty much mostly agreed upon, like, as the easiest boss. But, like, Centipede just takes forever, man. Like, I don't like fighting Centipede because it just takes forever, bro. It's just boring. Bull is fast, but it's just super punishing. Like, and sometimes it's just not even your fault. And that's why people hate it. Like, I'm not, like, super into Bull, but I don't really hate seeing it. It's just kind of annoying because sometimes it's just like, okay, well, statistically, I just need Ting Tang to win this clash with Mutilate. And then he just, like, 45 sanity, 1 in 20 hit tails on Mutilate, and it's just like, it just is a reset, It's just like, whatever. It's just like, oh well. And Bull is, like, super punishing in the sense that it's like, it's not really my fault that it's not really my fault that I ended up losing that clash, but it's just like I have to reset for RNG, and it's just, like, kind of annoying. But it's not actually, like, hard. It's not actually, like, hard. It's just kind of annoying. And that's why people don't like it, I think. So it is what it is, I like when a guy asks for tips on MD2H and people unironically just give the advice of quit, you only lose 3 battle pass XP. Dude, I hate when people do that too. Like, okay, it's your choice. It's your choice if you want to quit on before last boss. It's your choice. But telling people as advice to just quit is, like, bad advice, bro. Like, I hate when people do that. Because, like, if they're genuinely trying to clear it and they're trying to give it, like, an earnest chance, right? And they're like, okay, or they're trying to, like, improve. It's like, I'm trying to improve at the game because there's, like, this boss that I don't know how to clear and I want advice on how to clear it. And then they're just like, well, it's just, like, it's, like, results-oriented thinking, bro. Like, they don't actually care about improving at the game. They just care about getting what you get at the end, bro. They just care about the battle pass rewards, right? It's, like, I play the game for the experience more than the battle pass rewards, right? So it's, like, a misalignment of priorities. Like, I don't know. To me, personally, because, again, the way that I play the game, I value the experience of fighting a hard boss. But, so to me personally, because I value fighting a hard boss, I think that advice is troll. But, like, you know, if you only value the Battle Pass XP, then it's fine. But, like, to me, when I see someone asking for help on, like, how to clear a boss or something, I'm imagining that they want to actually learn how to do it instead of just, like, oh, well, you only lose 3 Battle Pass XP if you quit. It's like, but that's not the question they asked. Like, they asked for help on how to do it, right? Like, they asked for help on how to do it, so you're just telling them to not do it as the advice. Like, it's just backwards to me, right? It doesn't really make sense. I got MFE this week, and I found it so much easier than Bull. MFE is easy, but it's just long. It's kind of like Centipede, too. But again, like, MFE is, like, only hard because people don't really understand the fight. Like, the only reason I find it super easy compared to most people is just because I fought the fight, like, dozens of times. So, it is kind of whatever. My advice for Bull is either ego spam or a couple blunt resist tanks. Yeah, like, Mersault is kind of the MVP. So, you know, Mersault's kind of the MVP. On that one. Rhino is like, I mean, I bring him like all the time, but you know, yeah, he you know, it's like it's fine. People for some reason I still see people underutilizing Ting Tang in Mirror Dungeon. If you're struggling, Ting Tang is such an insane pick. Just keep Mutilate in the back pocket for any hard clash. And he will just take care of that shit for you, bro. Because Mutilate is, like, a disgusting clash skill. You don't need me to tell you, obviously. Anyways, let's, like, look at this Pre-Dwen tier list, guys. I know you guys love the Pre-Dwen tier list. We'll start by asking, like, what do you guys think about the Pre-Dwen tier list? I have not used the Pre-Dwen tier list. I don't usually use tier lists because I am a free thinker. I'm educated enough about the game myself that I can form my own opinions confidently. But like a lot of people don't like the Pre-Dwen tier list. I have not really looked at it. So, you know, but like I don't really use tier lists. I don't really use tier lists personally because I just make my own opinions. So, I don't know. But apparently it's a pretty big meme. People don't understand that Ting Tang doesn't do a lot of damage because he's slow, not because he sucks at it. I mean, he's not really that slow. It's just like he does fair damage. He does like good damage. He's not like a nuker or anything. He's just like a fair DPS. And he does scale faster in a fight. Like again, it's kind of like I Can Cook Anything. Like, the lower health the enemy is, the higher damage he gets, because especially on Shank, Shank goes insanely good. But, you know, Shank goes extremely good. But the rest of his kit is kind of lackluster, like, pretty niche. Mutilate is a pretty niche skill, usually used for clashing. Sometimes you can get good resets off of it, but that's, like, not the main focus. And then skill 1 is what it is. Not gonna lie, no bottom tier E-Song is insane. I mean, I'll take a look. We're doing some investigation, bro. Pre-Dwen in general is a pretty big meme, TBH. Yeah, true. I haven't looked at this tier list. Yours is already fine and very informative. I'm very flattered. Thank you. I see tier lists, disagree with them. Never saw other than your tier list. Hey, thank you. I'm flattered. How is base Rogia bottom? She literally has the best support passive in the game. I'm assuming they're not counting her support passive. Like, I'm assuming they're not counting her support passive, okay? Like, it's important to recognize the methodology. Like, the one thing I hate about tier lists, I do not like tier lists, for the record. It sounds weird because I've made multiple tier lists, but I do not like tier lists. Because tier lists, the way that it works always is that people will look at tier lists. This always happens, by the way, for every tier list. But for, like, in every tier list, people will always just take the screenshot of the tier list with no context and go like, okay, this is gospel, without knowing the methodology of why they're rated in a certain way, right? Like if there's a video, like if there's a video of a tier list, people will always, like the majority of people will always just skip to the end so they can see the end result of the tier list without like a complete understanding of like why certain things are where they are, you know. What if like, you know, what if this character is like super volatile, like, you know, in certain situations they're like turbo broken best in slot, but in other situations they're like dog piss useless, right? And then the person will put them in the middle of the tier list because they're like, okay, well, in certain extremes they're turbo broken game breaking, but in other situations they're literally useless. So I'll just put them in the middle, right? And if you skip to the end of the tier list, you'll not understand like why they're in the middle, and they'll just be like, oh, they must be a good generalist. And it's just like, bro, you missed the entire point, right? So this always happens, like literally always. So like I don't really I don't really like tier lists because they always get misconstrued completely. So, you know, I'm not a huge fan, but it's the easiest way to like simply display information, right? Like it's the easiest way to display information in a manner that most people will understand. That's why they're so popular, right? Because people just like people just like seeing information simply, right? They just like seeing a image, like they always like they'd rather just see an image and go like, okay, you know, at a glance, okay, this is good, this is good, this is good. You know, these are top tier units in the game, blah 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 blah, right? And it's always easier, but and it's less time consuming. But like you don't really get the full picture, right? But it's just like how the average person is, right? Like some people don't have the time to watch my 4-hour long tier list of every single ID in the game. Like, you know, whatever. I understand, bro. But like, I'd rather you did. But 4 hours is a long fucking time. That's why I timestamp the shit out of it, obviously. But, you know. But I don't really like tier lists. So it's always important to start with the methodology. So their methodology, apparently. The IDs are decently balanced. You can make a lot of them work. Sure. Ratings take into account potential team synergies or ego. Okay, so ratings take into account potential team synergies. Ratings are based on uptype 4. Okay, identities are placed in alphabetical order within a tier. Sure. So, like, okay, so they're not saying, like, Zviroji is, like, literally the worst. It's just she's on the bottom because she has a Z. Noted. Noted. Okay, so they're based on synergy and ego synergy. And they're rated, up type 4. Noted. Okay, so that's it. Cool. Don't worry, Soups, I watched your 4-hour true tier list all the way through. Tier list. Oh, okay, I like it. I like that. I like that. Alright, so we'll just go, there's a shit ton of IDs, bro, so we're gonna have to, okay. So, they rate Don D tier. I'd probably agree, to be honest, like, I mean, like, like, don't at me with Don, bro. Don't at me with Don. Base centers don't get much of improvement from up type 4. Many of them, like Don, lag and now even further behind their 2 and 3 stars. Base Don is trying to be Sonk Don but fails at it completely. Pretty much agree. I pretty much agree. Kinda good clash power. Hard to enable skill 3 without any help. I mean, like, dude. Yeah, pretty much, bro. Like, you know, I agree with that, bro. I agree with Faust D tier, bro. This character sucks. Her only usage is her support passive, pretty much, and her support passive is not very good. So, you know. Base Faust's values are low. Her effects don't justify bringing her. Could not agree more, like, literally. Pairs well with base ego. Yeah, I mean, that's a meme, though, because base ego sucks. Sadly. Sadly. Base Mersault, D tier. I probably agree. He could be C tier, but I mean, it's like semantics, bro. Like, who cares? He's not that good. Even offense changes in uptype 4 can't help him. He can soak up some hits, but with that out of the way, he offers nothing. His support passive might see use in solo runs. True, that's basically it. He's also just a support passive hauler, pretty much. You would never bring him in battle. So, you know, it's okay. Me using Yi-Song, me using Yi-Song for entire Kanto 4 dungeon and seeing how shit it is and how he's rated tier D. It is what it is, bro. Song Dawn is the most gimmicky kit ever, and yet she fuels it by herself. So why doesn't base Dawn? Dude, who cares about base Dawn anyway, bro? Like, I'm not clamoring for base Dawn, bro. It is... Hey, even if we account for a busted support passive, LCB Rogia does not offer anything else. Support is the only thing carrying her, but it's not justified to use it on the field over any other Rogia ID, or just simply using her as a bench member for the passive. Top tier support passive, cons everything else. Hard agree. Like, if they're rating her based on fielding her, support is the only thing, you know, carrying her, but it's not enough to justify fielding her. Then, yeah, she's D tier for sure, bro. She fucking sucks. Like, she fucking sucks. And it looks like they're putting Mariachi and Chef Gergor on here as well in the bottom tier. Because, you know, their support passives are nichely good. But, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about fielding them, yeah, they're terrible. They are terrible. Sloshing Ishmael. Pro's nothing, hey. That's a little disingenuous, honestly. Very, very bad tank at uptide 3. Needs uptide 4 to work, but even at uptide 4, yeah, blah, blah, blah. She's meant to take damage with stats, but unfortunately, every other tank is better. Threat and charge requirements real and uptide 4, and using it to try and make Sloshing Ishmael work seems like a waste. If you need a tank that's better. Yeah, pretty much agree. Pro's nothing? That's not true. There is one pro. She actually is tanky. She does her job. She actually is tanky, so, you know, there's that. She has aggro, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, she has aggro on every skill, and her guard skill, so she actually can tank. She's a bad tank, but she actually does have, like, some usage. I mean, like, Tremor ID that sabotages Tremor, yeah, true. Her skill 3, like, nukes your Tremor stack, so it fucking sucks. I don't know why you'd ever use it. And then every other Ishmael AD is just straight up better, including base. So, I mean, you know. Pros, she has one pro. Debatable. But, yeah, I mean, this ID sucks. You don't need me to tell you, bro. Evade tank, sinking, poise ID, like, enough said, bro. As a tank ID, Sinclair lacks aggro. He does lack aggro, doesn't he? Okay, yeah, this character sucks. Only a skill 3 can clash, and other than that, Mariachi doesn't offer much. Like LCB Rogia, he's much better used as support passive. Yep, indeed. I agree. His clashing is terrible, except for his skill 3, pretty much. Just terrible. Can take a beating. Interesting how they note that Mariachi can be an okay tank, but Sloshing is not an okay tank. I think they're about the same in terms of tank viability. As in, like, unviable. They're both equally as viable as each other. But, I mean, that's, like, semantics. They're both D tier, bro, for sure. Like, they're both awful. Even at uptype 4, Chef Gergor does not offer much. His power scales with enemies being slower than him. Yeah, true. He underperforms compared to other bleed IDs. He has so many effects, but those barely matter. Not worth uptype 4, obviously. Passive's only better than base Gregors if you're using Ryoshu. Collection purposes, pretty much. I mean, his support passive is fine. It's literally, his support passive is carbon copy of base Gregor's support passive, except that it is Lust instead of Gloom. So on certain team comps, it's actually better than base Gregor support passive. I'd consider Chef Gergor and base Gregor like pretty much equal. Where is base Gregor, bro? Where did they put him? They put him in B tier? Nah, okay. We gotta talk, bro. If base Gregor is B tier, there's no way. But like, you know, like, he actually does have a niche because his support passive is good. But yeah, I mean, if it were going by the same logic as Rogia and Sinclair, yeah, never field this guy. He is terrible. Neat debuffs healing with support passive. I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, crippled rolls, Hey. And then Zvi Rogia. This is probably my least favorite ID in the entire game. Like, I have a personal vendetta against Zvi Rogia. Even at uptype 4, Zvi Rogia is not worth using. True. No team utility. No debuffs besides fragility on crit, which will happen once in a while, if at all. It's like a 1 in 20 chance or something to hit that fragility crit. It's terrible. No team buffs. No other 2-stars in our passes are not even that good. Save your thread. True. Pre-Opti 4 art is good for main screen candy only. Interesting how they note that specifically. I don't know if that's really a factor that I would be considering personally, but hey. Chef Gergor is why I was so happy when we didn't have the event IDs. Yeah, dude, so true. Pros, tanky. See, like, why is she tanky, but then Ishmael isn't tanky? She doesn't even have, like, consistent aggro, right? She kind of does. I mean, skill 1 and skill 2 have aggro on them, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say nothing on pros, but she really does not have much going for her. Blade Lineage Otis in C tier? I would put this bitch in D tier, to be honest, bro. She is so bad. Uptide 4 did not help. She still struggles with maintaining poise, and also having requirements of HP a certain percentage for skills and passives makes her not a desired pick. Can clash nicely. Pros. Cons, nearly impossible to use effects, poise, and passives. Can she clash nicely? This is like 14. 16 if you hit this, which is like not that good. 5 plus 4 by 3. This is like not good. Bro, this ID is so bad. What do you mean can clash nicely, bro? This ID sucks. This ID's so bad. Like, her poise gain is so crippled, too. Like, what the fuck? Her numbers are decent for a 2-star? Bro, that is an insult to 2-stars, literally. Her numbers are not even that good. Her skill 3 is a 16, which is, like, average if you can hit the two final power. It's average. Below that, it's below average. This is what, like 13? If you hit the clash win, or this doesn't even clash higher, bro. This is 13. That's lower than average. This sucks. This sucks. 13 is just terrible. For a skill 2, like, nah, bro, miss me with that. And then draw of the sword is like, can roll for 13 at 5 plus poise, but like, dude, how are you even gaining poise with this ID? She doesn't even gain poise. Good luck, bro. Literally, good luck. I don't know. Dude, I disagree, bro. This ID sucks ass, bro. Put this shit in D tier. Literally, this is terrible. This ID is like bottom 5 IDs in the game. Genuinely. Like, this ID is completely awful, bro. Let's go Ishmael. Can clash, can fuel snag harpoon, but that's all she has to offer. Her passives are horrible. Won't see much use outside of using them for she IDs. What is her passive anyway? Less than 50, it gains 1 clash power to clash. I've never used this once, to be honest. Maybe it's actually decent, but I've personally never used it once. You're supposed to use her with Blade Lineage Song. That's like a cope on every poise ID. Like, every poise ID you need to use with Blade Lineage Song. That's not a... Like, that's not good. That's a bad thing, bro. You're just getting carried by Blade Lineage Song. That's a good thing on him. That's not a good thing on Otis, bro. Like, Blade Lineage Song can make any poise ID quote unquote work. But like, that's not a good thing, bro. Put her in D tier. Please, that's terrible. I'd probably put base Ishmael in D tier too. Why the hell would you ever use her, bro? I don't think you would ever use her either. She doesn't even have support passive going for her. I guess Shield Bash clashing for 20. I mean, that's something. Like, her clashing is not completely crippled. It's better than Blade Lineage Otis, at least. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. Like, like, it's better than Blade Lineage Otis. Below average values, low simpling application. Usable in early chapters, but struggles in chapter 3 onwards. Very good support passive. Bro, put him in D tier. Why is this guy not in D tier? This guy, he clashed over 12! 12, bro! 12, are you kidding? And then this clashes for how much? 6 plus 2 by 3? 12! 12 jump scare! What do you mean good clashes, bro? Are they just talking about because of the syncing? That's not even true, bro. Hey, what the fuck do you mean? Dude, this guy is awful, bro. Terrible gets out. He's just terrible everywhere, bro. Please put this guy in D tier. Please put these guys in D tier. They do not deserve to be in C tier. I don't understand. Like, I'd rather use Don Quixote than Isong, bro. I'd rather use base Mersault than base Isong, to be honest. Like, it's terrible. You should consider offense power. Yeah, but his offense level's 35. I am considering it. But his offense level's 35. Blade Lineage Otis is 36. Ishmael is 34. Like, these are not noteworthy. It's literally average. I know the offense power. Like, I know offense level, like, by heart. So, I don't need to look at it. But... like, I am considering it. It's just like, bro, it's literally exactly average, and his clash numbers are crippled. Like, it's terrible. LCCB Rogia? What the fuck is she even doing? What does this ID even do? I mean... offense 40, whatever. If the next skill in dashboard is blunt damage, the skill's coin power is +2, like... coin power +2, so this is 3 by 2. So that's like 12. You're telling me this clash over 12 in the best case scenario? That's like terrible, bro. 13, maybe 14. Oh, God, dude. And this is 11. If took no damage from attacks this turn, coin power +3. So this is like 17. Okay, wait, that actually kind of clashes neat. That's pretty good. Low values, even at up tie 4 and to function, can be put. What do you mean low values, bro? Her values are actually good. Her values are actually fine, bro. What do you mean, bro? Why is Isong good clashes? And why is Isong good clashes, and then you say low values for her? She has an insane offense level, and her skill 3 actually clashes, like, semi-respectively. Like, I don't know, bro. Need to be put in a blunt team? True. RNG of speed and skill? True. This is all true. What is more, she's focused on making enemy guards and evades weaker. Also true. Nah, all of her effects are terrible. Like, literally. All of her effects are bad. Her passives are situational. I don't even know what her passives do. They're just terrible. Low damage, average speed. I agree on that. Debuffs that make enemies easier to manage. I mean, I guess, but like, paralysis this turn when her speed is so crippled. I mean, her speed is not crippled, but it's not, like, consistently going to roll higher than anyone else. So, like, I don't know. Defense power down is also not good. Like, defense power down is also not good. So, Zwei Sinclair. Uptie 4 needed. He's a tank that focuses on Tremor. Can help other team members survive better. Can take a beating when needed thanks to aggro, but that's it. His low speed prevents him from utilizing blunt fragility. Good support passive, nice utility. What is his support passive? Ally with lowest HP takes negative 10% damage. I don't think I'd ever use this. Personally. Ever. Utility hard to use. Nice utility. Utility hard to use. Well, if it's hard to use, then it's not nice. Now, is it? This ID sucks, bro. Tremor-based won't be winning clashes. I mean, I agree there. Although his skill 3 actually does roll decently. His skill 3 rolls decently, bro. Like, I could see it. I could see it. Like, okay, these two could be C tier, bro. The rest, please get these down in D tier, bro, for sure. Like, honestly. I just forgot how bad some of the bad IDs are, like, actually. Because I don't use them. What is this? Zwei Faust? I want to see what they have to say about Zwei Faust. Zwei Faust shines in his Vi team where she can offer additional buffs. On her own, she's not on the level of other Faust IDs. Can work as a Souls Vi ID in a team, but don't expect much. Great defensive buff for a single ally, can clash decently. Really shines his Vi team. No shield and self-heal is too small to sustain her. You're forgetting one major contributing factor. The fact that she fuels Fluid Sac. Like, okay, dude, like, no shield and self-heal is small. You're considering she has the best. You're forgetting she has the best healing in the entire game, just from virtue of being a Faust ID. So, like, and she fuels it directly. So, I mean, you know, that's got to be worth something. Clash decently. I could see that. She can clash decently. I'll give you that. Great debuff, defensive buff for a single ally. 1 haste and 2 defense level up. If it's Vi fixer, yeah, okay, sure. I mean, I agree. I'd probably put her B tier, to be honest. To be honest, like, you know, it's fine. W Core Mersault. Why is this guy B tier, bro? Do I overrate W Core Mersault? I feel like he's got to be A tier. People, they rated Grosshammer above W Corp? No shots, bro. Okay, we're about to have some issues. We're about to have some issues, bro. I am a W Corp Mersault enjoyer, bro. I feel like this ID is so good at Uptie 4. I feel like he's so slept on. I have no idea, like, if it's just me, but I feel like this ID is so slept on. He's, like, genuinely usable. I don't know why he's in B tier with, like, fucking Base Gergor, bro. Like, why is he B tier with Base Gergor and Molar Sinclair? Like, why? This is criminal, bro. Uptie 4 fixed most of his issues, but then changes to offense nerfed him to compensate. What's his offense level? 35. I feel like that's fine. While he can now generate charge, his main appeal, 8 defense level down, at best, is only 20% damage increase, which is the same as 2 Fragile. 2 Fragile is pretty good! 2 Fragile is pretty good! I'm not jumping out of my chair for, like, you know, at best 2 Fragile, but it's only 8 charge. So it's not even that bad. He's speedy, he's bulky somewhat, but he can't tank. He's not even a tank. Like, he's not a tank, clearly. You're not really supposed to... He can take hits, but he's not like a tank. He's like a bruiser. Like a utility bruiser, you know? Struggle with clashes to without charge to provide him coin power. I agree with that. Uptie 4 required much more usage of him, but seeing his value might be tough. Even when you start, it's just better to use base IDs. That's so not true, bro. I would probably rather use W Mersault than base Mersault, bro. Base Mersault is terrible. Like, literally. Base Mersault is terrible, bro. I feel like, dude, I thought they took team synergy into account, bro. Potential team synergies or ego, bro. Nah, bro. I'm the real one who takes into account team synergy. Team Synergy, that is me, bro. I am Mr. Team Synergy. Because the only thing I rate on is Team Synergy, pretty much. Like, I do not take into account IDs in a vacuum for the most part. That's why everyone's like, man, why are you rating these IDs so poorly? It's because they have no synergy, bro. Like, I don't care about solos or anything. People always think I hate Sunshower Heathcliff because he has no team synergy, bro. Like, that's the problem. And I don't care about solos. Like, I'm the real one. He synergizes so well with the meta team, bro. Like, the charge gain is, like, kind of crippled, I suppose. But, like, if you use him on the meta team, he complements the charge team, like, pretty nicely, honestly. If you don't need a tank in Rhino, he's genuinely the next best option for Mersault, like, easily. So, And he's decent. He's literally decent. Because 20% damage is like, oh, well, at best, it's only 20% damage, which is too fragile. Bro, too fragile's good. Too fragile. We're like sucking off Don's leap because it inflicts too fragile, bro. I don't understand. I think he's pretty good. High speed, decent clash, potential for good damage amp. Defense down is not as good as it was. That's not like a con on him, though. Like, I would not say that's a con on him. That's a con on defense down. It's just unfortunate. Requires more charge than he can generate. You can get other people to generate charge for him. That's the thing. You can have other people help him generate charge. Like, in a vacuum, his charge gain is not good. But, like, you can help... people can help him generate charge. That's the problem. Like, that's the difference. Like, you don't really need to care about charge because charge can be generated by other people. If it was like Tremor, right? Like, if it was like a self-Tremor ID, right? Then we'd have problems. Because the only way to get self-Tremor right now is by generating it yourself. So then it would be a problem. Because there's like no cross-synergy between IDs and egos for self-Tremor. But Charge is a different story, because you can have synergy with Charge. I don't know why they rated him B, bro. What's their problem? B, like, there's no way they're putting him next to Hong Lu, bro. Charge support, that's really all. While his tank stats, he does not have aggro nor defensive capabilities. True. Charge barrier is nice. It's mainly for charge game for the team, not for defense. Also true. Mainly, he generates so much charge, but there's no use of it, really, and you might find yourself having 20 charge at him, usually. That's why Dim Shredder is kind of a must to put the charge to use. That's exactly what I said, but I don't really care that much. I don't think of it as a con, because Dim Shredder is a pretty good payoff, so it's fine. His damage is barely existing, clashes to be desired, requires upside 4, only using charge teams if you know other option or want to use him efficiently. I agree with that. He's probably B tier. I agree. Heathcliff, B tier? I don't know, I feel like this ID is kind of sleeper. Like, he has an AoE skill 3, bro. I feel like he's just overshadowed. Like, I feel like people don't properly test him. That's, like, the only thing that's keeping him back, is that people don't use him because Rabbit's so broken. But, like, in a vacuum, I feel like he's good. Like, I feel like he's better than B tier, bro. Requires upside 4 to function. True. But, like, we're rating them on upside 4. Like, you can... Dude, you can say this on every ID, bro. They're based on upside 4 IDs. We're rating them on upside 4. So you don't have to say he requires upside 4 to function. Like, we're rating them on upside 4. I don't see why we have to specify this. If we're assuming every ID is at upside 4, then why do we have to point this out? Otherwise, his performance is lackluster. Okay, but I don't care about his performance otherwise, because we're rating him at upside 4. Can work before it being 50%, but in those cases other IDs would provide more. That is true. Can pull off some good numbers on skill 3. That is true. Has damage potential when at 50%, requires setup. I mean, that goes for every She ID, to be fair. So, whatever. I don't know. I think Heathcliff... Like, I would put Heathcliff above fucking Rosespan or Mersal, bro. Like, come on, bro. I'd put him A tier. Like, to be honest, I'd say he's actually... Like, dude, why is Rosespan or Gergor A tier? No way! No way, bro. Rosespan or Gergor? We're gonna have some fucking problems. Rosespan or Mersalt, I feel like, is like a C tier character. Tremor-centric, gets stronger the more Tremor on the target. Unfortunately, Tremor is the weakest status. There's no incentive to build around it. Some enemies do not have stagger bars. Yeah, no shit. Does not offer anything outside of supporting Tremor, and Tremor is the weakest status in the game. So why is he B tier? Like, okay. Does not offer much outside of supporting Tremor. Tremor is the weakest status in the game, and there's no incentive to build around it. Why is he B tier? Why is he B tier? Put this guy in, like, C tier at best. There's no fucking way, dude. This ID sucks. This ID sucks, bro. I disagree. Why is he B tier? He does not belong here. 23 Clash Power on skill 2 and +5 offense level. What are you talking? Oh, W Ryoshu. Right. I was like, dude, no way. He clashes decently. I don't know why they didn't list that. Does he? This is 13. This is okay. Like 5+ tremor count. This clashes for 12. Like, wow, 12. Holy shit. If his target is like 7+ tremor count, you're never getting this tremor count. You're never getting tremor count. Okay, so this clashes for 13, which is below average. This is average. 10 is average. 4 plus 2x4. This is 12. This is below average. Bro, his clashes are like crippled, bro. What is your definition of decently, bro? This clashes for 12. Unless it's a typo, bro. Unless it's a typo. It could be a typo. I would not put it past him. This is egos. Is it seriously tremor count? It's seriously tremor count. This is awful. This is terrible. 13 is below average for a 3-star, not 2 stars? That's not even, like, true, bro. There's 2 stars that can clash way better than this fucker. Let's do, like, fucking this guy, bro. He clashes for 14. That's, like, okay. What is Mittelhammer? She clashes for 16. That's, like, good. That's, like, pretty decent, bro. That's passable. What does this guy clash for? 15! What the fuck do you mean, bro? It's still below average. It's still below average. And then his skill 3 clash for 12, bro. That's not decent. This is crippled. This is crippled. There's no way, bro. This shit is not average. This is not decent, bro. This is terrible. There's no way. You gotta be capping. Pull up Slosh Ishmael. She clashes for 13, bro. You're telling me sloshing Ishmael clashes decently? There's no way, bro. I mean, her skill 3 is like a highlight. 22 is actually a respectable number. Because anything above 20 on a skill 3 is like, I'm down for anything above 20. Like, that's fine. You're telling me, dude, this guy's fucking skill 3 clashes for less than his skill 1? Like, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. There's no way he's B tier, bro. Put him in C tier. Personally, I would put him in, like, he is gunning for D tier, in my opinion, bro. I hate this idiot. N-Corp Don got a bit better. And the ability to field 7 Sinners. Kind of true. However, issue of her being forced to N-Corp only remains where she works really well. True. And with more spot slotting 1 to 2 tremor IDs for the battles feasible, allowing for full use, she still suffers from average values. Dude, 1 to 2 tremor IDs? You and what tremor IDs? It's like just Rose Spanner, Rogia, and like LCCB Ishmael. Like, what do you mean, bro? You're just crippling your team even more, I feel like, if you do that. Pros, tremor support. That's not a pro. Good debuffs. I don't remember what her debuffs are. Somewhat decent clasher. Okay, I'll give you that. We'll have no debuffs in tremor-centric team. Won't have tremor in N-Corp team. Mediocre damage. You know. I kind of agree. I think she, like, Mittelhammer Dawn just kind of has, like a bunch of things going on that don't really synergize with each other. Like, they did actually touch on it. Like, she won't have, like, her nails is not valuable in a tremor team. Her tremor is not valuable in an N-Corp team. And then beyond that, her damage is mediocre. So, like, yeah, I agree with most of this, to be honest. Like, a lot of her stuff is just kind of backwards, bro. If you run her in an N-Corp team, which is, like, her ideal scenario, you'd want to run her in N-Corp, obviously. She can't use, like, half of her kit. And then if you run her in a Tremor team, she can't use the other half of her kit. So it's like just strange. She just has she just spread too thin and doesn't like do anything. Heathcliff is pretty good, to be honest. In N-Corp only, though. Good damage dealer in N-Corp. Decent clash, but that's all he has to offer. His bleed and nails application is lackluster. Yeah, I agree. Decent support passive that offers synergy with N-Faust. Decent damage output. Coins need to roll heads. This goes for every ID, bro. I don't think this is a real con. Like, okay, dude. Coins need to roll heads. Wait until you hear about Ting Tang, bro. Wait until you hear about every ID, bro. Coins need to roll heads, head ass. Like, yeah, I'd put him in B tier. He requires way too much investment. Like, the only way he's really good is, like, if you have 4 N-Corp units. And that's, like, way too much of an investment. Like, that's way too much, dude. Your entire team, basically, is, like, N-Corp at that point. So it's, like, a huge investment. I'd probably put him in B tier. He's, like, decent, but there's the opportunity cost of not being able to use Rabbit. There's the opportunity cost of, like, having to use a bunch of N-Corp on your team in order for him to be decent. So I'd say that's probably good. Yes, Coins need to roll heads is such a meme, though. Coins need to roll heads is such a meme. Sunshine Heathcliff, I'd probably put in B tier, too. He has he's an awkward case. I could not have said it myself better. He loses SP on losing clashes on Upside 4, and his skill 1 also applies sinking. True. Which is good. His sanity management's tricky. True. Upside 4 did not help him much outside of boosting skill 2 when Heath is on. Yeah, true. I mean, he gained the lose, what is it? On Clash lose, gain sinking. So, I mean, he did actually gain a little bit. Because you can gain a significant ramping of sinking on this. So that is mostly what they got. So, I mean, they kind of missed that. Uptide 4 did help him a fair bit, but, like, it doesn't make him that good. It just made him, like, a little better, you know. With ADDD Ego, Heath's survivability issues will be fixed a bit, as he will not be dying fast. True. Unfortunately, he did not help him much in terms of rewarding, and still requires team built around him to function properly. Yeah, I agree with pretty much all of that. Somewhat tanky, can pull off decent damage, best counter skill in the game. Are we valuing the... I mean, his counter is the best counter in the game. But, like, I don't really care about counter skill. Sanity management might prove tricky. True. Skill 3 might be the only reliable clashing tool. True. Over-reliance on counter. True. Awkward team building. True. I agree with, like, pretty much everything they said. I'd keep him in B, to be honest. This is, like, a solid B-tier identity, I'd say. Solid B-tier identity. Red Sheet, I'd probably also put him in B, to be honest. Avoid Uptie 4 in this case. I feel like this is a very prevailing sentiment that people have. I feel like they kind of miss the point of the ID, bro. I feel like people always say avoid Uptie 4. I don't think that's true, to be honest. I don't think that's true. I said it in one of my videos. I don't exactly remember which one. But, like, just because he burst the talisman on himself does not mean that it's bad. Like, just because he burst the talisman on himself after using his skill 2 does not mean it's bad. So, like, because he ramps up the enemy rupture significantly. It's not like he can't sit on a talisman stack like as easily. He can't sit on a talisman stack as easily anymore, but he ramps the enemy's rupture so much faster that I think it's a fine trade-off. His skill 2 on Uptie 4 now applies 6 talisman if the enemy has rupture instead of 4, making it burst instantly, making him much more awkward to use. I mean, like, that's a matter of opinion, bro. I feel like I'm in the minority here. But I think I disagree, personally. Helps with rupture, maintain in rupture-centric teams, but awkwardness of using him plus Uptie 4 makes him way worse. Like, I don't think it makes him way worse, bro. I think it's fine. It's like a side grade or like an upgrade. Like, I feel like, dude, people who are like I feel like people who think that it's a strict downgrade are kind of missing the point. Average clashing. His clashing is pretty good, actually. I don't think it's average. It's pretty good. Great rupture support. Decent clashing. Yeah, sure. Getting 5 talisman might be troublesome in certain scenarios. Sure. Avoid uptime 4. I don't know if I completely agree. There are better things to spend your shards on, for sure. But, yeah, I mean, his skill 3 rolls fine. His skill 2 rolls, like, okay. His skill 1 is average. So I guess they are correct. It's like average clashing, you know. I thought his clashing was better. Oh well. I'd keep him B tier anyway, no matter what. Unlike Hong Lu and Ishmael, Gergor and Mersault received rather mild bonuses that merely bring their skill values to barely average. I don't know if I agree. Especially with Liu Gergor. I think Liu Gergor got such a boon, bro. Mersault, sadly, at the moment, is the weakest out of all the Liu IDs, and once we get more burn-centric IDs, he'll be the first one to retire from the burn team. Yeah, he's down there, bro. Mersault and Hong Lu are, like, the 2 most expendable ones. It's basically, like, whichever one you choose to retire. It's personal preference. I think Hong Lu is worse personally, but whatever. Pros, a lot of burn. Good burn support passives. True. Lacks damage. I guess, maybe. Might struggle against enemies with more than 2 coins. I mean, yeah, that goes for, like, every Liu ID, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, his clashing is not that good. His burn application's fine. I mean, he's just a Liu ID, bro. It is what it is. He's a Liu ID. I don't know if he specifically lacks damage. I feel like his damage is okay. It's not that bad. His damage is, like, average, bro. I don't know why they say lacks damage. His damage is, like, average. Like Ryoshu and unlike Heathcliff and Otis, Uptime 4 Sinclair did not receive much. True, his clashing on skill 3 might be good, but the rest of his kit suffers. On top of that, his passives are terrible. Very true. Average in every aspect, someone decent values for early story chapters, cons terrible passives. I thought we were rating them on Uptime 4. You're not getting Uptime 4 in early story chapters. And if he's average in every aspect, I feel like this idea is like he fell off since launch, bro. He on launch, if you ask me, I'd say he's like an A tier, like B tier. After they changed the sanity to make it 95% to hit heads at 45 instead of 70%, he fell to like C tier, bro. For me, like dude, I don't think I would ever use this ID. Literally, I don't think I would ever use this ID. He is like so ass, bro. I think I'd always, if I had to choose between Sinclair and Red Sheet, I feel like Red Sheet's just strictly better. In like pretty much every situation, almost. Actually, what are his clashes? He has good offense level. He gets like 1 offense clash power on average, actually. It's not awful. 14. Yeah, I'm not too jazzed about that. This rolls for 10? This rolls for 10? Whoops. What the fuck? And this is 11? No way, bro. Nah, bro. Get this guy in C tier. Ryoshu? I think base Ryoshu is pretty good. Probably the best base ID. Base Ryoshu and Heathcliff. Where's Heathcliff? Oh, Heathcliff and Otis are up here. Okay, yeah. These are like top 3 in my opinion. Like Ryoshu, Heathcliff, Otis are like top 3. Even at uptime 4, you know, she does not cut it. Her passive can be a good damage boost, but sadly it can be harder to use than base Rojet, and receive 20% might mean death. I don't really care about receiving more damage. It is what it is. Average clash and damage, risky but very good support passive. Damage and clash can lag behind other IDs. I mean, if we're judging her on base IDs, like, yeah, I mean, she's a B tier ID. Obviously, damage and clash can lag behind other IDs. Like, that goes without saying, bro. You can put that on every base ID. Like, you can put that on every base ID. But I feel like she's fine. She's in a good spot. Her clashing's actually good. Like, 14 on a skill 1 is good. 11 is, like, a sniffle above average. And then 14 on a skill 3 is fine. Not, like, insanely good. But, you know, it's okay. I think she's fine. Hong Lu. Hong Lu's also probably like a B tier. I just never use him. While not boasting high numbers, Honglu can clash even the first floors of MT2H. True. That is true. He is pretty slept on there. Outside of clashing an SP in, there's nothing else, as he can't fuel his overpriced base ego, or even his other ego, so when clashes become difficult, he has no way of getting out of a hopeless situation. Kind of agree. Great clashing skills. Great clashing skills. Great damage output. Great passive. Really? 11? 12? But plus 1 is 13? 14? This rolls for 16? Okay, I don't know about this one, guys. Great is a bit of a stretch. Ryoshu has almost the same lineup. Like, they're almost neck and neck in terms of values. Hard to use base ego as a con is not even, like, relevant, bro. That's like a problem on the ego, not him. I mean, the fact that he doesn't, like, fuel it at all is not helping him, though, obviously. Like, that's really tragic. His base ego is super expensive for some reason, too, so whatever. But I don't know. I mean, he is B tier, but the methodology is a little scuffed. I don't know why base Gergor is B tier, though. What the fuck is this guy doing here? Somewhat decent clash values, but nearly every Gergor ID. Okay, yeah. And a nice passive, but that's all he can offer. There's no reason to use base Gergor on the field. There is little to no reason to use base Gergor on the field. If there is little to no reason to use him on the field, then why is he not in, like, C or D tier? What does he even do? 14 on a skill 3? 15 is pretty good, though. His clashes are better than I remember, to be honest. Okay, wait. His clashes are better than I remember, to be honest. Nah, okay. I'd put him in, like... you know what? Okay, his values are way better than I remember. B tier kind of makes... I could see them putting him B tier. Personally, I'd put him C tier. I would never use him, but... B tier is okay, you know. Molar Sinclair, B tier. B or C, I don't know where I would put him, to be honest. He's a decent event ID. I agree, he's, like, fair. He's full-on Tremor-centric ID that is not that good at considering Tremors, yeah. His skill 1's awful without condition-boosting coins, and skill 3 can be annoying to use sometimes. However, his damage and clash on skill 2 and 3 is okay, so at least he has that going for him. True. Very true. His skill 1 is a monster if you can get it activated, but his clashing is kind of crippled. Self-stagger wrist, tremors, the status is bad. Yeah, okay, I pretty much agree with everything. You could swing either way. You could put him in B or C, honestly. I don't... it depends on your opinion of him. I think I'd probably put him in C tier, to be honest. I'd probably put him in C tier. Blade Lineage Sinclair, I don't even remember what he does. Uptype 4 helped Blade Lineage Sinclair with his Poise Gen, and also buffed his whole kit. Sadly, his power values on skills are still something to be desired, especially when it comes to Mirror Dungeon where clashing is important. Additionally, to maintain Poise, he requires another Poise IT like BLE Song. Support passive, his damage definitely is now above average, but outside of To Claim Their Bones hitting at very best up to 200, he does not offer much. True. Great synergy with Impending Day. I kind of agree. I do like to generate all of these resources, so I guess. But you could say that for, like, every Sinclair, so I'm not really, like... I don't... Okay. Sure. You know who else has great synergy with Impending Day? He Who Shall Not Be Named. Decent passives. Last going in the last skill in the chain deal. Okay. Whenever an ally with the game's point. Okay, whatever. I guess they are decent, but Pride Resonance is, like, crippled, bro. GG. Good luck. Bad clashes with the exception of skill 3. Reliant on Impending Day ego for any utility. What utility does Impending Day provide this ID? I don't even know. 10 plus poise count, critical damage. I mean, like... I think this idea is like C tier. Personally, like I think this idea is like C tier, bro. He requires too much in order to actually do anything. He doesn't gain, like, his own poise gain is so crippled. Like, that's the problem. His own poise gain is so crippled that you need BLE Song passive to do anything. And even then, the payoff is not, like, that good. So it's like, I don't know. Like, his only worthwhile, I mean, like, what is this class for? Like 12? Like 12? Like, oh my god, dude. Jesus. This idea, like, C tier, bro. The only thing he has going for him is skill 3, pretty much. And skill 3 is super inconsistent because his poise gain is so crippled. Have you seen his speed? 2 to 5. 2 to 5, eh? Yeah. Well, whatever. It is what it is, bro. We're moving to A tier. What the fuck are you doing in A tier? What are you doing in A tier? No shot, bro. W Ryoshu is a DPS. Sadly, she requires uptype 4. We're judging them based on uptype 4. Are we not? We're judging them based on uptype 4, I thought. Ratings are based on uptype 4 identities. Just making sure. Just making sure. Made with Mirror Dungeon in mind as to achieve peak condition, she requires 15 charge. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. She does not require 15 charge. If you're talking about to activate this specifically, this is the only thing that she, like, quote-unquote needs 15 charge for, the additional 1 coin power. But even then, you're fine with just the 1 coin power. You don't need 15. Because this already clashes for 17. It's like a disgusting number. You don't need it to clash for 20, bro. It can, but you don't need it to. So, and then obviously you only need 7 for this, so that doesn't count. Well, her damage is just slightly below W Dawn, and her skill 2 is way better than Dawn. Just slightly below? Isn't her damage, like, better than W Dawn pretty much across the board? Her skill 2 does more damage. Her skill 1 does more damage. Her skill 3 does, like, even damage. 2 slightly above, maybe. They're like, neck and neck on skill 3, pretty much. There's no way. What do you mean? I feel like she just does better damage, like, all the time. Almost. Ryoshu can't be slot in any team and be self-sufficient. I guess she's not super flexible. And she will require support in teams of healing and potentially charge gain. That is true, but, like, every team will have healing. Because every team is going to have Fluid Sac in it. So, I don't really care about the healing. Charge gain, I kind of understand, but, like, it's the same setup as W Dawn. It's a 2-turn setup. You go leap into energy cycle into leap into skill 3. W Dawn does the same thing. You go rip into leap into rip space. It's the same exact thing. Energy cycle into leap into skill 3. It's the same thing. Shines in Mirror Dungeon and Charge teams. That is a pretty big pro. Considering Mirror Dungeon is, like, the only content in the game. That's a pretty big pro. I think we're definitely understating how important this is, actually. Shines in Mirror Dungeon and Charge teams. Charge teams are the best teams. That is the best. She shines in the best team in the game. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then shines in Mirror Dungeon. That's like the only content we have besides Railway. That is the only content. Amazing damage and clash. Khan's not very self-sufficient. Her sufficiency is kind of fine. It's literally the same as Dawn. It's the same as Dawn, so I don't know if I count this. 15 charge and content outside of Mirror Dungeon can be problematic to achieve. Well, they mean like Mirror Dungeon and Railway. What the fuck content is there outside of Mirror Dungeon and Railway? Just remind me. Just someone jog my memory. What content is there outside of Mirror Dungeon and Railway? Oh, you're talking about Thread Luxcavation? Oh, Oh, XP Luxcavation! Shit, man. Charge in Thread Lux, I guess. Requires uptime 4 for full potential. It's not even a con, bro. Every ID needs uptime 4 for, like, full potential, technically. Every ID needs uptime 4 for full potential. No kidding. But, like, we're rating them based on uptime 4. I don't understand how this is a con. If we're rating them based on uptime 4, I don't understand how this is a con. Because we're just assuming that everything's uptime 4. Right? And, like, if she shines in charge teams, then 15 charge is not that problematic to achieve. So, like, I don't understand how she's not, like, S tier, bro. Why is she A tier? She should be, like, S tier, at least. Obviously. Does not take a genius to know. W Faust A tier, I'd say that's fine. W Faust A tier is fine. Uptime 4 fixes all of her issues. Well, her speed is still crippled, for one. Clash charge gain values? Yeah, true. W Faust can finally benefit from the effects of all her skills and actually apply them, on top of having tank-like stats so she can even take hits. True, very true. While 2 to 4 speed might seem like a demerit, it can work in her favor, as she can do unopposing one-sided attacks with, say, skill 3, that apply attack power down, or use Fluid Sac to bring... Okay, going last with Fluid Sac is a huge deal. That is an insanely huge deal. I'm glad that they brought that up. The skill 3 thing is not that important, though. This does not matter when it moves. Inflict 3 Paralyze, you'd rather it move first. If Faust's next turn Paralyzed, the text is wrong. Okay, well then... Yeah, I guess that doesn't matter then. I'm assuming it's just, like, a typo in-game. Because this... Kusuge is, like, never wrong with this. So it's just wrong in-game then, probably. That's weird. I don't know. That's weird. That's fine. One case where slow speed can actually be good. I agree. Can work even in MD2H, surprisingly enough. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. I'd leave her A tier. A tier is pretty solid for her. Tank-like stacks, great debuffs. I agree. Bad damage. Her damage is fair. It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. It's fair. Horrible speed, but it can be a good thing sometimes. Yeah, alright, I agree. Good morning. Just woke up and have class in 30 minutes. Hey, good morning. I'm glad you decided to use those 30 minutes productively here. One who grips Faust, tier A. I agree. People overrate the shit out of this ID, bro. And I'm a meta abuser. I'm a meta player. And I think people overrate the shit out of this ID. This ID is like A tier at best. Fall from Grace. Uptime 4 does not boost her performance that much and is not needed, but is the same as W Faust and L Faust in addition to MT2H. Offense changes in Uptime 4 cut up previously the best Faust ID. True. Now N Faust can struggle with clashes while Gaze is a powerful debuff. L and W supply currently the best ego in the game. I mean, like, okay, but the meta team, like, Fluid Sac is literally the easiest 3 resources to generate. Gloom, Lust, and Envy are the 3 most frequent resources in the game because every meta ID generates multiple of those. So it's not really a problem that she can't generate Fluid Sac. She can even fuel it. She has Lust and she has Envy, so it's not like she can't even fuel it. Like, she helps fuel it. So it's not even like, it's still a moot point anyway. L Faust, Clash, and W Faust defensive debuffs and attack power down on top of having highly better Clash values. Yeah, I mean, her clashing is just crippled. Like, this ID is way more niche than people think. Like, literally. Like, this ID is so much more niche than people think she is. Decent Clash, Gaze debuff. I wouldn't even say decent clash, bro. Her clashing is only good on her skill 2. Her skill 3 is like fucking crippled, bro. Stop this. Might struggle with decent clash. Might struggle with clashing. What is the? Riddle me this, Batman. Riddle me this. Average damage. I mean, her damage is like below average, to be honest. Like, this idea is way more niche than people think she is. She is a terrible generalist. She is just a good specialist. That's the difference. She is a really, really good specialist because in calculated setups, gaze is invaluable in calculated setups. But outside of just those setups, for meta teams, this ID is like worse than L Faust in like almost every way. Like, pretty much. Like, actually. This ID offers, like, pretty much nothing in comparison to LobCorp Faust. Besides in, like, in meta strategy. So, I'd say A is a fine place for her. If they put her B tier, I feel like people would be upset, but I would understand, to be honest. I feel like this ID is, like, way overrated still. I think this idea is way overrated. She's super niche. She Ishmael, yeah, A tier's fine. Doesn't need upside 4, but it helps. No shit, Sherlock. Obviously. Requires to be at 50% HP for her to really show true potential. Yeah, obviously. Suffers a bit in MD2H due to Starlight buff that heals after every fight. I don't have it, so I don't have that problem. Of course, you can not pick it, but it means every other ID will not get heals just because she Ishmael does not like it. True. Setting her up and playing around 50% might not be for everybody. Also true. For those who don't mind it, she can be S tier. I agree. High risk, high reward. Sure. If you can utilize own poise, I don't give a shit about poise. If you manage to keep her below 50%, she'll shine in your team. Yeah. True. Even with stagger changes, it's a little risky to run her. I mean, not really if you know what you're doing. Anti-synergy with Starlight buffs? Like, is that seriously? Okay, I mean, A tier is where I would put her anyway, so I agree. B tier is too low with Gaze. Gaze is way too good to be that low. I think you're overrating Gaze. Gaze is literally only useful on, like, specific setups. Like, that's the problem. You're literally, outside of Railway, you never use her. And Railway's an event that comes around, like, once every, like, 4 months. Like, you never use her outside of Railway. There's no reason to ever use her. It's the same thing with, like, it's the same problem that, like, it's the same problem that, where is it? Hexnail has. Where the fuck is it, bro? Am I blind? It's here. It's the same problem that Hexnail has. This ego is literally never used outside of setups on Railway. Like, ever. Literally. You like, never use this. Ever. Outside of a very specific Railway strategy, you never use this. Just because it's really good. And I'm saying this, I'm literally the person who is Mr. Meta. I am literally Mr. Meta. And I'm telling you that, like, yes, it's a really, really good in, like, 1 in, like, 100 scenarios. Outside of that, there's literally zero reason to use this ID. This ID offers genuinely nothing besides Gaze, which is only good in specific setups on Railway. So if I were to put her B tier, I would if they put her B tier, I would agree. Like I said, I think it would be controversial because people like you overrate this ID for some reason, but she is, like, so niche in usage. Like, actual usage. She's, like, fine generally. But, like, you know who else is fine generally? LobCorp Faust, who is just better. Like, in pretty much every other situation that is not a specific setup on Railway. So it's like, I think it's still overrated, to be honest. She's, like, just fine. She's, like, just fine. Nothing insanely good. Like, I think A tier is fine for her, but I'm saying if they put her B tier, I would not disagree. Dawn, This ID is slept on, bro. I think she's definitely A tier. This ID slept on. Uptype 4 and MD2 lets Shidan get a spotlight as a great clasher. True, and does not need to work at 50%. Very true. Her poise is negligible and should not be built around, obviously. Do not expect her to do big damage, obviously. But she does have good clashing. No synergy with egos. I mean, like, I don't really care about her egos, bro. Can clash really well. No need to rely on gimmick to work. True. Subpar damage, restrictive effects on skills. I mean, this is fair. This is very fair. I pretty much agree wholeheartedly with this. Encore Faust is also good for story, but that's it. She's not even that good for story. Like, what does she offer in the story that LobCorp doesn't? Besides, like, the type matchup. Besides, like, LobCorp does mostly slash damage and Faust does pierce and blunt. Like, besides specifically that, what does she even offer in the story? That LobCorp doesn't. Like, honestly. I'm pretty sure she clashes better than most of the B tier IDs. Yeah, but I'm not saying that the B tier IDs, I don't care only about clashing, bro. Clashing is not like the only thing I care about. I'm talking about like general usage, bro. I don't really care about her clashing. And even then her clashing is crippled, bro. Again, the only skill that can clash for the worth the spit on my boot is her skill 2. Her skill 1 is like average. Like, her offense level is pretty decent, but her skill 1 is, like, average, bro. This, like, clashes for 11, maybe. And her skill 3 is miserable for a skill 3. 12, maybe 13. Like, 13, we'll say, on a skill 3 is fucking miserable, bro. That is, like, worse than a skill 1. Like, that is worse than some skill 1s, bro. Like, are you kidding? There's no way. There's no way you're like, well, I think she clashes better than some skill 3. Like, huh? 11 with 39 offense level is actually pretty close to how W Ryoshu's skill 1 clashes. W Ryoshu's skill 1 is not a good clashing skill. Why are you comparing her to W Ryoshu's skill 1? This skill is not meant to you're not meant to clash with this. You're literally never meant to clash with this. It's only for damage. You should only ever use this unopposed. That's the whole idea. Like, that's the whole idea. You're only supposed to use this, like, unopposed if possible. You're not really ever supposed to clash with this. W Roshi's skill 1 rolls at 9 and yet gets up to 13 with her offense level. 13? What the fuck enemies are you fighting against that it gets 4 coin power? I think you are crazy. Encore Faust, good support passive, but why would you ever bench her? I hate her support passive, bro. I've said it on stream multiple times, dude. Don't even get me started on the support passive. Mirror Dungeon? What the fuck do you mean Mirror Dungeon? You talking to... Dude, this skill gets like maybe maximum 2 coin power. Or clash power. Her offense level is so busted she gets +4. Against you and what enemies, bro? The fuck Mirror Dungeon are you doing? Are you doing the same Mirror Dungeon that I am? The enemies get like 5 attack power and like +3 coin power. What the fuck enemies are you fighting? Huh? Like, dude, there's no way. The normal ones. Who the fuck cares about the... You're talking about normal Mirror Dungeon? Bro, who cares? Anyone can clear that, bro. Literally, drooling Timmy on the side of the street, I can pick it up and... dude, I can pick up drooling Timmy on the side of the street, put him at my keyboard, and he can clear it with literally only base IDs. I do not give a shit about normal Mirror Dungeon. It does not matter, bro. You can use anything. You can literally use anything. That's not like a pro. That's a pro on every ID then. Like, that's not a valid point. That literally happens on every ID. She has +5 offense level and 3 offense level difference is 1 power in a clash. They changed it a little bit. Like, they did change it a little bit. So she does get like +1, but sometimes she can get like +2. It's like situational. She usually gets +1. I'm just pointing out offense level means a lot when it comes to clashing. Dude, I know. I know that. You think I don't know that? But when your numbers are so crippled to begin with, the one clash power you get from the offense level is not going to save you. When your numbers are so crippled, it does not matter, bro. You're telling me that the 40 offense level on LCCB Roja makes her B tier? Is that what you're telling me? Cause dude, her offense level is so good. Look at that. Look at that. Her offense level's 40, bro. That's like the max in the game. Holy shit. Like, dude, I do not care about her offense level being 39 if her skill rolls for 12. Her skill rolls for 12, bro. There's no helping that. There's literally no helping that, bro. It rolls for 12. I'm done. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Required uptype 4 is to boost his skill values to average level, so he gets not left behind. I guess. I haven't really used him that much, to be honest. Since uptype 4 dropped. I usually mainly used him in Railway. I feel like he's very niche. The main appeal is Pierce Fragility's next turn that can set up. Yeah, true. With it, E7 can be S tier as Dim Shredder can do nasty damage. That is fair. I've seen setups with this, but again, it's super niche. He is super niche. If they knocked him down, again, if they knocked him down to B tier, same thing I'll say with Gripper Faust. Like, it's the same exact thing I'll say with Faust. Like, I'm fine with him being A tier, but if they were to have him in B tier, I would not complain. Like, I feel like it's fine. He is, again, super niche. Only really useful. Like, only shines in specific setups. He is fine generally. Like, you can use him generally, but I'd rather not. Like, he's not that good, generally. Great debuffs. True. Good passives. I think that's true. Yeah, good passives. Good passives. Speed to intercept clashes from other centers. Also true. 5 to 8 is insane. Lacks damage, below average offensive stats. Yeah, okay, I agree with this mostly. If they put him in B, I would not complain. I'm fine with him in A. 7-section Otis. She should be B tier. I don't know why she's A tier, to be honest. Bro, it's only her skill 3 that's crippled. Why are you so hung up on that? Because skill 3s are the most important part of an ID's kit. That's why I'm so hung up on it. If it's a skill 3, it better fucking clash for more than 12 or 13 at, like, in a good scenario. Like, skill 3s are, like, the defining part of an ID's kit. That's why it's so important that it clashes for more than a terrible number. I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, like, that's my justification. I'm assuming he's just, like, parroting the same thing because he's, like, my biggest fan. But, like, you know, and that's not to say her skill 1 is good either. It clashes for 10, which is average. On, like, and average is not good. Like, average is, like, this is average for, like, a 1-star ID, like a 2-star, 1-star ID. 10 is not a good thing. So, you know, I think Otis should be B tier. I don't know why she's A tier, to be honest. After changes to offense and MD2H, Otis got hurt quite a bit. That is also true. Her effect on skills of reduced clash power don't matter in MD2. True. And her role as a great clasher is simply gone on top of having her debuffs not be as potent as they were before. True. Still, she can work great outside of MD2. True. And weakness analyze is the only good thing that remained good. Yeah, that's fine. Has marginal synergy with Rupture at uptype 4 and does not need it. Yeah. Plethora of good debuffs. Versatile. I'll give you that. She is versatile. She also was... They did not comment on her bulk either. Her bulk is really good. Ineffective to blunt with good health, good speed range, like really good speed range, decent defense level, and her stagger threshold is 50%. Like, really good. I'm surprised they did not touch on her bulk. That's one of her main strengths. Lackluster, damage, pointless defensive skills effects. Yeah, true. I mean, I don't care about the defense skill. But, you know, I think Otis could probably be demoted to B tier. Like, I feel like most of this doesn't really matter. Like, most of all of this doesn't really matter because in the end, she's basically just a passive hauler. That's the only thing I use her for, is just a passive hauler. She's not that good. So, you know. I mean, yeah, Gaze is cool, but she won't clash anything on MD2H with a skill 3 that rolls 12. Like, that's what I'm saying. And Gaze is cool. Yeah, Gaze is cool, but it's not, like, actually that good. Because in most situations, you're not going to get that much usage out of Gaze. Like, in 95% of cases, like, where you're going to bring... Like, in 95% of gameplay situations that comes up, you're not getting, like, insane value off of Gaze. You're getting, like, medium value at best, bro. Because you're not fucking resetting in Mirror Dungeon 2 hard mode for, like, Gaze into, like, max speed, fucking, like, 7-speed Gripper Faust with Hex Nail into 6-speed Quick Suppression Heathcliff. Like, you're not resetting for Railway RNG ever. Like, unless you're, like, top 1% of players in the game, nobody is ever going to use this to, like, the maximum efficiency. Like, the average player is never going to use this to maximum potential efficiency anyway. That's why I'm saying, like, on paper, yeah, it's good. 20% damage, like, wow, dude. But, like, if you're just a layman, or you're just in 95% of situations in the game, Gaze does not really do anything. Like, tangibly. It does not do anything. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's just so... Like, she's super niche. Because she only matters in burst setups. And burst setups are good, but they're not, like... They're not, like, super relevant outside of Railway. Because you can clear the game with, like, anything. Self-sufficient charge tremor unit that can work independently in any team. That's true. Due to her sins, has a spot in the sinking team. Very true. Can do great damage when conditions are fulfilled for skill 2. While self-sufficient, the tremor part's negligent, serves as an enabler. Also true. Tremor gets applied and basically gone instantly. No need for up die 4. I agree. Self-sufficient, works in any team, great damage potential with minimal setup. I agree with all of that. No ego that synergizes. Very true. Irrelevant tremor and tremor burst values if played as soul tremor. Yeah, I'd say probably like A tier. That's fine. That's a good place for her. Bro, like, I ate spaghetti. That's awesome, bro. I love spaghetti, bro. Spaghetti's so sick. S tier food, bro. Same only reason I uptype forward mine is because I like making uptype 4 teams with, like, N-Corp, but I would never recommend anyone else do the same. Yeah, true. Why is Roseben or Gergor in A tier? I need to know. I literally need to know, dude. This is like a B tier ID at best, dude. I would put this guy at like C tier. Charge Tremor Rupture. Helps maintain Rupture on the enemy, however, requires to burst Tremor. Yeah, that's a pretty big problem, bro. Requires another Tremor unit in the Rupture team to work, but LCZB Ishmael exists. I guess. Good Clash, do not expect high damage, mostly used in Rupture teams. How is this an A tier ID? I've never once used this ID, like, outside of preliminary testing and then instantly wrote him off as not useful. Like, genuinely. How is this an A tier ID? Who's putting this guy in A tier? I mean, at least his rolls aren't fucking crippled. I mean, at least his rolls aren't crippled. Tremor count. GG, bro. So this rolls for 13. This is like 16. 16 is good for a skill 2. Very convenient to have a skill 2 with 16 on it. 11. No fucking way, bro. Like, dude, what? Decent Rupture support, good Clash values. Average outside of Rupture team. Need to burst Tremor to inflict Rupture count. Dude, he's like C tier for me personally. B tier at best. B tier at best, bro. Like, okay, you're a decent Rupture support and a decent Tremor support, but like, have you considered that Tremor and Rupture both suck? So it's like, dude, have you considered that Tremor and Rupture both suck? That's why I would put him in C tier. He supports two archetypes that are bad. Like, that's the problem. He could be in B tier, I would see it, because his clash values are fine, but like, he's not actually like practically useful. N-Corp Rogia focuses on inflicting blunt trauma and internal bleeding. Interesting. Her Uptype 4 boosts her performance in N-Corp, where she will shine with her damage and clash. True. Outside of N-Corp, she might struggle a bit, but not on the level of M-Corp Dawn, let's say. Decent to use. That's fair. Rupture is the best status effect to build around, and it's okay. Not true. Not true. Sinking is better, and bleed is better. And debatably burn is better, it depends on how you swing. But for sure sinking is better. I'm like, you could swing either way on bleed, but I think bleed is better than Rupture. Like, Rupture is just so inconvenient to build around. Genuinely. Like, you have to do backflips in order to fucking maintain your Rupture stack. Like, it's so annoying. And then the payoff is, like, just slightly worse, like, slightly different bleed and burn. Like, like, literally. Like, the payoff for Rupture is just, like, something that you could do with bleed, but bleed just happens by accident, and it requires a lot less of subconscious support. Like, you can have a bleed core on your team that's like 2 or 3 sinners, and you could have like a solid bleed core. Rupture, you need like 4 or 5 teammates in order to make Rupture even usable. Because if you don't have a critical mass of Rupture support on your team, it's literally worthless. So, I think Rupture is like, it's terrible, bro. I don't think Rupture is good. Decent damage, decent coin values, nice kill on passives. Nice on-kill passives, rather. Yeah, okay, I like that. Can't make much use of Fanatics without other N-Corp IDs. I mean, you'd run her in an N-Corp team, though, usually, so that's okay. Inflicts very little bleed. That's fine. I'd probably say she's A tier. That's fine. I mean, if anything, I think Kleinhammer could be bumped up to A tier, but that's just me. Grosshammer, I don't know why Grosshammer's A. Why is this guy an A tier, bro? You thought that, oh my god, dude. You thought that fucking Cackle or whatever, what is this? Cackle was a bad clashing skill 1? Dude, say hello to the worst skill 1 in the game, bro. 7. Sheesh, 7, bro. Oh my god. Rupture, isn't that the occasional free extra damage you get from ego gifts? That's exactly what it is, bro. That's the only thing that I've ever like used Rupture for. It's literally just like you get the centipede like ego event, and it's just like, hey, you get the shock centipede ego event, you get the battery. That's like the most usage I've ever gotten out of Rupture, literally. Rupture is very hard to maintain. Yeah, that's the problem. Because, like, you need to, like, I don't know. Like, Rupture, it just gets consumed so easily, and there's not enough things that, like, put Rupture on people in order to maintain it. Like, it's just so bad. Like, it's so bad, bro. I can't. N-Corp Mercil to tank with a little bit of bleed. He also has a really low stagger threshold and good sustainability. Guess what, dude? All of the tanks have 50% stagger threshold. Guess what, dude? Newsflash, every single tank has this. His first skill, Drive, is really weak for clashing, but it lowers stagger threshold and makes him harder to stagger. Doesn't it lower stagger threshold based on damage? And the damage is, like, super crippled. This skill doesn't do, like, any damage. Usually it's better to use counter instead of this skill as it gives him prot. Okay, True. Second skill, your Cleanse of Skin is a skill that debuffs with Nails, Bind, and attack power down when paired with other N-Corp IDs. Skill allows other Sinners, or even Mersault himself, to take over clashes easier, as the enemy would have a lower speed. That is true. I mean, Bind is pretty nice. It's a pretty good amount of Bind, too. 3 Bind is decent. Third skill, Annihilate Heretics, is where sustainability comes in. It has high rolls and heals him for 50% of damage dealt. If this is used on staggered enemy, he could be healing for a lot. I mean, that is true. No, I guess that I agree. It could heal him for a bit if used on staggered enemies, actually. That's fair. Passives are meh. True. 4 times and even 3 times Chain Wrath can be pretty awkward, and you'll rarely hit 50%. Very true. Even a support passive will be awkward to activate. Yes, extremely awkward to activate. In conclusion, decent tank with self-heal, self-buffs, and great debuffs under certain conditions. Requires at least 2 more N-Corp's identities to reliably keep Bind and attack power down on target, but it's really worth the effort. Outside of N-Corp, he's performing averagely, nothing special. Okay, honestly, they kind of convinced me, bro. Maybe I did not give him a solid try after Uptype 4. He does gain aggro very liberally, too. But, like, the main problems I have with him are his speed, mainly, and Fatal to Blunt. So he can't really work on it. The thing is, like, his speed is terrible, and he's Fatal to Blunt. Those are, like, the main issues. Like, he just gains aggro, I guess. Mostly. The rest of his kit is mostly untouched, it looks like. Yeah. I mean, I'd still probably put him B tier, to be honest. I think A tier is still too high for him. Because, like, I don't really... Like, he's a tank, but he's fatal to everything that you want to be resistant to. So it's like... What's the point? What's the point in even having him as a tank if he's fatal to Blunt, which is, like, the only thing that you want to be tanking? And his speed is terrible. So, you know, I mean, it's like, whatever. Really good tank when you need it? Like, I disagree, to be honest. I disagree. I don't think he's a really good tank when you need it. I think he's actually, like, a subpar tank. He's a decent support. But he's like a subpar tank. He needs a lot of support in order to do anything. I'd say I'd probably put him in B tier. Because, like, on paper, at first glance, he seems really good. He has, like, the highest HP in the game. Really good, like, absurd defense level. And really good debuffs. And decent sustain. But, like, the 2 most important things, speed and resistance, he is, like, faltering in both of these. So, I don't really like him that much. Like, 3 to 5 speed is pretty crippled. And then Fatal to Blunt is, like, really bad for a tank. Liu Gregor. I like Liu Gregor in A. Finally. I love people who enjoy Liu Gregor. Unlike Honglu and Ishmael, Gregor and Mersault receive mild bonuses. That's the same as the Mersault one. At least Gregor has high offense, so that helps him even with his low values. Finally, someone appreciating that he has maxed offense level. Finally. Usable only in Burn Team. Not true. He is a decent generalist. I use him as a generalist, and he works pretty alright. He can somewhat clash reliably against 1 coin, and maybe even 2, but more than that might be an issue. Passives are way too situational. Yeah, I can see that. That's fair. That's my phone alarm going off for some reason. Whoopsies. Lot of burn, lot of coins. Very true. Offers only burn. Subpar damage? That's just not true. That's just not true. His damage is pretty good, actually. Subpar damage is just not true. He does pretty solid damage. At Uptype 4, his coin power buffs at 6+ burn are also very helpful. And he gives himself attack level up, which is pretty decent. Gives him more damage and possibly another Clash Power, but like I wouldn't count on it. But it gives him more damage. I think they're underrating his damage a lot. Subpar is a bit cruel, I think. Might struggle against enemies with more than 2 coins. That's fair. But, like, usually you're not clashing with him. That's the main reason why Upside 4 was so good on him. Because all of these on-hits used to be on heads hit. And you don't really want to be clashing with him because his clashing is, like, super inconsistent. So, if you don't clash with him, you would not be getting Sanity. And if you don't get Sanity, then the heads hit effects would be super inconsistent. But now with Upside 4, all of his burn effects and stuff are on hit. Which is like way better. Because now you can get away with not clashing with him. And still get the benefits of the burn damage. Which is like super good. So, I don't know. I mean, A tier, I would put him in A tier. I agree. But subpar damage is a little mean. I think his damage is pretty good. Liu Honglu, honestly, I'd put down with Liu Mersault. I don't think he's that good, to be honest. He's fine, but he's not, like, insanely good or anything. I don't think he's A tier, bro. I would not put him in A tier. I think he's, like, B tier. He's, like, usable, but not, like, stellar. Project Moon failed the challenge of keeping every Honglu identity broken. True. It's just okay. Skills are not crazy. They simply apply burn and burn count, which in bird teams is and will be great, but outside of those, Hong Lu is not much else. His damage and clashing are not on the level of Kurkuma and Ting Tang. Very true. Skill 1 Warm-Up and 2 Flowing Flame are rather average, despite having 2 coins. These skills can clash with 1 coin, but anything more than that might be problematic. On the other hand, Crimson Blaze Fist can clash way better, on top of doing decent damage. Outside of increasing burn, it has a nice effect of increasing stagger threshold. I don't think that would really matter, because you don't want him to get hit anyway. Oh, of the enemy. Right. It increases stagger damage of the enemy. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, okay, fine. I mean, it's not, like, insane or anything, but... Wait, nice effect of increasing his stagger Wait, which one is it? Raise stagger threshold by 30% of damage dealt. Lowers user stagger threshold by 60%. Which one is it? Did they just word it differently for the same effect? I feel like this raises the enemy's stagger threshold. Because if it lowered his, it would say this. You lost me. You lost me. Alright, whatever. Really shines in burn teams where he can keep the burn and make the enemies crispy, but won't be the star of the team. Outside of burn teams, his effectiveness drops down. True. Thankfully, his passes are easy to keep up, which can further affect the burn. It's worth mentioning that it's the first Honglu identity that can fuel his base ego fully, which is really nice. Again, I don't care about fueling his base ego. His base ego is dirt cheap. When you consider that Gloom and Lust are super easy to generate. It's not cheap on, like, objectively because it's, like, 5 or 6, like, Gloom or something. But Gloom is super easy to generate, so it's not that bad. Upside 4 of Liu Honglu upgrades clashing and makes him more reliable. Very good burn count application and staple for burn team. 10 out of 10 animations. He's got some sparkly animations. I still think I put him B tier, bro. I think they're overrating him, to be honest. His skill 3 clashes nicely, though. I'll give them that. Skill 2 is kind of crippled, though. Skill 1 is, like, a skill 1. It is what it is. But, like, I don't know why. Like, he's pretty much on the same level as Mersault, in my mind, personally. He's, like, the same level as Mersault in viability. Like, they're both good. Like, they're both usable, but they're not, like, crazy. I don't know why Hong Liu is rated more, like, better than Mersault, to be honest. I feel like they're both about the same level of viability. They're both fine, but not great. I don't know why they put him A tier. I think he's B tier. Otis, A tier? I'd say she's A tier, to be honest. Pretty good. The clashing is just super important. LCB Otis is a clashing powerhouse with massive damage potential. I mean, she does fine damage. Massive damage potential, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But her damage is pretty good. Compared to all other base IDs who only have 1 coin, she boasts 3. Very true. Her base damage is pretty good. She's also really fast, so triggering additional effects is pretty easy, and the further increase the damage. As for skill 3, despite it being 1 coin, it can hit like a truck. It clashes with 17, or not 17, 21, right? Yeah. LCB Otis can clash, do damage, and spam Pathos. Skill 3 and 21 power, great clash tool. As Heathcliff, she is worth using on the field, and her performance will be very good, even in MD2H. If only her passive were better. True. Great damage, works well with base ego, terrible passives. I mean, I agree. I think she deserves A tier. Mostly carried by... I feel like they're kind of overrating everything else. Like, her damage is good, but it's not like... It's not massive damage potential. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's good damage. For a base ID especially, it's pretty good. But, it's mostly just she's carried by skill 3 clashing. But it is pretty good. Base ID with 22 power skill 3. Yes, sir! Dude, this skill 3 goes hard. Base Heathcliff fortunately escapes the sad fate of other base IDs, and is actually quite good to use. Can clash, can do okay damage, and of course feels base ego. Yes, sir! Blunt damage specialist, a good clasher, hard to use passives. I agree, bro. Base Heathcliff is like probably my favorite base ID to use. He is so good. Like actually, he is so good. I love this guy. Kurkumo Ryoshu. That's fine. A tier is fine for her. I would have bumped her down to B tier before Uptide 4 came out, but Uptide 4 kind of helped her a little. Only a little, though. Uptide 4 is weird. It bumps her damage based on the amount of bleed, but her damage is already on the lower end, so it barely makes a difference, with the exception of changes from head hit to on hit, making her effects easier to land. That is true. I mentioned this in my tier list video, too. Like, deal 20% damage. Her damage is not that good anyway. So, it's not like 9 plus bleed count, like, good luck getting that. And then 40% damage, like, the skill is not for damage anyway, so the damage doesn't really matter. Nevertheless, Kurkumo Ryoshu, when used in bleed teams with IDs like Rhino, can keep the bleed count high on the enemy. Outside of her place in bleed, she can offer clashing and debuffs, but that's about it. Very true. Bleed stacking monster, great synergy with skills and passives, makes bleed teams focus meta, can't support her base ego. Bleed focused teams are not meta. I don't think they ever were meta. I don't know where this sentiment came from. Probably remove this. I don't really care about supporting her base ego because her base ego is cheap. Probably A tier. If they bumped her to B tier, I would not object. Kurkumo, wait, Rogia Kurkumo is A tier? I think she's B tier, bro. This ID is not that good. Another great winner of Uptide 4. I mean, that's true, but like that does not mean she's good, though. Kurkumo Rogia can finally maintain poise herself, but can be used with BLE song support to never worry about her dropping poise. True. And assist bleed teams with great effect. With great effect? Really? Did they buff her bleed? No, she does inflict a fair amount of bleed, actually. Yeah, okay. Okay. I mean, her clashing is good on her skill 3 too. I'll give them that. Okay, I could see her being A tier. I could see her being A tier. It makes sense. When used as Soul Poise in a team, needs a BL passive, but other than that, her additional 10 bleed on skill 3 can apply way easier. Her damage is okay. Her clash is also okay, and on top of that, her near tank stats can help soak a hit or two. Oh, she is tanky, huh? Especially when paired with counter that gives prot. Decent choice, but sadly requires Uptide 4 to function. I don't know if I'd put her in 8. I mean, like, her clashing is good. Not, like, great, but it's good. It's mostly just... She's just carried by skill 3, though. But, I mean, so is Heathcliff and Otis, and they're in A tier, so I guess we'll put her in A tier, whatever. Great synergy with bleed, decent damage, and clash. I guess. At 10, like, on crit, inflict 10 bleed, like, I don't know. If target has 6 bleed, double the crit chance. Yeah, that's pretty big. Meh passive requires BLE Song to maintain steady poise stack. Yeah. Alright, I mean, no, okay. You've convinced me she's A. I believe it. Kurokumo Honglu in A tier, for sure. I agree. He fell off hard since launch, but deserved, kind of, to be honest. Fall from Grace. With Mirror Dungeon 2 hard being added where clash is important, he can no longer hold his own. Even with Uptie 4, he currently does not offer much outside of the damage from skill 2. He does not fit into Bleed Team with new additions. He never fit into the Bleed Team. He hates being in the Bleed Team. So, like, I don't know why they say that. He never wanted to be in Bleed Team in the first place. Mirror Dungeon 2 hard is not for him. Railway might be content for him, but outside that, he's an ID that can be put in any team. Does not bleed if you want his damage from skill 2 and do not know how to use it instead. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. He's an A tier ID. Solid. Flexible, amazing damage output. I agree. Doesn't work with own base ego. Don't care. Don't know why we have to specify this. I don't care. Does not work in the bleed team. Very big negative. Clash is an issue. Very big negative. I agree, A tier. That's fine. G. Gergor, A tier. G. Gergor and Liu Gergor, as long as they're in the same tier, I'm good. With Uptie 4, minor synergy with Rupture. Yeah, I mean, I don't fucking... It doesn't matter. Rupture's still an annoying status to build up with very minor payoff, even with the damage bonus he can do. Extremely true, bro. Rupture sucks ass. So he gets basically nothing. Gergor offers clashing and above average damage, and that's about it. He's at the current moment better used as a support unit for passive. True. I mean, above average damage, I feel like his damage is pretty average. His damage is like pretty average. I mean, his offense level is pretty high though, so I guess maybe above average is fine. Constant damage, or consistent damage, sure. Easy to use and slot in any team, sure. Self-healing in battle, team healing when supporting, sure. Only offers damage and healing, yeah, that is a big negative. Because he has, like, no synergy. He's kind of just a stat stick. A good stat stick, he's not bad, but he is just a stat stick. G-Corp Otis, kind of got a glow up, to be honest. She's pretty good. G-Corp Gergor has the best skill 1 in the entire game, though. Just unequivocally not true. Just unequivocally not true. No fueling legger is an upside. Oh, that is true. They did not specify that. That's interesting. But yeah, no, G-Corp Gergor does not have close to the best skill 1 in the game. There's better skill 1s. Reindeer for 1. Reindeer skill 1 is literally the best in the game. Like, actually. This is literally the best in the game. Because this is just a skill 2. It literally it has the values of a skill 2. She has 2 skill 2s. It's so good. Like, she is so good. Disgustingly good. I think R-Ish or BLE Song have the best skill 1s. I'd be inclined to agree. BLE Song's skill 1 is turbo cracked as well. Because of his passive, right? Coin power plus 1 for every 5 poise count, max 3. It already rolls for 13. So, it's like super, super good. So I'd be inclined to agree there as well. Let's go back to Otis. Doesn't Liu Ish also have best potential skill 1? That is true. Liu Ishmael skill 1 is also super cracked. This goes like 5, so like 14. Yeah, like she can hit 14 as well. The thing is, Liu Ishmael hitting 14 at 6 burn. Mind Strike just is 14. Like, he just is 14. She literally just has a 14 value skill 1 on paper, so it's just so broken. One coin wonder that works surprisingly well in MD2H. Very true. G-Corp Otis was for a while outclassed, but after offense changes in Uptide 4, G-Corp Otis found her spot in Sinking Team and MD2H. Did she find a spot in Sinking Team? Does she even do Sinking? Oh, I guess she does have Sinking synergy. I mean, it's not that much, though. It's like a meager amount of Sinking synergy. I don't know if she actually counts as like an actual member. She just like kind of benefits off of it a little. Buffs and debuffs can be very helpful, especially powered down on S3 if used correctly. True. Sadly, still held back by 1 coin. Yeah, it kind of cripples her damage. And even 95% chance rolling tails means damage taken or even stagger in some cases. That happens to everyone though. I don't really count that as a con. Good buffs and debuffs. Really fast. Passive's easy to proc and really useful. That is true, actually. The passive is easy to proc and very useful. Decent clash. Single coin skills, I don't think that's even a con, bro. If anything, it's kind of a pro, because usually you're not even, like, flipping tails. Like, it's very inconsistent to flip tails with her. So, I think it's fine. Allergic to tails, so is every ID. Bad damage, I can get behind bad damage. Her clashing is good, but it's not, like, insanely good. Did my fucking browser crash? Okay, we're good. Dude, my browser froze for a second. I was gonna freak out. Because I think my stream would have died if it crashed. GG. But I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, single coin skills allergic to tails. So is everyone, bro. Sonk Don, A tier. I like that. Sonk Don is without a doubt among the best clashers in the game that clashes and slap pierces the enemies. Okay, yeah, good one, guys. Her skills sins are perfect for fueling fluid sac. Are they? They're not perfect. I don't know why you specify they're perfect for fueling it. It's very weird. Giving her a spot in the sinking team. What the fuck? What? What? It's like overclock fluid sac or something? Oh, wait, they mean her fluid sac. Duh. I do not give a... Clearly, I do not give a shit. Clearly I do not care about Dawn Fluid Sac. Clearly. If it's so irrelevant, I literally forgot it existed. Clearly, I don't care. Her damage varies greatly due to passive number of clashes. I mean, don't really care. She's not there for damage. Outside of clashing like No Tomorrow, she does not offer much. Clash power, speedy. No effects or utility when not clashing and average damage. I agree with all of this. She's pretty good. They hit all of the marks, dude. All you need is clash power and speedy. That's all. That's her only job, and she does it well. So she does it well. So that's good enough for me. BLE Song A tier. I kind of agree. He's pretty much like he's the only good poise ID pretty much that actually cares about poise. Big winner of Uptide 4 update. BLE Song after Uptide 4 boosts very great performance in boss fights, consistent and powerful clashing, and steady damage. Under perfect circumstances, skill 1 becomes the best clashing skill 1 in the game. True. Same with skill 3, that reaches the performance of other top tier skill 3s. I guess, yeah. If you can somehow hit the +3, it's like fucking like 20 something. It's like insane. It's almost it's like around Mind Whip numbers, a little bit less than Mind Whip, I think. While he will not be reaching numbers of Enclair or W Don, his damage with crits will be consistent, and clashing prowess will help him hold out against tougher enemies. True. If you can get this rolling, his clashing across the board is very strong. Especially those in Mirror Dungeon. Unfortunately, he requires up to 4 and longer than 2 turns to reach his ideal performance. If Refraction Railway is adjusted to have longer fights, he'll certainly place at S tier. I agree. I'm keeping an eye on BLE Song for Railway. He definitely seems very strong as an option. Fixes the issue of poise status. When RNG favors you, his damage is simply great. Simply great. When stacked with poise, monster at clashing. Needs longer fights to shine, does not provide anything outside of damage and clash. True. But, I mean, sometimes, if your damage and clash is good enough, hey, if your damage and clash is good enough, then, what can I say? Sometimes that's all you need. Zwei Gergor S tier. Interesting. We'll see. I mean, he is very good. He's just outclassed. Zwei Dagger's a tank with decent capabilities to clash and do damage. While not on the level of K-Core Pong Lu due to lack of revives, that goes for every tank. He does not have revives. Yeah, I guess that's a con, huh? GG. He makes up for it with sometimes absurd amounts of shield. Top of being able to clash and do damage, he enhances whole team survivability if that is needed. Can work in any team. That is true. He is a good generalist. I mean, we talked about it before, right? He's a good generalist, jack of all trades, but he doesn't really focus on one specific area too much. So, if you're looking for a specific strategy, usually Rhino or Konglu are better. But otherwise, he's pretty good. Tanky, decent clash, and damage. That's fair. Sometimes the shield might not be enough. Just use Fluid Sac, man. Like, I don't give a shit. Requires multiple skill slots to reach big shield numbers. Again, I don't care about the shield, bro. Just use Fluid Sac. His health is good enough. His defense level is high. He has high speed. He has ineffective to blunt. And his stagger threshold is 50%. So he has everything he needs in order to succeed as a tank. W Don S tier. I'd argue double S, but, you know, I mean, hey, what do I know? Uptype 4 makes W Don slightly better in terms of more consistent energy gen and clash. Nothing crazy like W Faust Uptype 4 buffs, but certainly improves her. True. Telepole is now a good bonus, but certainly not needed. True, but I mean, that's just for herself. If you're talking about team synergy, like team play, her telepole is invaluable to team play, both for herself and her teammates. So I'd say it's still necessary. But, I mean, if you're just using her for herself, then yeah, I guess not. Now, on top of having huge damage potential, she can clash on the same level as other good clashing IDs Sonkdon. True. The only thing preventing her from being SS is the inability to freely use boosted Rift Space turn 1. Why do you need to use Rift Space turn 1 specifically? Usually turn 2 is fine. You don't need to... What is the obsession with turn 1, bro? Turn 1 fights don't really exist. Like, the only turn 1 fight in the game was, like, Headless Ichthys in, Headless Ichthys in, Railway was the only turn 1 fight. But, like, dude, what the... Who cares about turn 1 Rip Space? Turn 2 is, like, the most important turn on most fights anyway. Because you do all your setup turn 1 anyway. So, I don't see how that's even remotely a con. Great consistent damage with no fall off. Great clashes, pillar of charge teams. Technically, you can't Rip Space turn 2 either. Does he know? The fuck you mean you can't Rift Space turn 2? Does he know? Attack weight 3. On hit gain 10 charge. This skill gives you 30 charge. 30 charge. If you can't telepult turn 1. Yeah, no kidding. But, like, dude, telepult is one of the easiest egos to generate for in the entire game. Gloom, Envy, and 1 Wrath. Dude, this is, like, the easiest ego to charge in the whole game. It's, like, up there with, like, Body Sack, bro. This is functionally free. Who, like, unless you're going into, like, turn, like, this gives you, I mean, the cap is 20, so you only get 20 charge, and you lose 1 at the end of the turn, so it's 19. But, like, on paper, it's 30 charge. In reality, it's, like, 19, but on paper, it's 30. Then you have to turn 3 skill. I don't care, bro. Even then, turn 3 is still pretty fast. Also, what fights are you going into that are no ego resources, Andy? Like, fight number 1, 2, and 3 of, like, fight numbers 1, 2, and 3 of Hard Mirror Dungeon. Stage 1 of Railway. Boo-hoo, bro. You can't do a 1-turn setup on the first 3 stages of Mirror Dungeon, and then the first stage of Railway. You can't do a 1-turn setup. How sad, bro. Yeah, that's really killing it. Needs her teleport to maximize damage potential. That's not a con. Can't unleash potential in short fights. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying this from a fresh fight perspective. I don't know why you're so hostile. No, it's just the way I talk. I'm not, like, hating you, bro. It's just the way I talk. I'm just very assertive. But, like, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter in most of the situations that like, I care about. Right? Like, it just doesn't matter in most of the situations that will come up. Like, can't unleash her potential in short fights? Dude, you and what short fights? Like, how many 1-turn fights are there in the game? Like, literally, how many 1-turn fights are there that we care about? And there's only a few, like, 2-turn fights that we care about. Like, how you and what 2-turn fights, to be honest. Like, you can turn 3 is fine, bro. Turn 3 is fast enough. Genuinely. I don't know. And then with Boatworks. Boatworks Andy. Do you think W Ryoshi's fine as A? Fuck no, obviously not. I think W Don and W Ryoshi should both be double S tier. At least. Same with Reindeer. I don't know why Reindeer isn't up there either. That's a affront to humanity, to be honest. Second ID whose damage and clash scales with self-applying tremor. And potential for applying 3 fragile, which is pretty impressive. Very true. 3 fragile is impressive. Very impressive. If she can get 2 slots, it can prepare with 4 defense level down, which can be equal to 1 more fragile in terms of damage. True. Good self-clash and decent damage. Core and Sinking Team with Sinking potential can work outside Sinking Team. That is true. Flexibility is good. Fragility next turn. Good clash. Great Sinking synergy. All good things. Ramps up slowly to get value. Ramping up slowly is the only problem, because, again, you can't really support self-tremor. Like, you can't support self-tremor as, like, at all. So it is a genuine problem. It is a genuine problem, the fact that you can't support it, like, across different teammates. So you can't really, like, distribute the workload, so to say, right? But, I mean, S tier, sure. A or S, I mean, take your pick. If they put her in A, I wouldn't be surprised. Because she needs a long time to get ramping up. To, like, anything, like, she needs a long time to get, like, 10 tremor is way too long for me. Like, you're talking about, like, Dawn's setup being long, but, like, dude, her setup is so long to get the payoff. So, I mean, personally, I'd probably put her A tier, but S tier, it depends on the person. You could put her S tier. I wouldn't really complain. Does not need uptime 4. It only makes his damage scale with bleed. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Think of it as a bonus. Don't care. Skill 3 is basically a mini ego. That's fine. Especially in Mirror Dungeon 2, can't go wrong with it. His support passive is also amazing. Amazing is an understatement. It's like the best support passive in the game, bro. It's like the best support passive in the entire game. So that's the understatement of the century, for sure. And then what else? What we got? 7 Ryoshu S tier. That tier list sometimes memes so much. Might be crazy, but I think 7 Ryoshu at S tier is not a bad place to put her. Really absurd damage. True. Hitting 2 mutilate heads feels good. Hey! Not wrong! Not wrong. Flexible. Can't support his own base ego. I do not give a shit if he can't support his base ego. What is the Bro, they're like, dude, we can't... I don't know what to put in the cons, man. He can't support his base ego. Like, oh, what the hell? Whose idea was this? Who let them put that there? S tier is fine for him. 7 Ryoshu and S tier. This is a spicy one though. Uptime 4 is the best clasher from 7th section. True. Can clash nicely, do damage and apply slash fragility. Works wonderfully in MD2H and outside of it. True. Not like as good outside of it. You really don't want to use her outside of MD2H and Railway. Unfortunately, Sins do not feel ego at all. Don't care. Ego is sinking focused on top of Pierce damage type. Yeah, so she can potentially help others, but not herself. Yeah, sure. To be honest, dude, Pride Skill 2 is a massive boon. Big slash fragility. It's like 5, right? It's 5 slash fragility? Crazy, bro. Crazy, crazy. Decent damage and clash. True. Great for nuke setups. Extremely true. Falls off in fights that resist slash. Yeah, no other utility besides slash fragility. I'd say bump her down to A tier. I'd say bump her down to A tier because her usage is niche. She does have good, she does have really good clashing. Like, really solid clashing. Very, very solid. Maxed out offense level and really good numbers for clashing. But her usage is kind of similar to 7 section Isang and Gripper Faust in the sense that, like, you're only ever going to maximize her actual niche of slash fragility in ideal scenarios, right? It's the same thing I said with the other two. I think she should be bumped down to A tier. I think S is a little too generous. It's the same thing with Isang and Faust. I think these two could be demoted. Depends on who you ask. If you ask me, I think these two could be demoted to B tier, and she could be demoted to A tier. Because they're just very niche. Like all of the nuke setup IDs are just very niche. If you're doing a railway tier list, though, I mean, she could be S tier for sure. Rhino is a tank plus bleed count applicant, and he applies tons of it, making it easier for bleed team to get it going on enemy for maximum value. Rhino Mersault can also be very fast, taking clashes for his teammates on top of having aggro for additional team protection. True! Clashing ability is when charge is on is quite good. While not on the level of Kong Lu in terms of tanking, Rhino Mer is right behind him. I mean, if we're saying specifically tanking damage, then yes. He does not take as much damage as Kong Lu, but like everything else is better. Good bleed count. I literally never paid attention to the bleed count. I guess he does apply a lot of bleed count, but I've never once used him for the bleed. Decent clash and tank stats. Decent tank stats? He has best tank stats in the game, bro. What do you want? You seriously need him to have like 800 health? Our Mersault is kind of low aggro. The aggro is fine because it happens every turn, and his speed allows him to redirect things anyway. So, you know, like, sure, his aggro itself has a low-ish value, but, like, I don't think it really matters that much. If you get it every single turn without fail, it usually will redirect something. Sometimes it won't, but usually it will. He has really good speed, usually, unless you min-roll, but it is what it is. Again, same with the aggro ROG, like sometimes it just happens. But high defense level, high HP, good stagger bar, and best resistances possible in the game. So, I think he's, like, best tank in the game, easily, bar none, not even close. I'm putting it that way, he definitely has great tanking ability besides the sustain. Yeah, but you have Fluid Sac. You have Fluid Sac. It does not matter. It does not matter. And guess what? He fuels Fluid Sac. So it does not matter. And the entire meta team fuels Fluid Sac. So it does not matter. You don't need 800 HP. Dude, how many fights are you going in that you need 800 health? Like, literally. Dude, if you need 800 health, I think you're the problem, bro. I don't think the unit's the problem. If you're going through 800 health in a fight, I think you're the problem as the player. There's no reason you should ever need that much health. I want to get an ID who does not have a fatal resistance. I think that would be super broken. Compared to Honglu's basically infinite HP, yeah, it's decent. No, it's still not decent. His tank stats are still OP as fuck. He has everything. All of his tank stats are exactly what he needs. Great defense, great speed, great HP, great resistances. It's literally everything you could possibly ever want. He has no damage mitigation or heals. The healing comes from the teammates. It doesn't matter if he has it or not. Even then, are you seriously going through 200 health in a single fight? Like, how are you tanking that much damage without killing the enemy first? Like, that's insane. You're seriously using 200 HP without killing the enemy? Or at least, like, doing anything? Like, you know, it's not like you're even tanking every single turn. You're only tanking, like, once every other turn, maybe. Like, tanks are only there as, like, a failsafe. I don't tank, like, every single turn. I only tank, like, every other turn, usually. Because tanks are just there for, like, oh, I min-rolled speed and I can't redirect this clash. Well, that sucks, you know? Or, like, you know, oh, well, I don't really want to use my ego resources here specifically, or I don't want to drain my sanity, so I'll just use a tank, right? So it's like, you know, fine. It's fine. Even Sunshower gets 5 prod after getting hit? Okay, yeah, but, like, Sunshower has a shit ton of other problems. That's why he needs the 5 prod. The only thing I don't like is Fatal to Pierce, where most of the fights have Pierce damage. Yeah, but most of the people who are meta don't care about tanking a few hits from Pierce. Like, your other IDs can tank Pierce just fine. Spice Bushy Song, ineffective to Pierce. I'm pretty sure a lot of these don't really care. Like, normal to Pierce, I mean, you're not really using her that much. If we're on LobCorp, LobCorp is normal to Pierce as well. W Dawn, ineffective to Pierce. Where's W Ryoshu? Normal to Pierce. Like, these IDs can perfectly fine tank some Pierce damage, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. Where's Rabbit, too? Rabbit's ineffective to Pierce, too. So, you know, Reindeer, I think, is... No, she's not even fatal to Pierce. I thought she was. She's normal to Pierce. So, like, all of the meta IDs are fine tanking 1 or 2 hits of Pierce damage, even if they're not tanks. They're even on Mirror Dungeon Hard boss fights, they're fine tanking piercing damage. He is there to tank damage that your IDs can't tank. That's the whole purpose of a tank. Most of the meta IDs are blunt fatal. That's the problem. And he is ineffective to blunt. He's there to patch that hole. That's the whole point. Right? So, like, boo-hoo, he's fatal to Pierce, but, like, just use someone else to tank for Pierce. It is what it is. I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. Mr. Streamer, I don't have Fluid Sac, and I never will have it. That's a you problem, bro. I mean, you're missing the best ego in the game, widely known as the best ego in the game. That's a you problem if you don't have it at that point. Mirror Dungeon has free heals, Railway auto heals after every other fight if you don't bring them in. Dude, like, Fluid Sac, dude. The meta team turbos out Fluid Sac so obnoxiously frequently that you can literally use it every turn. Every single turn. You have infinite HP if you want. Literally. They will generate more resources than Fluid Sac will spend every turn. It's crazy. You might need that healing for MD2H floor 5 bosses. Dude, trust me, you don't. I use him on MD2H floor 5 bosses. Dude, I take screenshots of, like, most of my clears. I could show them, but, like, I'm too lazy to change scene. Genuinely. But I take screenshots just for myself to see how many ego resources I can get. Dude, he always... What's my most recent MD2H boss, actually? I'll check for myself real quick. Let's see. Let's see how much health he ended the fight at. He ended the fight at 185 out of 200 health. Not everyone runs your team streamer. Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, like, if you're trying to win, like, if you're even remotely trying to win, you would run some semblance of a team that has a little bit of a chance. Like, if you're trying to lose, then yeah, I guess, you know. But I don't try to lose. Like, I play to try to win the Mirror Dungeon. I'm not going to spend, like, 3 hours in Mirror Dungeon to lose and surrender on the final boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people are going to have some combination of W Corp Don or Ryoshu now, I guess. Reindeer, like Ting Tang, Spice Bushy Song, maybe. You know, Gripper Sinclair, maybe. Rhino Mersaults, maybe, probably, I'd hope. You know, like, any combination of, like, decent meta IDs, or, like, Rabbit, too, like, you know, 90% of players are gonna have some of those. You know, like, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. So, I don't know, like, I don't know. And then also, you'd obviously have Faust, LCB, like, LobCorp Faust, right? You'd obviously have LobCorp Faust. So... because then you would spam Fluid Sac. So, like, dude, any combination of those, whatever you pick, like, 90% of people who are trying to kill the final boss of Mirror Dungeon are going to have a team that consists of most of those. Right? Like, most of those. So, it depends from person to person. Like, some people, you know, it's like, oh, I don't really feel like bringing in Claire. You know, fine. You know, I don't feel like bringing Rabbit, maybe, or whatever. Like, fine, you know? I don't feel like bringing, like yeah, I like using K-Corp Hong Lu over Rhino. Like, fine, dude. I don't care. But it's fine. If you quit on the final boss, you only lose 3 Battle Pass XP. So true. The -3 of shame. So true, bro. I couldn't have said it better myself. Max speed, not haste, can still make him go last and lose on some skill effects. That's, like, the only con, to be honest. I'd also, as a con, I'd put that his own charge count is kind of crippled. Like, his own charge gain, personally, is kind of crippled. He does need, like, some charge support externally a little bit in order to get the battery. Like, in order to jumpstart his battery, he needs a little bit of external charge support in order to make it, like, really pop. But that's, like, hardly an issue. Like, hardly an issue. I've never brought Rhino. That's on you, bro. You're missing out. What is your meta team? It changes depending on the boss I go against. And also depending on my mood. Like, sometimes I change teams because I just feel like it. And, like, I like testing other IDs and stuff. If I were to pick, like, a meta team, right? If I were to say the meta team, I'd say, like, let's say 7 people. Let's say 7 people, right? I'd go Rabbit. Like, you go full R-Corp. You go Rabbit, Reindeer, Rhino. Those 3. Then you go, W Don, W Ryoshu. So that's 5. And then the last 2 are kind of your flex choices. I would probably go with, like, Spice Bush and, like, LobCorp Faust. You could go with, the, like, you know, those are like your flex spots. You can go with whatever you want. But I'd probably take LobCorp Faust like most of the time because you need someone to use Fluid Sac. Like you need someone to use Fluid Sac, you know. So I'd say like those 6 are like pretty much locked in. You could cut Rhino depending on the fight. If you don't need a tank, you can cut Rhino pretty handily. I don't think it's bad. And then you could do like last slot. You could do like Spice Bush because his ego utility is really good. Like that is a true flex spot. Like Ting Tang, if he suits the fight, you can bring Ting Tang. You know, whatever you want. In the last slot. I will go for W Hong Lu and L Core Faust. That's fair. Yeah, W Hong Lu and L Core Faust, that's okay. I mean, obviously I'd rather use Ting Tang than W Corp, but to each their own. In my last 3 MD2H runs, Sunshower Heathcliff did 24% of team damage right after 25% of Ninclair. I'll believe it when I see it, bro. I'll believe it when I see it. Genuinely. Unless, like, it better not be some random-ass fucking, like, gimmick run, bro. Like, oh, I Mirror Dungeon too hard, but I run, like, 3 people, bro. Like, it better not be, like, some bullshit. The biggest winner of Uptide 4 update. R. Ishmael basically becomes a different ID. Exactly. Exactly. Charge generation fixed, values buffed, Mind Whip more friendly, passive bricking adjusted. If it were not for having the whole delete ally and his targeting not locked behind a few turns, she could easily be ranked higher. That's so untrue, bro. Like, she is S+ tier. Mind Whip, great damage, amazing and reliable. Will friendly fire if not careful. Dude, who is friendly firing with Mind Whip in the month of September, bro? Like, who? Who is friendly firing with this skill in the month of... The game has been out for like 6 months. You're still friendly firing with this? That's crazy. Requires specific ego from another sinner to enable her damage faster. Wait until you hear about the synergy that they have together. It does not matter. It literally does not matter, bro. That's a This is a pro, bro. This is a pro. This is not a con. This is like... She is good, and if you run her with someone else, she's even better. This is not a con. It's not like she's bad, and then she requires this to be good. This is like, she is good, and if you run her with Teledon, she's even better. Requires Uptide 4 to fully truly function. Ratings are based on Uptide 4 IDs. I don't understand how this is a con. W Don, Reindeer, and W Ryoshu should be S tier. They should be S+ tier. Does not make sense. It does not make sense. I don't know why they're not. Ryoshu, that's fine. Chef Ryoshu is S tier, that's fine. Very first event ID, primarily on damage, and her utility's lacking. Indeed. Compared to first skills of other IDs, which are usually fillers, her skill is decent. No, her skill 1 is not decent, bro. Her skill 1 is not decent, bro. This is like still a filler skill. I don't understand. I don't understand, bro. This is not it's not decent. It's really not that decent. It clashes for 10. It's still like average, which is not that great. Healing is not needed, so the unique buff's not really impactful. True, because Fluid Sac covers the healing. IH is her second skill, and no doubt her best skill, and potentially among the best skills in the game. True, it clashed for like 18 or some shit. Like, this skill is absurd. I'll say that. When it comes purely to clashing and doing damage, low base power with, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Losing this skill will be hard. However, that's all it has going for it. Debuffs being 1 bind and 2 bleed are barely noticeable. 1 bind is noticeable. It's not absurd. Like, you're not applying, like, 4 bind or something, like, on Chains of Others. But it is good to have. Like, 1 bind is still good. I still like having 1 bind. It's pretty good. It's not, like, unnoticeable. Her other debuff, unique healing cut, yeah, that does not matter. One would argue it can be used on K-Corp, like, I don't care. I don't care, heal cut is terrible. I Can Cook Anything is pure damage. With more IDs and ego added to the game, the only issue might be average clash power. It is the only issue, the damage is pretty good. Uptime 4 barely improved her, as RB Ryoshu is already amazing. Upside 4 it provides her simply with more appetite, allowing her more team heals. Appreciable, but not super good. Her damage and clash practically stay the same. Yep, potential damage is fantastic. Fuels all her egos and synergizes with them greatly. This is an insane strength. Yes, she fuels all of her egos, all of her good egos. So that's very good. Simply amazing ID that can work in any team. Holds her own in MD2H as well. True, although I will say that I think 7 section is better than Chef in MD2H. You could swing either way, but I think, personally, I just think you're wrong if you use Chef over 7 section Ryoshu in MD2H, to be honest. Great big damage potential. The great big damage potential. Amazing skill 2, decent clashing. Yep, that's fine. No proper slash loss support to fully utilize skill 3, lacking utility. We're getting slash support. Her, I think this is outdated. It has to be. No, because Red Eyes, the Red Eyes ego came out before Uptie 4 did. So this is just wrong. Because this review was written after Uptie 4, obviously. So this is just wrong. Because the Red Eyes 10th tier ego has slash fragility on it. So it does have support. It's not like stellar, so it's not like gaze plus hex nail level of like piercing support, but it's still support. Lacking utility, I agree. S tier is fine. Best clashing Faust ID that works amazingly well. Extremely true. If you need somebody clash, she is the choice. Quite good. Fuels fully fluid sack. The best ego in the game, which is a big bonus for an already great ID. Very true. Her gimmick is poise, but in her case, that can be ignored. Yes, sir. Great clasher, good coins. Meh passive. What even is her passive? Yeah, I mean, this shit doesn't matter. Nothing else besides clash and decent damage. That's all she needs, bro. Clashing, well, okay, the thing is, like, she is a healer. Like, that, people don't really think of her as a healer, but she is a healer. Because she spams Fluid Sack like a motherfucker, bro. She literally spams Fluid Sack like an absolute beast. So, it's not like nothing else besides Clash and decent damage. She literally just spams the shit out of Fluid Sack. I mean, same could be said with W Corp Faust too, to be honest. Like, she's probably a better Fluid Sack user because her lower speed means she can heal everyone back up after they use their egos. So they can get the big sanity heal with the Uptie 4 Fluid Sack. Liu Ishmael. Burn ID that does well in every scenario, but excels when put in a team with Liu Honglu or Liu Mer that can assist with requirements for all of her skills. True. Even if all of her skills do not get additional coin power, she still clashes and does damage very well. Burn on enemies turns her into a monster. That is true. Despite not being able to pull out big numbers on one go, she does consistently high damage no matter what, which will pull her ahead of those two and some other pure damage IDs. You can go either way on this one. Her damage is consistently high, but in short fights, which is what you try to tend to, like, aim for, you try to aim for, like, 2 to 3 turn fights. Consistent high damage is not as valuable as insane burst damage. Because it doesn't matter if, like, Rabbit Heath or W Don, their damage is gimped after their big burst if the fight is over after their big burst. So it's like, you know, you could go either way on this. Her Uptie 4 makes her skill 1 and 2 values go very high once the enemy is being burned alive with all the burn count applied. Reliable clasher, bit of an assist, can output rather impressive damage. That is true. Consistent damage and clash works in any team. I guess she works in any team, but she shines in burn teams. Same thing with like Reindeer. She works in any team, but shines in charge team. That's fair. Synergizes with all their egos. Very true. Really shines in burn. Setting up skill 2 and 3 in shorter fights might be tricky. It's like borderline impossible, pretty much, I think. It's like not feasible. Which is, you know, whatever. LCCB. How is Shines and Burn Team a con? Bro, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea why. Dude, I have no idea why. It's not even worded like a con, too, bro. It's so true. Dude, that pisses me off, bro. Like, it's the same thing as this, bro. Requires specific ego from another sinner to enable her damage faster? That's not a con, bro. That's a pro. She works fine in a general team, but does even better in a synergy team. How is that a con? She works fine normally, but works even better in a synergy team, and that's a con, bro. She works fine. She works fine in any team, consistent damage, but she works better in a burn team, and that's a con? It makes no sense. It makes 0 sense, bro. It makes 0 sense. Feels like the reviews were written by different people. Some of the points are really nitpicky and stupid. True, bro. The methodology said the reviews consider synergy, right? Why are they nitpicking that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Synergy should be a pro. It should not be a con. Synergy should be a pro. I don't understand why, like, yeah, dude, because you synergize with burn, it's a con. Like, I don't understand. Decent tank whose main appeal is being the backbone and pillar that holds Tremor and Rupture teams from sinking down. Very true. Very true. She's like the best Tremor and the best Rupture ID. After offense changes in Upside 4, LCCB does not struggle with clashes that much, and now even if she has low ammo, she can aggro. Very true, making her not that much of a dead weight. Must in Rupture and Tremor. If only she was a bit faster, her Fragile could be of use. Yeah, I'd say I could bump her down to A. I don't think she's S, because again, she only it's the same thing as with Ryoshu, same thing with Isang, same thing with Faust. She shines in niche setups with the Fragile. Beyond that, general usage, you're better off using Reindeer, you're better off using Liu Ishmael, you're probably better off using Molar, but again, I think Molar could also be bumped down to A tier. I don't think she's S tier. Her ceiling for damage is really high if you're willing to reset for speed and shit with, like, the Fragile, obviously, but only, like, 0.01% of players are willing to reset for that bullshit, like, RNG, so for, like, everyone, for pretty much everyone, like, she's only going to be decent, and she's, like, the pillar of the teams for the, you know, status effects that are, like, the 2 worst status effects in the game, pretty much, so it's, like, I'd say she could probably be bumped down to A tier. We have Kong Lu. Best tank in the game. Full stop. Oh, you're gonna rustle my jimmies with this one, bro. K-Corp Hong Lu with combination of passive and Dim Shredder Ego. Can be killed, revived, killed, and revived again a few times, making him perfect for soaking hits. I guess. On top of being best tank in the game, he can clash when needed with decent values. Synergize it with Rupture team, but is a bonus considering Rupture, Spot of Rupture, true. If you ever want to solo content and know how to do it or did not know what's ahead, K-Corp Hong Lu is your pick. Who the fuck cares about soloing content? Who cares about okay, like, soloing is such a niche, like, strategy that, like, I don't even... Like, why do they value soloing? Because it's, like, you know, it's a niche strategy. But then, like, you know, God forbid you want to do such a niche strategy as bringing, like, 2 people for Liu Ishmael to become a monster. Like, it doesn't make sense. It literally does not make sense. I don't understand. Like, why is that? Why are they counting this as, like, dude, he's so good at soloing, you know... If you know how to solo, he's a monster at soloing. But, like, But God forbid, dude, like you want to do God forbid you want to do a small burn engine or use the meta charge team, like that's a con, bro. It's not make sense. Immortal in certain scenarios. Immortal in like most scenarios, bro. I don't know how people even have this guy die. How do you even have him die? Like it doesn't make sense. How do you even have him die? Consistent, safe addition to any team. I can get behind that. He is consistent and safe in pretty much every team. He is inoffensive to add. He is like inoffensive to add. He can go into any stage pretty much and just not care. So if you don't know what to add, it's fine. Decent rupture support. Is he? Not really. Not really. It's fine. Support passive might kill you accidentally. True. But I mean, it's 4 Gluttony Resonance. It's not like easy to activate accidentally. Like you have to, like activating this 4 times in one fight accidentally is going to be hard. Outside of tankiness and rupture does not offer much. True. True, I guess. Honestly, soloing was a legit strategy for minimizing railway turns. I don't think it was the best one. Yeah, I mean, soloing was a fine strategy. It was very beginner-friendly. But soloing got hard nerfed most of the time. Like, most of the solo strategies got hard nerfed by the removal of skill cycling. Like, skill discarding with defense skills. Soloings became basically unviable after that. I mean, they were still niche and they were, like, usable. But they were not optimal past then. So it was okay. And then we have Spice Bush. Isong is an idea that shines in long battles, especially bosses, where bosses constantly having fodder. Very true. It also shines in boss battles where the Abno has multiple parts, because the AoE can hit up to 3 parts, which is really, really strong considering his passive is so broken with the AoE, and with Sun Shower AoE, and with, like, you know, with Sun Shower Ego AoE, with Wishing Cairn up type 4 AoE, with Fourth Match Flame up type 4 AoE, it's like super broken. In such battles, Isong can stack Tremor and Sinking to fulfill the conditions of skill 2 and 3. Additionally, Sin Distribution helps filling his base, Cairn, and Sun Shower, making him available faster. Very true. Pillar of the Sinking team. Very true. Makes Sinking a worthwhile status to stack. On top of that, offers decent clashing with skill 2 and skill 3, on top of being able to turn skill 2 into AoE. Great synergy with Sun Shower Ego, and Sinking gives a Mirror Dungeon. Very true. Great consistent damage. I agree. Amazing sins for the majority of his own ego. Very true. AoE on a normal skill. Pretty big. Hard to fulfill skill 2 and 3 conditions in short fights. Extremely relevant. You will pretty much never get good usage out of these 2 skills in short fights. So that is extremely, very relevant. And low skill 1 numbers. Very true. The skill 1 numbers are good damage-wise. Like, base damage, they're good. But clashing, yeah, the numbers are kind of low for clashing. But the base damage kind of makes up for it. So, it's okay on damage, but the clashing is a little crippled. Just use Arcort Mersault. His sound effects are amazing. Dude, they are amazing, dude. They're so beefy. I love his skill 3 and skill 1 sound effects. So good. So good. He can only use his skill 2 AoE, but only on turn 3 from skill 3, then skill 1. Yeah, it's like it's a little finicky. You can get it to work pretty decently. Like, you know, with a minimal resetting in Railway, like, we could probably get it to work. But it's not like, the problem is you can't, like, turbocharge him with anything else. Like, there's no external support, obviously, for self-tremor. The one who shall grip Sinclair can be unreliable, requires planning, sanity management, and can even roll 0 power on a clash. But that is of small importance considering how strong he is. High risk, high reward? Nah, high risk, massive reward. True. One who shall grip has a very first unique identity that relies on tails and being negative sanity. The best idea in the game with no doubts. Really? That's debatable. Does not need upside 4. Negative sanity is not even a drawback, as maintaining rather low, stable sanity is pretty easy. Indeed. Easy and high to achieve damage, even on blunt resist enemies. Even after changing how much SP is gained, he works wonderfully. After changing, he works wonderfully where previously going positive was too easy. There are no drawbacks of using him except for occasional corrosion, but that can happen if not much attention is focused on him. Can cause friendly fire, prone to corrosion and panic. I guess, bro. I guess. Cons. Can cause friendly fire. They wrote the same thing twice in cons. So true. Actually, true. That is a lot of pros. Ridiculous damage potential. Amazing clasher. Can work in any team. Rewarding and fun kit. Great offensive stats. Can stagger Chapter 3 boss turn 1 to make things easier? I mean, hey, I guess. I guess. The thing is, like, there are drawbacks to using him. Corrosion is not a drawback. You will usually never corrode with this guy. Literally. Like, these are not real cons. These are not real cons. Genuinely. They're not. They're not actual real cons. The problem is, and this is a glaring problem, by the way, the real problem with this ID, that is the major drawback, and this is why I don't really use him outside of specific setups. I recognize that he's, like, top 2 IDs in the game, but I don't use him personally most of the time because he synergizes, like, heavily against Fluid Sac. And I'd rather be using Fluid Sac liberally than having to worry about over-spamming it for Sinclair. Because the thing is, like, Fluid Sac can brick him very, very easily. Especially if you have Fluid Sac at uptime 4. That is the major drawback. The insanely big drawback of running him with Fluid Sac is because, especially if you have Fluid Sac at uptime 4, it is really, really tough to use him, right? That is the main drawback. I'm surprised they did not touch on him for that reason, because that is, like, the only thing that really does hold him back, and it's a huge problem. It is a huge problem. Just use Impending Day with Fluid Sac. Dude, forehead, so true, bro. The thing is, like, you still profit sanity if you use Impending Day. Because Impending Day only drains you 20. Fluid Sac heals you for, like, 25. So, you still profit sanity. Like, there's, like, no winning, bro. There's no winning. And the thing is, like, Fluid Sac is too OP not to spam. Like, that's the other problem. Because everyone else on your team benefits so heavily off of using Fluid Sac that oftentimes I find it much more efficient to end up cutting Sinclair in order to, I ended up finding it more efficient to cut Sinclair, like Ninclair only, in order to allow the rest of my teammates to abuse Fluid Sac, rather than not use Fluid Sac and make the rest of my team weaker just to accommodate him, right? So, it's like, it's genuinely kind of like a give and take. Very interesting how the meta kind of shook out in that regard, I suppose, right? Not overclock Impending Day. Okay, yeah, like, but, like, I don't want to overclock Impending Day, like, every time I want to use Fluid Sac. It's just annoying. Like, it just drains my resources faster. Impending on Sinclair fuels itself, might as well spam it. Impending Day, overclocking it constantly drains your wrath very heavily. Because Wrath is not like a super common affinity. It's not uncommon. It's not like, you know, previously Pride was like completely impossible to get. But Wrath is not the most common resource in the game. Like, genuinely. So, there, like, even though he, on paper, can fuel it, it's just his skill 3 that's Wrath. And then it's like, Graze the Grass and Mind Whip are like your other main consistent Wrath generation skills. So it's like, not really that good either. Like, I'd rather not spam Impending Day overclocked in order to go minus like 5 sanity or something. Like, it's really bad. He gains 3 sanity every enemy kill because of passive. Like, that too, I guess. He does gain sanity from killing things too, which is like, you know, what you want. You know. Impending passive is 5 ego resources if you kill. Yeah, but overclocking Impending Day costs 5 Wrath anyway. So it's like you just have to chain kills on it? Like, nah. Like, you have to chain kills with it then. Like, it's too much. It's too much to make him go, like, essentially net neutral. Basically. Like, at that point, just fucking, like, if you're just spamming a blunt ego, just spam Legger Domain. Like, at that point, unironically, if you're gonna spam, like, a overclock Impending Day every turn, just spam Legger Domain at that point, man. Like, you'd probably be doing better for yourself. It's probably way better. Anyways, you know, you can kill with skill 3 too. Yeah, I know you can, but I'm just saying it's you would have to be chaining kills back to back so that you don't constantly drain resources over and over again, right? Is ego support working on the same turn that egos use? No, you like if you what's it called? If you use the ego, it does not activate the passive until the next turn. So if you have like a low health enemy and you use Impending Day to last hit them for like the first time that fight, you would not get 5 Wrath for it. Enclair Soup Ego? I guess, like, what does it even cost, bro? I've never used it. I mean, it's a little more balanced, I guess, but like, dude, nah, bro. Like, nah, bro. I mean, it's funny, but like, no way, bro. I don't know. I think it's not even that much better. Usually, the units with the least HP are going to be your own teammates. Unless you're, like, in, like, a fight with a bunch of little, like, the fucking Picatulums, bro. Like, if you're in a fight with a bunch of Picatulums, I guess it would hit the enemies. But, like, if you're in any fight, like, worth the spit on my boot, bro, like, if you're in any fight that's, like, any respectable boss fight, this will almost always just hit your allies. And it also drains your ego resources a ton. So it's like, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I'd rather use Impending Day so that at least I can, like, use it without lowering my ego resources. Like, Overclock Impending Day is a genuine option to help combat the Fluid Sac spam. It's better than using than using Soup over and over. That's for sure. Like, if I were to pick, I'd obviously pick Impending Day, even though I'm against spamming it really that much. Like, I'd rather just not use him. Like, I'd rather just not use him. I think it registers parts instead of full HP. Yeah, it does. I know that. But even then, like, the thing is, even then, the strategy for the most part on Abnos is to burst down only one part of the Abno. So let's say they have, like, 3 parts or something, like, on average, right? Let's say you have 3 parts. You burst down one of them so that you can, like, target that for damage, right? Because they have fatal resistance and all that. So you target one part to break it, and then when he corrodes into soup, one of the soups would target the broken part, and then the other two would target your two squishiest like teammates. It would target your two squishiest teammates, which is like exactly the people you don't want to be targeting. Because it's also, keep in mind, it's also blunt. It's also blunt damage, and your squishiest teammates are going to be like W Ryoshu and like Rabbit, let's say, because W Ryoshu is going to be like missing health or something maybe, and Rabbit has low max HP, or like Don, right? W Don. All of those IDs are fatal to blunt, so you will just like stagger like your teammates for like no reason, bro. It's like not that good. I think I don't think it's that good, guys. So like and oh whoopsies, and also baseline. This ego does not drain as much sanity. So if you're trying to use it to dip sanity, it's more expensive than Impending Day, albeit by a little bit. But it's significant to note that it is more expensive because you're going to be using it frequently, and it doesn't drop your drops your sanity by 5 less. So it's like I'm not super into it, but I'm surprised they didn't at least touch on. I mean, he's still like he's still an SS tier unit. He's still top of the meta pretty much. But I'm surprised they did not mention it at all. Like I'm surprised they did not mention that at all, because that's a really big thing you have to consider, and it actually does end up mattering a lot in my team building decision making, because usually I end up cutting him. Because I'd rather be able to spam Fluid Sac whenever I want without having to worry about it. Since the launch of the game, Rabbit proves to be a powerhouse. Even in MD2H, his skill 1 and 2, skill 2 might fall off. Body Sac is cheap to use. Sets him up for next turn, and nothing can beat Quick Suppression that basically amps your whole team's damage by 40% on top of doing ridiculous damage by itself. Uptide 4 just adds 3 more ammo, so he does not run out of juice as fast. Works completely fine at upside 3. True. Ammo mechanic makes him super strong in short fights. Great for farming and speedrunning, obviously. Damage and utility falls off once all his ammo is used. If you know how to manage his ammo, the ammo does not matter. Like, you do not need to. As long as you learn, as long as you start, figure out how to manage his ammo a little bit, you're fine, bro. Like, just cycle out skill, just in a nutshell, when you see Concentrated Fire and you know you're going to need to conserve the ammo, override Concentrated Fire with Body Sac, and once you do that, bare minimum, that's the fundamental of conserving ammo on him. If you know it's going to be a long fight and you need to conserve ammo, override Concentrated Fire with Body Sac, and that alone should get you through pretty much 95% of long fights without running out of ammo. So, that's pretty good. That's fine. There's any others you think should be an SS? Yeah, Reindeer should be an SS, W Don, and W Ryoshu. I think those 5 should be top, these 2 and then those 3 should be top of the tier list for sure. I don't spam Fluid Sac that much, TBH. I only really start using it once someone gets below 20 or half HP. I think you should not be afraid to spam it more. Because especially in late hard mirror dungeon, if you're using egos every single turn, just constantly getting sanity back every single turn is super, super strong. Because you basically just, your egos, the main cost, at the end of mirror dungeon, is not really the ego resources, because you should have adequate ego resources saved up by the end. But, your sanity cost means you can't spam them consistently, but Fluid Sac fixes the consistency issue, and you can spam all of your egos back to back on cooldown, right? So it's ridiculously brain dead. Super good. Super, super good. Arheat skill 1 and 2 have fallen off a bit in MD2H. Yeah, but that's not a problem exclusive to him. Most skill 1 and 2s fall off in MD2H. So, I mean, I'm not really holding that against him. Most of them have. There's a very few of them that have been able to keep up, right? I would say that Soup has its uses when you up type 4, but Impending Day is quicker. I mean, it has uses, but they're not good uses. Like, in my opinion, like, I don't ever use them. One downside on some of the IDs not mentioned is having low HP and defense. It's not too relevant because we don't have to actually tank that much, but I think it's still worth noting. I don't really care that much because, again, we have infinite healing, so it's fine. You know, or just use dodge, then you can get his passive going and get more strength up and haste. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't care about the evade because, I don't care about the evade giving charge. Like, the evade is fine. It actually does come in handy when Graze the Grass gets outclashed, which is fairly frequently. I do use the evade semi-often in hard mirror dungeon, especially on the early to medium floors when the evade can actually consistently, like, out-evade things. But, like, the charge doesn't matter if you're on charge team, because the charge team just will charge him by accident, and he doesn't spend charge ever. Like, literally, he does not spend charge ever. So, as soon as you charge him a little bit, he's set for the entire fight, and he'll just charge it by accident. So, the charge doesn't really matter on the evade. I don't value the charge that much, but it's neat to have, I guess. I don't spam Fluid Sac as often, only because it randomly bricks on me and then gets my team killed out of nowhere. I mean, that's just like a luck issue, bro. Like, that's just like, what can you do? IDs like R Heath, W Ryoshu, and L Faust can just go from 100 to 0 versus some attacks. Well, yeah, I mean, but like, you know, like, yeah, versus some attacks, but like, that's where you want to use like your Teleheath. You know, your W Ryoshu, you want to use, like, your 4th match Flame. Your Lobcore Faust, you want to, like... I mean, Lobcore Faust, there's not much you can do, bro. Just, like, tank it with someone else. Redirect it with someone else. Preferably your Rhino Mersault. Because Rhino Mersault pretty much is not able to get one-shot. Pretty much ever. Like, literally. So, you know... Teleheath exists. Yeah, that thing clashes pretty well. It's like the only niche it has, but it's fine. It clashes decently. But, you know, the only problem is it's a negative coin, which is a little bad. So you actually do want to overclock it, because overclocking it will tank your sanity hard. Harder, anyway. So it gives you a higher chance of hitting the tails. But, like, it's not super consistent. Oh, it doesn't even tank your sanity more. But, like, it's his best clashing tool. It's his best clashing tool when you're in a pinch. And I've had it hit tails, like, semi-frequently. It's not bad. Do you recommend sharding it? No. No, definitely not. It's super niche. It's really, really niche. You only use it in, like, the exact situation where the enemy's coming at you with a skill that is too big for Body Sack to consistently outclash. Body Sack outclashes most things pretty consistently. 24 is usually enough. This, like, AEDD, I'm pretty sure can also outclash most things consistently, so you could also use that. It's also fine. You know, fine enough. So use either one of these. But if you're in the situation where neither of those can outclash consistently, and you have nobody to redirect the attack at all, then maybe you should consider using Telepole. I've only ever had that situation come up, like, twice ever in Hard Mirror Dungeon. Like, twice ever. So, it's not, like, actually that good. I would not ever shard it. But it does have, like, a single niche use in a very specific situation that is not impossible to happen. But it's kind of has to be, like, the worst case scenario at all times. Funniest thing ever, seeing Suncliff corroding Telepole after hitting a counter with 10 charge after using AEDD the same turn. Yeah, true. So I'll never have it. You're not missing out. To be honest, Rhino is crazy with the ego gift that gives you haste if you have 7 charge. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like, it's, what is it? It's the ID, the employee card, right? The employee card's like one of the best ego gifts in the entire mirror dungeon, and it's like a tier 1 or something, I think. I don't know, it's like super good. So overall, how trolly was the tier list for me? Troll rating, I'd say like, 6 out of 10. Most of the stuff I can get behind with. I mean, a lot of it's like personal preference, but I could swing either way. Like, personally, I would rather Molar move down. I'd rather LCC move down. I'd rather Ryoshu move down. I would also rather, W Don move up. Reindeer move up. W Ryoshu, like, dude. What the fuck is this doing in A tier, though? Seriously? Seriously, like, are you kidding me? It makes no sense. Literally no sense. The bottom tiers, it is what it is. Like, the difference between C and D tier is, like, negligible. B tier is, like, negligible. I mean, like, B to D tier kind of blend together. This is, like, semantics, bro. Like, I don't know why Rose Spanner's in B tier, though. He does not deserve to be there. Genuinely, he deserves to be, like, C or D tier, even, maybe. I don't know if he's, like, D tier, but C tier. Absolutely. He does not deserve B tier for sure. I would rather move, like, Faust could move down. If, in a perfect world, I'd say she's probably B tier. Isang could move down, I'd say. And also Otis, I think, could move down. Whatever. But overall, I agree with most of it. But not. Yeah, it's okay. If you lose the skill roll, you also get the employee card without losing sanity. Yeah, I did hear about that. I've done it once. The ego gift that gives you haste for 7 charge is a newspaper. Oh, right, it's the newspaper. Or, like, the... It's not a newspaper, is it? I thought it was like a, what's it called? Is it a newspaper? Hold on. I thought it was like a manuscript or something. Or like a thing of sheet music. I don't remember. Oh, let me look. The gauntlet gives you power up. Yeah, the wrist guard. The wrist guard gives you power up. It's also very good. Power up is not unappreciated, obviously. I'd say out of those three, the charge card is the best. Then the, what is it? Curriculum Vitae. Yeah, I don't know what this is. But Curriculum Vitae is, like, second best. It is also extremely good. I think having more charge faster just makes it more consistent, but Curriculum Vitae is also a close second. Then it's like Wrist Guard is third, because Wrist Guard gives damage up, which is nice. And then what's the other one? The fucking goggles? Night vision goggles? I don't really like losing charge count. It only happens above 15, so it's okay, but night vision goggles is, like, okay for me. It gives, what, 5 offense level is really a lot of offense level, though. That's, like, 1 to 2 clash power, so it's pretty good, but 15 charge is not the easiest thing to accomplish outside of, going out of your way to overclock Teledon early so you can get it going. It's fine. Telepole is also good for kickstarting, the Telepole Ego Gift. Which one is that? Oh, the battery socket, right? Oh, and the purple lightning sword thing. True! Wait, actually, yeah. Lightning Rod. At the start of the battle, all allies gain 3 charge count. If 2 or more allies participating in Battle of Envy, all allies gain 5 charge count instead. Yeah, that's really good too. I just don't get it frequently. Like I just don't I don't get it frequently, and I think Charge Card is just better. I think Charge Card is just like the employee card is just better than the Lightning Rod, I think. Because Lightning Rod gives you 5 charge once at the start. Employee card gives you 3 charge every turn. To everyone. All allies get 3 charge every turn. So I think the charge card is just better. And it's less rare. It's a little bit more common. Portable battery socket. At the start of the turn, 2 random allies gain 2 charge count. When activating Sloth Abs Res, 1 random ally gets 3 charge count at the start of the combat phase. This sucks, bro. This one sucks. Terrible. PM really is a favorite when it comes to status effects. True. It's my favorite too, so I don't care. Hey, I'm not complaining. If you had to make a 2-star team, who would you pick? Just a fun question. Only 2 stars. 7 Section Isang. Obviously, it's his only 2-star, I think. Which Faust would I pick? Probably Lob Corp, but W Corp is also very good. Shidan, I guess. 7 Ryoshu, I guess. Hold on, do I have any other 2 stars I'm missing? I guess I'll swap the game capture over while we're doing nothing. Hold on. There we go. Swap the game capture over while we're doing nothing here. Liu Mersault, I guess. Kurkumo Honglu, obviously. She Heathcliff. She Ishmael, probably. Mittelhammer's the only good one. This is a toughie. Because most of his 2 stars are pretty niche. I guess Red Sheet is like the most generally useful one. G-Corp, obviously, and then Liu Gregor for sure, yeah. This is like... If I had to make a team of only 2 stars, this would probably be it. Who would I bring into battle out of these? Faust, Ishmael, Heathcliff, Don, Ryoshu. This is like 5. And then, like, I don't know, Kurkumo and Gregor, I guess. 6, 7. One superficial thing that has always bugged me out about Faust is her sprite during skill 3 gets mirrored when no ID that switches sides does. Yeah, that's weird, actually. Yeah, when she turns around. When she turns around for the, like, backslash thing. When she turns around on opportunistic slash, it does, like, mirror her, doesn't it? That's kind of weird. Anyways, what do we do now? We can do another short tier list rating, bro. Isn't there the other one on Dustloop? The Dustloop wiki has been in disrepair, I think. They haven't updated their wiki in a million years, right? Yeah, Rhino's not even on it yet. GG. Hey. Which is your favorite ID? Not for meta, like in your own opinion. Who do I like? Favorite ID? Ooh. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, favorite ID as in most... I'm assuming it's, like, most fun to use. Not, like, theming, but, like, most fun to use. It might be recency bias, but I think the W Ryoshu is, like, the most fun ID, in my opinion. I think it might be recency bias, because she just came out and she's new. But W Don would otherwise probably be my favorite ID, but Ryoshu is just more interesting than W Don. She's like W Don, but, like, with more layered intricacies. So I think she might be my favorite ID. I think. It's either that or Reindeer. I think Reindeer is super good. Like, Reindeer's super good. Roll tier list. Is this the tier list? Yet another Limbus company tier list. Last update, 7/31. That was so long ago, bro. That's like 2 months ago. Well, it's like 1 month ago, to be fair. So this is like out of date. Let's see. Do they even have like? Oh, they do have Rhino. They just don't have it on. Why do they not have it on the wiki? They don't have Rhino on their wiki, but they have it on the tier list. That's a little interesting. Which PM Millie song is your favorite? Hard to pick because I haven't heard all of them. I mean, like, I think Between Two Worlds is really good. Yeah, I think probably Between Two Worlds is my favorite. Either that or either that or whatever the one that plays during the Crying Children. I don't remember the name, but that one's also really good. I like that one. Anyways, this is an encounter agnostic tier list that attempts to rank sinners by general relevance. Okay. The rankings may be used for re-rolling, a banner guide, or simply providing a second opinion. Please note that write-ups are geared towards experienced players. Oh, that's me, dude. Experienced players, that's me. But beginners can use the rankings that way kickstart their intuitions on what sinners may be considered good. Rationale behind a sinner's rank will never be based solely on their performance and existing content. To emphasize, will never base solely on their performance in existing content. So they're going to be like, I think the sinner will remain good in the future. That's an interesting way to methodize it, I guess. First and foremost, the numbers on their rolls will be analyzed in detail to approximate their ability to clash and deal damage, since the ability is universal and critical. Then notable parts about their kit that compensate or undermine their numbers will be taken into account. Example strategies and experiences will be provided, okay? Through this metric, it becomes apparent that some sinners will likely be able to directly outperform others in a large number of cases, and this forms the basis of evaluation. Okay, so they're going like more analytically. This is mostly how I judge IDs as well. Like, it doesn't like, okay, I can judge an ID and say like, okay, they're pretty good, but in the end, it won't really matter how good the ID is if there's just an ID that's strictly better in like every way. Like, which is mostly the case for like Heathcliff IDs. Like, you know, it doesn't really matter how good I think the other Heathcliff IDs, because in the end it doesn't really matter. Right? The name of the song during Crying Children is And There Is Heard No More. Noted. If a sinner becoming unsuitable amplifies that a sizable chunk of the cast will also become unviable, that sinner will likely remain relatively future-proof. Makes sense. What this means is the list will make game experience in future stages. Investing in high-tier units will provide a practical way to clear content. Failing at that, it will illustrate the opportunity cost of not having certain units, which is usually far more acceptable than influencers would suggest. Failing that, it will illustrate the opportunity cost of not having certain units, which is usually far more acceptable than influencers would suggest. So, okay, so they're basically like throwing shade at the people who are like, well, you can't play the game if you don't have like Rabbit. Who the fuck are influencers? Who are the influencers suggesting this? That's crazy, bro. However, it's impractical to take into account every aspect of every identity for every version of the game. Emphasis will not be placed on skin colors? Oh, skill colors. I was like, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. I was like, okay. No telling what future egos hold in store, I suppose. Furthermore, Railway 1 has proven that simply taking strong individual identities will outperform a team that goes out of its way to align colors for ego spam or resonance. That is true. But that does not mean, like, you know, color synergy and ego spam and ego, like, sin resonance is not super important. I don't know why people really thought it was super important. If you have a good balance of generation across your entire roster, you don't have to ever worry about, like, ego generation, right? Like, you don't ever have to worry about ego generation if your sin balance is, like, mostly balanced, and then you have a little more of the ego resource you care about, right? Having rare damage types in the current state of the game will not serve as a ranking factor for similar reasons, I guess, yeah. Because future content could make those damage types relevant. Additionally, egos will be kept in mind when determining rankings, but only mentioned if they are borderline intertwined. G. Gergor with Liger, Sunshower, and AEDD. Yeah. Micromanaging every single synergy is not practical, so determining how much a center's relevance is impacted by the existence falls to the reader. So basically, be a free thinker. Fine. On that note, please recognize that all tier lists, including this ones, are generalizations. Cases that favor units in lower tiers will always exist, especially when it comes to playing around sin resource, type weakness, and edge case synergies. Yeah. Especially edge case synergies, bro. People always fixate on edge case synergies for lower tier units. It's crazy. Unrealistic to expect any tier list to take every single aspect into account, but this hopefully provides solid analysis by combining objective numbers with veteran experience. Sure didn't ask me. Hey, sure did not ask me. I guess I'm not a veteran. To reiterate, these rankings are not presented as objective fact, even if they may as well be relative to certain sources. Relative to certain sources. Finally, let it be emphasized that it is not an auto battle tier list. Dude, people make auto battle tier lists? That's insane. Considering knowing how to redirect, cancel enemy actions, pace skills pools, and manipulate skill order within a turn is critical for doing identities justice. I think you mean like playing the game, bro. Learning these skills will make content far more accessible than whaling for rarity abuse. Whaling doesn't even give you like an advantage in this game, so true. Units have badges, okay? Not an indicator of greater power, they imply a center has more requirements. Blue, unit benefits significantly from technical prowess. They may emphasize tempo control, resource management, or clash redirection, causing them to degrade under auto battle and often excel when getting the first action. Oh, like getting the first like bonus action slot, I guess? Or like what? I don't know what that really means. Red, unit benefits significantly from resetting. They may rely on going first, drawing a certain skill, or have a dicey mechanic, making them time-consuming to optimize. Orange, unit reliant on synergies. They may be strongly associated with a team composition or debuff, often causing their prime state to greatly exceed their expected state. Okay. Yellow, its notable general use support passive, may be impactful when taken but not fielded, specifically with small teams or solos. Since rankings evaluate fielded performance only, this badge is fairly arbitrary. Noted. Green, unit have normally high power from uptype 4. Heavy investment cost is necessary for them to earn their rank. Certain uptype 4 egos may be integral to their performance. And then purple, the unit's rank is highly contestable. These centers may excel in certain aspects at a massive cost to others, resulting in a volatile rank that depends on what individuals value more. Individuals could think of this rank, could think and rank this unit themselves. God forbid you make a tier list reader think and rank a unit themselves. GG. S tier meta. Units in this tier tend to directly outperform and validate units in lower tiers. Typing aside, if they can't make a clear work, it's unlikely replacing them will help. At some points, using them almost feels like cheating. This tier is ordered deliberately. Really? So they say, like, okay, N-Corp Sinclair best in the game. What is red? Benefits from resetting. True. And blue, technical prowess. True. And then Don, upside 4. True. And then technical prowess. True. Then Heathcliff, same thing. Resetting and stuff. True. Really? Bistro Ryoshu as 4th best unit in the game? I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that. She's good, but she's not that good. She's not 4th best in the game good. They kind of did Reindeer dirty, bro. Why is she so low, bro? Put her here, man. And obviously this was updated before W Corp Ryoshu came out, but W Corp should be up here too. Like, again, these are, in my opinion, the top 5 in the game, bro. N Corp Sinclair, W Don, Rabbit, Reindeer, and W Ryoshu. Interesting. Very interesting. Sunshower Song. Okay. Ting Tang. Okay. And then, what's it called? Molar Ishmael and Liu Ishmael. Very interesting. Very interesting. These are all ranked, like, almost the same. Really? That's interesting. A-tier reliable. These units win clashes that lower tiers couldn't and can be relied upon to hold their own and pull their weight. They feel solid to pilot and their kits are easily appreciated. This tier is ordered deliberately. Interesting. Okay, so Kong Lu. Apparently his rating could be disputed. N-Corp Faust, but they gave her the orange badge. This unit is reliant on synergies. Strongly associated with a team composition or debuff. Noted. Strongly associated with a debuff. Often causing their prime state to greatly exceed their expected state. Very true, because N-Corp Faust, in her peak of performance, where she has Gaze in an ideal setup with ideal speed and then has, like, Hex Nail, is an extremely strong unit. So, in her prime state, yes, it greatly exceeds her expected state, which is, like, mostly average, nothing crazy. Fine, that's fine. I agree with all of these, that's fine. I guess, yeah, I mean, this is disputable, could be B tier. I don't know what's disputable about this, dude. Who is disputing Kurakumo Honglu? They want him lower? Or do they want him higher? I think he's fine in A. Heathcliff is like fucking collecting all the Pokemon badges over here. We got blue. Significantly from technical prowess, this is true. Benefits highly from resetting. I don't know how true that is because I've not ever reset with him. Like, I've never done a significant amount of resetting with this guy, so I don't know. Orange, reliant on synergies. True. And then purple, highly contestable. Yeah, I think he's too high, bro. Bro, reliable? Like, hell no, bro. This guy is not reliable. For Sunheath, having his skill 3 on start is nice. I guess. No, that makes sense. I don't use him enough to really know. I've used him, but I'm not like a hardcore Sunshower Heathcliff fan, you know? You want a skill 3, so resetting is quite usual to make him usable. Okay, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Mediocre. What is green again? Abnormally high power from up type 4. Noted. Makes sense, I guess. Mediocre's a little harsh. A lot of these units are pretty good. Mediocre's... What is he doing here? Nah, they did him dirty, bro. It's probably because his clashing is bad. It's probably because his clashing is bad, bro. Are you kidding me? Like, his clashing is not, like, meta-breaking. Like, they put Sonk, Dawn, and Reliable because her clashing is super good. Okay, I understand, right? Makes sense. Her clashing is super good. Very consistent, and she does consistent damage. What is he doing here? You put him with base Dawn and Rose Spanner? Nah, dude. That can't be real. Nah, bro. There's no way. And fucking this idiot? No shots. That's an insult. This is insulting to see. One must go out of the way to make these sinners outperform other options. Whatever specialties they have are likely to be easily made redundant, and their roles are subpar. Tier is unordered. Yeah, this tier is unordered as well. I mean, fine, I guess. It makes sense. The methodology they're using makes sense, I guess. I'm surprised that G Corp Otis is not in B tier, though. Her clashing is pretty good. Should not be prioritized for practical combat. Oh, so these are just, like, support passive haulers and shit. Yeah, no kidding. Just don't bring these ever. Makes sense. This session is geared towards advanced players. I like to think of myself as an advanced player. New players will still be able to use the rankings. It will likely appreciate high-tier units. Yeah. Colored lines represents Sinner's chance to beat power at varying Oh my god, dude. They got the math. Jesus. I'm not reading all that. I'm just gonna be honest, bro. Dude, look at the scroll bar, bro. I am not reading all that. I'm not. I'm just not. The colored lines represent a sinner's chance. Yeah, x-axis represents chance to winning the clash. Or y-axis. Yeah, x-axis represents represents the power of the opposing skill. Noted. Okay. Clash is an integral of the skill win rates. Damage is the sum of the roll's values. Makes sense. So base damage. No kidding. Makes sense. Integral of skills win rates makes sense. Like, this all makes sense. Cell is a theoretical max clash of a skill. Oh, seal, like sealing. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, whatever. Write-ups are not only guaranteed, will not only be guaranteed with a few exceptions. Other units are generally unremarkable and do not have much nuance. Yeah. Sure, whatever. So, Gripper Sinclair, best character in the game, apparently. Prime charts include +2 base power from Fnatic. Since neither of these are practical at all, this ranking ignores his prime states. Not that it would make much of a difference. I agree. Not super practical to pay attention to. So this is him like normally. Makes sense. All right. Yeah, clashing is as insane as expected. Skill 1 little desired, of course. Minus coins provide an unprecedentedly strong baseline clash power, since destroyed coins are unable to lower skill clash power. True, because he rolls minimum like 18 on skill 3, which is like disgusting. Unrolled damage coins are treated as tails, which gives powerful first hit, also opens up new ways to play around stagger. That is true. Corrosion Tempo Tech allows him to act during stagger, or manifest ego without paying a resource. Also true. Corroded egos spend resources, though. But I mean, like, you can, if they mean like you can go into negative, right? Like if you can use egos that you don't have the resources for, if they mean that. But corroding still like spends the ego resources. So it's like not exactly, but you can like act during stagger, but it's very niche. Very niche. Strangely powerful defense skill that does not interfere with Sin Gen and offers a means of controlling sanity. True, but I just never use that shit because I'd rather just use his skills most of the time. Control of sanity scales with the number of actions, increasing consistency when getting first action or being in small teams. Very true. He does benefit heavily off of getting 2 slots. Different corroded ego skills may generate with different targets. Very true, very true. They're mostly just talking about this. This literally just applies to Impending Day at the moment. But yes, there is a chance that either one of them can hit an enemy. So that's good. Defense skill rolls big and also has high defense value, making it surprisingly practical for a shield. Again, I'll just trust them on this one. I don't use it. Numerous and simple sanity tools keep his kit functional, at least in comparison to Suncliff. Functional indeed. Will effectively never maintain consistency of plus coin units. Kit maximization is impractical. Huge negative. They actually did touch on it. Very true. Very true. This is a huge negative. Because in order to get him to maximum consistency, you have to be at negative 45. And that just causes you to corrode. So you'd obviously not want to be there. The ideal is like negative 30-ish, negative 25 to 30-ish, which is not the most consistent you can possibly get. So you can never actually get maximum consistent, which is annoying. And also another reason why I don't usually use him if I don't have to. Works worse in a full team due to the higher chance of hitting allies and marginally worse sanity control. Yeah, I mean, you would usually just cut like one person. It's not that big of a deal. Skipping ego in favor of panic invokes a heavy opportunity cost. Giving up sanity management rapidly reduces consistency. Extremely true. I've seen people try this, where they don't take an ego, so that they can just corrode freely and just panic instead of hitting their enemies or their allies. But like, not taking an ego is like you're kneecapping yourself, because egos are also the easiest way to dip his sanity rapidly. Especially if you don't get good skill rotation early. So it is a very heavy cost. I would pretty much never do this. This is like... I think this is like the worst thing you could do. Like, if out of anything. Like, you should run an ego if possible. Strangely low defense, but offset with high health pool. Yeah, okay, I mean, doesn't matter. Skill 2 and 3 are simply fantastic. Great clasher. Suppose. S tier, Don Quixote. True. The adverse charge shows rip space with insufficient charge. Why the fuck would you ever do that? Wow, yeah, that thing is fucking crippled now, isn't it? Rewards technical play. True. Playing around skill 3 tempo sets the standard for what high DPS should look like, I suppose. Being a charge unit with an evade lends well to high performance solo or small team clears. And causes her to benefit from getting the first action. Very true. Solo Dawn was one of the only strategies that really stood out in Railway Line 1. It was like one of the main solo strategies that actually could be like really competitive for a while. Skill 2 inflicts fragile. No kidding. Manipulating skill order allows charging and firing skill 3 on the same turn. Very true. Good fragile usage and less dead turns. Indeed. Well-known synergy with Telepole and lesser-known synergy with W foul support passive, but relies on neither. Very true. W foul support passive, I mean, lesser-known indeed for a good reason. Skill 2 and 3 are great at clashing as befitting of an S tier unit. Very true. You don't run an ego on Sinclair because you always corrode. I don't run an ego because I'm too poor to have one. We are not the same. True. Aye. Without uptype 4, miserable skill 1 and charge limitations can result in dead turns. This is true, especially if you don't have good egos to fill those dead turns with. It is definitely true. Performance degrades significantly or has increased reliance on Telepole when only given one action a turn. This is true to an extent. It depends on the length of the fight. If the fight is only a few turns long, it doesn't really matter if she has only one turn. If we're talking like 2 to 3 turns, it does not matter if she only has one action. Because you can just Telepole into Rip Space, and it's the same thing as if she had 2 actions. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Okay, guys, time for me to go. It's good to speak with you. Farewell, Legioner. I'm glad you could tune in, for the most part. Very nice. Very nice, as per usual, having you. Impractical for auto battle. worth mentioning but does not factor into ranking. No shit, obviously. When the space is ripped, clear by next. Oh yeah, this solo W Don clear right there. Sub 20. Sub 120 actually, rather. Pretty neat. Alright. R-Corp, 4th pack, Rabbit. Yeah, less than 6 feet. Yeah. Dude, okay, whatever. Quick suppression at 6+ speed performs similar to Rip Space. True. Tech exists to conserve ammo, such as making him last action recipient or using body sack to cycle skill 1 and 2. Yup. Still clashes when out of ammo, neutralizing incoming threats with insane rolls. Less insane now that MD2H is around, but still pretty good rolls. Kit effects also add considerably more damage than the standard. 4 fragile and skill 3, yeah, no kidding. Despite having evade, solo is not advisable due to ammo. Bro, this is like not a real con though. Like, why do we care about soloing? Like, it's interesting to note, but like it's not a real con. Like, I don't give a shit about soloing. Consistently strong fighter that can be expected to clash and deal damage reliably, suppose. Skill 3 has reversed scaling with enemy defense. This is like a negative. I'd rather it did not. Like, I'd rather this skill was not bugged. I don't know why this is a pro. This is like a con, bro. I'd rather this skill would, you know, not be bugged. Personally. I don't know. That's not for me. Evade recycles can stack 4th match flame. I actually did not know that. That's interesting. Viable and low center and solo comps, don't care. No ammo or charge. That's not really a pro either. Like, the fact that she has no ammo or charge is not really a pro. Obligatory mention of mild team healing sustained. That is true. It is obligatory to mention because it is not negligible. Skill 3's additional missing health and damage experiences reversed offense scaling for some reason. Yeah, like, this is not really a pro, bro. I'd rather it just not be bugged. Just doesn't make sense. Kit effects are disorganized and stage dependent. True. Extremely similar to N Faust, who trades numbers for debuffs. Is this like... Dude, 3rd best unit in the game or like 4th best unit in the game? No way. I hard disagree. Hard disagree. Plus, not reliant on Rupture. Yeah, like, exactly, bro. Not reliant on Rupture. Like, bro, it does not make sense. Esong, FLRS, Spice Bush. Great clash and damage from raw roll numbers alone. True. Multi-coin AoE is insane but situational. Also true. It just takes a while to ramp up. It's not situational. It just takes a long time to ramp up. Punished harder than against enemies that burst Tremor. Doesn't fucking matter, bro. Like, yeah, it hardly comes up. Inherently situational, and chances are to perform well anyway. Yeah, like, hardly comes up. Skill 3 Deluge is impractical even with heavy sinking investment. Very true. Like, it's more of a gimmick than anything. It's neat, but I never consider Deluge when I think of Spice Bush. Like, when I rate him in anything, like, I don't think of Deluge as a usage. Oh, this is how to target AoEs. Yeah, in case you don't know how to target AoEs, yeah, this is how it works. Ting Tang. Skill 3, Unprecedented Clash Ceiling. Reduces dependence on enemy low. Dude, what? Dude, his clash. Look at the fucking simulated clash on this skill 3, bro. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Skill 2 Extra Coin appears when attacking broken abno parts. Very true. Hitting an evade opens up low center comps. Dude, low center comp, don't care. Has high defense for some reason. That is weird, actually. He does. Kid contributes more damage than usual, indeed. No charger ammo. Yeah, no shit, dude. Guess what? He also does not rely on Rupture, bro. Like, does not tolerate low sanity well. Doesn't matter, bro. Fluid Sack exists. Charge is practically a non-issue. Yup. Well-rounded kit, powerful tempo, indeed powerful. High rolls, make for straightforward fights. Exactly. She's very consistent clashing. All of her clashing across the board is very consistent. Suffers no consequences when firing uncharged skill 3 when solo, albeit without being able to clash or choose a target. Again, don't care on solo. Uptide 3 is miserable compared to Uptide 4's skill 3 charge cost insanity loss. Extremely true. Uptide 3 is fucking miserable. Since skill 3 deducts charge before the turn begins to resolve, turn order manipulation for charge is not possible. Yeah. Doesn't really... This can be disregarded, but is worth mentioning. Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate that you can't, but whatever. Did we do an ego tier list or focused on IDs for this stream? People don't really make ego tier lists. Because they're, like, weird to make ego tier lists. Because, like, for example, like, where do you put, like, where do you put, like, AEDD Heathcliff? Right? Like, can you put it, like, mid-tier? Well, it's the only tier ego he has, so it's like, you're always going to take it, so does that make it top tier? Like, it's weird. I don't know. It's kind of weird to rank egos, right? Like, what about Lantern Gregor, right? Like, you know, Lantern Gregor is like, well, you know, it's not that good, but you're going to bring it. You're probably never going to use it, but you're always going to bring it. So does that make it good? Does that make it bad? Like, I don't really know. So it's a little difficult to rank them. Egos are very situational too. Yeah, they are. Like, some of them shine in very specific situations too. Has strong numbers and cohesive kit effects. Above average contributions from kit effects. Capable of operating as a standalone burn unit in a pinch. I guess. Exaggerated burn dependence results in a volatile performance and team dependency. I guess, yeah. Skill 3's plus coin boost is only obtained if fourth coin performs a stat or kill, making it impractical to play around. Highly true. I don't know why it works like this. It should be like just if the entire skill performs a stagger or kill, not just the fourth coin. It's super strange to play around it like that. Interesting that Reindeer skill 3 is not on use. It can't be on use because targeting is determined at the time that you click the submit button on the dashboard. Targeting is determined at that point. It can't be changed mid-turn. Like, unless you're like in a human fight and it like redirects the attack, that's a little different. But like targeting can't be like changed mid-turn. Like if Ishmael has a random target, it can't be on use, so it can't like change the target like mid-turn on use, right? That's why. Like it's just like not possible for them to do that. So that's why it can't. Has powerful kit effects from skill 3 and 2 on top of solid rolls. That is true. Obligatory mention to her funny high evade min roll. Yeah, it's like 10 minimum or something. Doesn't really matter though. Tremor count, tempo creates highs and lows to play around, which can be a bad thing. I think it's mostly a bad thing. I don't think it's a good thing. Passive procs before skill 2 sinking increase resulting 7 over 1 instead of 6 over 2. Really? That's very odd. Stacking, sinking, or rupture tends to be rather clunky, but generally results in better bursts. Yeah, that's fair. They did not note that she... Did they put the badge on her either? They did not put the badge on her either for technical prowess for blue. I would have put the blue badge on her personally. She does benefit from having multiple actions because she is really slow to get started. Where were we? Molar Boatworks Ishmael. So now we're on Konglu. Designator Taker of L's. True! Designated Taker of L's, bro. If your team is taking any L's, you just want him to be the one taking them. Unprecedented survivability. Aggro and decent speed allow for high taunt coverage, exploiting previous point, yeah. Still has decent rolls. Yep. Reviving from ampule-related death using Dim Shredder passive resulting in obtaining an extra ampule. This has not been verified by any of the authors. Noted. Likely outcompeted when optimizing speed clears due to lack of focus and damage. This is all true. Gripper Faust. Skill 2 oriented with high damage. From multi-coins, yeah. No ammo or charge. Hey, no rupture either. Fares consistently and reliably with her great numbers. Debuffs from kit effects provide easily capitalizable tempo. Okay. Increased potential for sanity restoration to fuel ego spam. Yeah, sure. Although this goes for every Faust ID, so whatever. Great numbers is a bit of a stretch. I don't know where they're getting great numbers from, bro. Look at her fucking aggregate clash power, by the way. Look at her aggregate clash power. You and what numbers? Bro, kid named Numbers. Huh? I don't understand that. That's crazy. Passives demand building around. Lust Resonance. Just don't activate them. Also, Lust Resonance is like easy to get because a lot of IDs come with Lust. Extremely similar to Chef, who trades debuffs for better numbers. Fine. I don't know how this is a minus. Just because you're similar to another unit does not mean you're, like, worse. Like, I don't... They're just side grades to each other. The way they're making them out to be, they're side grades to each other. I don't understand that. Gain less than most identities after offense changes, even after second pass. Yeah, okay, sure. Rose Spanner. Well-rounded damage across all 3 skills, with bias to skill 2, yeah. Consistently powerful damage. Fair, yeah. Functions as standalone tremor, opening up potential future synergies. I guess, but she doesn't actually inflict that much tremor. Like, that's the thing. Like, she is a one-man tremor engine, but, like, the tremor is not that good that she inflicts. It's not, like, actually enough to make it a true tremor engine. Relatively poor clashing. Tremor and stagger manipulation are not that remarkable on their own. Yeah, exactly. Tremor and stagger are not remarkable on their own, and her clashing is, like, relatively poor, right? Decent rolls and unique targeting pressure from duel. Yep. Speed shenanigans, increasing player agency. Extremely important, dude. This is like my favorite part of the ID, I think, is the increased speed. Allows you for an insane amount of control. Look at the fucking aggregate clash power. Holy. Wow. Clash count and damage scaling opens up tie gambling for low turn clears, which hopefully will not become a thing for the sake of player sanity. Yes. Please, dude, I hope not. I sincerely hope not. That would fucking blow. I don't think she'll outclash W Dawn in terms of damage anyway, so this is very unlikely to be relevant. Kit effects typically contribute less damage than normal, yeah. Part of low rarity Clash God trio with 7 Ryoshu and Shidan. Yep. High-end rolls translate to solid clashes and acceptable damage. Yep. Haste from skill 2 provides great pulling power, allowing her to put insane clash power to use, making her extremely competent. Indeed. Remarkably poor stagger thresholds, making her somewhat glassy. It is what it is. It's fine. Blade Lineage Song. Cohesive kit that plays around skill 1 to stack passive. Yep. Performs consistently regardless of sanity without poise. Yeah, that's fair. Skill 2 and Skill 3 scale well with the coin power provided by passive. Yeah, I agree. Obtaining too much poise potency and blindly firing Skill 3 makes it clunky to accumulate count, but the extra damage may make up for it. That is true, because if you have too much potency, you'll just crit more often and kill your entire stack. That is something to take note of. Relative lack of poise count and complete lack of coin power make his uptie 3 miserable. Big true. Big true. G. Gergor. Contrary to intuition, has virtually identical clashes to 7 Otis due to their difference in offense level. Is it contrary to intuition? I feel like that's pretty common knowledge. Kit provides so much healing, he'll be able to shrug off lost clashes with little to no consequence. I don't know if I agree, because his HP is really bad, and his stagger thresholds are really bad, and his damage resistances are really bad. So it's not like he can shrug them off. There are significant amounts of time where he will just get bursted hard. Usually he can kind of bounce back, but there are times where he can't, and he just fucking dies. So, you know, it's not like, generally be able to shrug off lost clashes with little to no consequences. There are times where there are serious consequences. You might have to, like, if he gets hit, like, eats one bad straight hit, you'll have to spend the next turn, like, babying him while he's stagger plus, So, granted, if he doesn't outright die. Surprisingly fast for a tank, granting him the ability to pull off dangerous skills away from core units. Is he that fast? I thought he was like 3 to 7. Is he like 4 to 7? I forgot. He is 3 to 7. He's not that fat. What the fuck? That's like a smidge above average. What do they mean? What do they mean by this? Deliberately allowing him to stagger and healing him up during low pressure effectively removes stagger thresholds for later rounds. Yeah, like that's true. I mean, this is definitely an option, but this takes like multiple turns of setup, right? This takes like multiple turns of setup, so it's like I don't know how really viable this is outside of like early story chapters and stuff. Piloting, I was going to say, it applies to tanks in general. Like, you can do the same thing with Kong Lu and Rhino Mersault, especially because, Rhino with the speed, wink wink, speed and resistances and defense level and clashing and aggro. Building around Legger allows it to, happens to be the author's favorite unit. No kidding. No kidding. 7 section Otis. A tier, really. Can be brought as a less durable, but more supportive version of Gergor. Sure. Kid has far more debuffs than usual. Sure. Paralysis on skill 1 and offense down on skill 3 make it easier for the team to win clashes. That is true. And her speed and defense is extremely good. Despite public opinion of being a great clasher, numerical truths is not that remarkable. Yeah, I don't really know where the public opinion came from that she's a great clasher. She's a good clasher. She is designed to be great at clashing at low sanity. Like, she's supposed to be good at clashing before you can get to, like, 45 sanity, right? If everyone starts at 0 sanity, that's where she shines. Because the enemies lose clash power against her, and her rolls are pretty consistent. But, like, if everyone's at 45, her clashing is not that remarkable. Damage attributed to her defense level down and weakness analyzed does not compensate for poor numbers. That is fairly true. But, I mean, her team does also capitalize off of this, so it's fine. Having lots of effective health is rarely preferable to regen. Having lots of effective health is fine because Fluid Sac heals off of, Fluid Sac heals off of a percentage of the health, right? So I just disagree, bro. Having an insane amount of effective health is actually, I think it is mostly preferable to regeneration. I think it's mostly preferable to regeneration. I'd rather have higher like that's why I like Rhino, because he has high base HP, so he can capitalize off of that stuff, 7 section Ryoshu, sure. Part of low rarity Clash God trio, sure. Above average roll numbers, yes. Kit provides unprecedented amount of slash fragility. Indeed, that is a big plus. Clash win effects, press her advantage. Indeed. Skill 3 contributes even more in low center teams, but having a counter instead of an evade can reduce effectiveness. Who the fuck is soloing with... What? Who is soloing with 7 section Ryoshu? Huh? Raw damage is more concentrated in skill 3 and lower overall. Yeah. Wait, compared to Elfals and Shidan does more damage? Really? Part of the low clash, yeah. Highest clash power of the trio with the cost of having lowest damage. What the fuck? Raw damage is more concentrated in skill 3, yet lower overall compared to Elfaust and Shidan. And then you go to Shidan, she's like, highest clash power, have the lowest damage, huh? Okay. Gains haste from skill 2 and passive, giving her speed. She needs to maximize clashes, yeah. 2 stagger thresholds, yeah. Outstanding clash power does not compensate for having poor damage. Yeah. Yeah. Kurkumo Hong Lu, Cloud Cutter. Enough said. Aggregate clash power looking as miserable as I expected. Shidan has more consistent damage, so long term she could outdamage 7 Ryoshu. Does she? But she doesn't have more consistent damage. It's literally just her skill 3 has a slightly higher aggregate. Her skill 1 and skill 2 are lower than 7 section Ryoshu. So she actually will not hit more often. It's just her skill 3. 7 section Ryoshu is superior in clashing, actually. So you're just incorrect. And I guess so are they. Sunshower Heathcliff. I can't wait to read this. Dude, they put him in A tier. That's crazy. Theoretical damage output outrivals out of S tier units. Okay, yeah, but like, dude, theoretical damage output, that shit is not practical. Usually, that shit is not practical. Kit effects are synergistic and provide more damage and survivability than a standard. That is true. In a vacuum. On paper, if you're just looking at graphs, it is true. Most viable, Heathcliff ID for ego spam. I mean, okay, that's true, just like objectively. Similar to G. Gregor, Heathcliff has notable synergy with ego, yeah, sure. Strong counter skill, yep. That's a big plus. Lightning Claire benefits greatly from being the first option recipient, yeah. Clashes are surprisingly bad. Yeah. Sinking micro does not so much reward forward thinking as punish a lack of it. Exactly. I could not have said it better myself. Actually, this is huge. This is exactly, like, I could not have said it better myself. It does not reward good play. It just punishes bad play. And that does not feel bad. Right? Like, it just feels bad. It does not feel good. It just feels bad. Sinking stacks are not preserved between fights, exacerbating slow ramp. True. Very true. You know, compared to Ninclair. Somewhat reliant on being able to accelerate sinking, which can lead to unintentional corrosions or staggers. Yeah. Nah, this sucks. Because once you get the ball rolling, you're just, like, instantly going to corrode, like, 1 or 2 turns after. It sucks. Requires the team to be built around him and will not function smoothly in random squads. This is, I feel like they should put more emphasis on this too. Like, this and this are huge problems. Benefits more from being max level than usual. I mean, I don't care about level. But like, especially the fact that you need an entire team built around him is just like too much. It's way too much. I don't, like, how they put him A tier, bro? His aggregate clashing is not even that good. I don't know why. What is even the reason to put him A tier? They don't even have good justification for putting him here. Theoretical damage output, but it's theoretical, so it doesn't matter, because 95% of the time, you're not hitting theoretical limit. You know. He is survivable, I'll give him that. Most viable Heathcliff ID for ego spam, but, like, his egos are not even good for spamming. Like, he doesn't even have good egos to spam. He does have synergy with AEDD. Wow, crazy. He has a good counter, I'll give him that. And then he does benefit from being first action recipient, but like, there's people who are better than him for first action recipient. So like, the only real justification is like, good survivability, good counter skill. I don't really understand. She Ishmael, B tier. Decent clash, okay. Incredibly high numbers in performance and prime state. Yeah, dude, that is a sexy aggregate chart. Keeping her at uptide 2 to avoid diluting her skill pool is speculated to result in better performance. I actually did this for the first like 3 months the game was out. I kept her at uptide 2 because I also kept Kurakumo at uptide 2 for like the first like 3 months the game was out. Literally. Because their skill 3s are not very good. But I eventually did uptide 3 them just because I valued the numbers. Like, the uptide 3 increases the actual numbers of the skill 2s, rather than seeing frequency of them. And in shorter fights, it doesn't really matter, because you're only ever going to see, like, 2 of them anyway, right? So I'd rather quality over quantity. Below average damage, while above health, yeah. Maintaining your prime state's impractical outside of railway. And MD2H now, yeah, I guess. Needing to go through at least one stagger forces dead turns. Kind of annoying indeed, but you only need to do it like once. Unwanted healing priority can be awkward to manage. This is like the worst part. Indeed. Kuro Ryoshu. Decent rolls, inflicts bleed count. True, I guess. Damage contributed by bead, substandard compared to using skills with bigger numbers. Bleed relies on the target to attack, making it miserable when targeting a broken part or staggered enemy. Yeah, 100%. This is the main problem with bleed. The meta is like you want to break apart so that you can target it fatal resistances, but like bleed cannot work on a broken part unless it's like a very strange case like Headless Ichthys Fin or something where the part can still attack, but usually they don't attack. Other parts of the kit apply on the same turn and are relatively unimpactful. True. LCB Otis, that is an insane clash. Great damage, yep. You know, workable skill 1 gives her a rare tempo and serves as solid tool to clean up staggered or exploit skills that are easy to clash. Clean up staggered targets is extremely, it is worth noting. Her skill 1 is actually good at cleaning up staggered enemies. It has a very solid base total power. Hit effects contribute a lot more damage than the standard. Yeah. We can skip the base IDs. Rogia. I'm interested to see Rogia. Serviceable rolls, mildly clunky kit, make her playable but generally unremarkable. Yeah. Noticeably high base power on skill 2 and skill 3, lessening dependence on RNG and low sanity scenarios. That's true. Gains a slew of kit effects and roll bonuses at uptide 4. Notable synergy with BLE-san. Skill 3 effects are restrictive due to lacking count for both bleed and poise. See, that's like my main problem with her. Her poise stacking on her own is kind of crippled. That's my main problem with her. Passive theoretically has powerful tempo, but finding situations that favor countering over clashing requires creativity. Yeah, her passive is also strange. It for some reason, a lot of people don't know. I didn't know for a while either, so. But her passive replaces her counter skill with Sky Cleary Cut, her skill 3, if she's at like a certain poise. So you can actually have like multiple skill 3s on demand if you get the situation right, but it's super niche. Oh my god, dude. They have a whole paragraph for Blade Lineage. Well, Faust is BL and Sinclair consistently does how balanced, yeah, form as high, lows, and vice versa. Muslim format of evades and the 2 of counters. Constant alpha, this causes the former trio of amazing rolls. Yeah, latter consistent and unpackful. This represents, yeah, vice versa, yeah. Yeah. Dude, we all know this. They have high base power, low coin power. We know. Units that favor base power tend to underperform. Literally what I just said. We know. Despite how consistently these can... yeah. Dude, we know this, bro. We know. This was written in the early days of Limbus. Noted. Okay, maybe at the time we didn't know. Whatever. Skill 3 can function as a pseudo-ego. I guess. I mean, same thing with Sky Clear and Cut, though. Like, didn't mention that. That's weird. Kit effects are functional. That is a plus. Does not make use of max sanity remotely as well as other units with coin power. I guess. Despite poor reputation prior to Upside 4, his clashes are relatively okay. True. Viable when played normally and gains attack weight in prime conditions. Yeah, attack weight is so good. The graph does not tell you about the fact that it has 2 attack weight. That's crazy. Health threshold micro often makes healing impractical. True. Liu Gergor? A bit about Liu IDs. Favoring damage over clashes. Yeah, dude, we know you're not supposed to clash with them because they have high coin power, low coin power. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Contributes the most burn potency of the Liu trio. Indeed. Functions as best as standalone Liu unit, taking on the role of high damage. Yes, sir. I mean, I guess this was written before Ishmael, whatever. Highest speed out of the trio. Yeah, I mean, his speed is average, though. It's not, like, high. Outside of skill 3, plays somewhat similarly to Blade Lineage, relying on low variance, high coin count. Yes, sir. On the Glacier side of health. Yeah, indeed. He has terrible health. Genuinely, terrible health. LCCB opens up extreme low turn strategies and heavy reset contests. Yeah. That's like the only thing we need to know. Used exclusively to reset until she can fire skill 3 in turn 1 in battles that take less than a couple turns. Yeah, that's basically all you need to know. Anything else noteworthy? I can skip like most of these. Oh, we're almost at the end. All right, Liu Honglu. Most clash-oriented of Liu trio while playing into the philosophy of multi-coin damage. Yeah. Contributes the most much-needed burn count. Yeah. Surprisingly tanky, has higher defense and 1 less stagger threshold. That's interesting. I did not... I forgot that he had high defense and less stagger threshold. That's actually interesting. Slightly miserable offense level. Yeah, okay. Forms the middle ground of Liu. Contributes both potency and count, but cannot practically sustain the burn count on his own. That is true. Skill 2 and 3 are capable of choosing the same target multiple times, maintaining his kit contribution to the counters with feet. Right? Yeah. Being mediocre at everything makes for a mediocre unit. Go figure. Arguably the easiest one to bench. Yeah. Additional notes. They have been grouped together to emphasize that owning one of them is likely sufficient for most accounts. Their differences in power pale in comparison to whatever influences enemy weaknesses would impose. If this statement were disregarded, a case could be made for dropping Boat to A and maybe having K-Corp Honglu take her place. Okay, yeah. Nah, okay. For noobs. For noobs, keep her up there so that they know she's good. But, like, realistically, she should not be S tier. She should be A tier. One thing to keep in mind is that stronger units do not necessarily correlate with more enjoyment. Weaker sinners tend to compensate their lack in power in strange ways, and giving them a chance tends to make some funny memories. Additionally, the game in its current state is easy enough to comfortably clear with just a support unit, so no need to worry about accessibility yet. Yeah. As of late July, some of the authors are disappointed in Project Moon's future updates will post it when the authors feel like it. Yeah, blah, 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 bro. I mean, like... a better tier list? Still things I don't exactly agree with. They're very focused on numbers, which is not a bad thing, but, like, you're really not taking into account, like, team synergy. ego synergy is like noted sometimes, but not all the time. And like actually how the game practically plays out, right? Like, you know, prime examples are like, like what they said in like 7 section Otis is like, well, usually I'd rather have sustain more than max health, which is just like not really true because the game usually plays out where it's like, I have fluid sac, I will use a lot of fluid sac. That is all the health we need. And the meta team generates fluid sac resources very, very liberally. So it's not really a problem that you need to spam fluid sac to give your team sustain because it happens all the time. Like, you're just constantly farming resources for fluid sac. So it's like, you know, it doesn't really paint the whole picture. It's a little bit better because it's more objective, I guess, than the Preedwin one, but I still don't wholly agree with it. Just because it's like, well, Rhino is in fucking B tier. Because they're like, in a vacuum, I guess maybe, but like, they completely ignore the fact that he slots into the meta team perfectly, supports fluid sac just like the rest of them, extremely good overall, stats and stuff, like, and then it's like there's some other problems. Like, I don't know why the fuck Chef is so high. Literally, I don't know why Chef is so high. I don't know why Heathcliff is... Why is Sunshower Heathcliff A tier? Like, I don't even know, bro. Like, it's a little bit too focused on just numbers, bro. You gotta think practically speaking. Like, if you focus on just numbers, Kong Lu is the best idea in the game because he has 1,000 HP. And 1,000 is a really big number. So if you're focused on just numbers, yeah, Kong Lu is like the best fucking idea in the game. But in practice, that's not how it works, right? Like, in practice, that's not how it plays out. So, their logic is a little bit flawed, but at least it's a little bit analytical. And they do have... I do enjoy the badges. The badge system's pretty neat. I think it's pretty cute having all the little badges on them. To, notate, this person has a good support passive, These people are low tier, but they have good support passives, and then we got, like, Sunshowers, like the Pokemon Master, I guess. So, I mean, I like this tier list a little bit more, but not, like, a huge fan of it. Again, I'm against tier lists in general, usually. Like they said, tier lists generally kind of miss the whole picture because just the way the tier list format is, the way you display things is simple. So it's impossible to capture all of the complexities of the game in just a tier list, right? Like, it's unrealistic to expect any tier list to make every single aspect into account, right? So it's like, on that note, please recognize that tier lists are generalizations. It's always going to be better to think... I think, personally, it's always going to be better to think by, like, a practical standpoint, and just use your own experience to judge whether you think a unit is good or not, rather than stick to a tier list. That is always a rookie mistake. You should never really stick to a tier list only. At least have a little bit of free thinking, so that you can make judgments for yourself, is the moral of the story. You can take inspiration from a tier list, especially if you're new to a game, you don't know what's going on. You can take inspiration from a tier list, but once you get more experienced, you should not really rely on tier lists for anything. Just have your own opinion on stuff. If you're good enough at a game and you're, like, experienced enough, your opinion should be confident enough that you know what you're talking about, right? Odds are you're probably not going to be wrong if you're experienced enough, right? Damn, Mr. Streamer is reviewing tiers, cutting a tree at the same time. Dude, I'm a productive guy. I don't know what to tell you. Tier lists are good for general look at a game's meta, but you should always look harder at individual strengths and niches. Yeah, moral of the story. What one thing you want from each ID that makes them better? I don't fucking know, dude. That's like, that changes for every ID. Also, if you don't know how to roll for, it's better to ask the community Discord. Bro, I would not touch the community Discord with like a 10-foot pole, bro. That shit is a cesspool. All of the large community Discords for like PM games are literal cesspools, bro. I do not touch any of them. Just be a free thinker, bro. Just ask me. I'm objectively correct. You can just ask me, bro. I don't care. I think they're good in this case because new players probably feel super lost. There's like 50 plus IDs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like tier lists are fine if you're a new player because you don't know what's going on, right? Like you literally will not be able to have an opinion. So you should take inspiration from tier lists as a new player, right? But once you get experienced, I'm saying you should stray away from tier lists and have your own like methodology, right? I want IDs to have kits that don't rely on other IDs or egos to work. They don't even have to be good. Just makes their kits function. I think having IDs that synergize with other kits is fun. I think that's the fun of the game. I guess rely on is different than, synergize with, right? But, rely on, like, you have to have X in order for this to be even remotely useful, I guess. Yeah, there's a difference. I forgot PM Discord even exists. One of the Discord I'm in with a PM game channel was more casual. Yeah, dude, like if your Discord server has more than like 24 people in it, that shit is just going to devolve into a cesspool. It's over. They have a crewmer room, not touching that with a mile-long pole. Yeah, bro, like, I don't know. Let's check what's going on in the Limbus, let's check what's going on in Project Moon Community Hub. Huh. Yeah, okay, I probably shouldn't have checked. Just read Battle Pass 777. Dude, that's a lucky number. Good thing. Very nice. Very nice. Anyways, I'm going to be winding down for today. Good stream. Good stream. But, yeah, I think I'm good. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, okay, I've seen enough, I've seen enough PM community Discord for this week. Alright. Hey, so probably gonna be streaming like I don't know when I'll stream next, bro. We'll fucking figure it out. I don't know. Hey, no guarantees. No guarantees. But I'm going to head off for now. It's been a good one. It's been fun. I'm glad you guys tuned in, of course. But 24-hour stream tomorrow? Hell no. I'm busy tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. Probably no stream the next day either. But yeah, we'll see. But that's gonna do it for me. So until next time, bye. Hey, see ya.